Chapter 151. The group arrived back into the Normandy via Harry's dark corridor and went into Harry's pocket dimension to check on Joker. Both Talai and Gurus gaped at Harry's pocket dimension, sure they have heard of it. But hearing about it and seeing it, were two completely different things. It was quite hard to believe that there was a door inside the Normandy that led to a massive open space filled with forests. It was quite a shock for both Turian and Quarian, but Harry just smiled and pushed them forward toward his workshop and into the medical bay. There they found Joker being very happy and arguing with Kunu, who looked like she was scolding him. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. Kunu hardly ever scolds anyone, in fact, he's never seen her do so before, so he grew curious about it. What's going on? Joker smiled at Harry and raised his hand in greeting, but Kunu suddenly grabbed his ear and pulled it. I'm not done with you, mister. Joker grimaced in pain but still grinned at Kunu, who just narrowed her eyes at him. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Kunu? What's wrong? Kunu huffed and then let go of Joker's ear. She then pouted towards Harry. This idiot, the first thing he does when he wakes up is take off running all over the forest like a maniac. He ended up getting some pretty intense cramps and screaming like a little girl, which scared Dr. Shockwave half to death, thinking Joker hurt himself badly. Harry chuckled while Kunu crossed her arms and glared at Joker, who just smiled at her. Harry shook his head in amusement. I see, Joker, be more careful, all right? You might not break any bones anymore, but your legs are still weak. You have to build some muscle mass and strength before you can go run around like a maniac. Joker chuckled but nodded. All right, sorry about that, Kunu, I was just really excited about being able to run for the first time ever. I didn't mean to scare you or Dr. Shockwave, but I got to say, I quite like being able to move and not worry about breaking something. Kunu huffed but then nodded. All right, but as Harry said, you need some physical therapy to relearn how to walk. I don't even know how you were able to take off running like that. Joker shrugged. I don't know either, I was just very excited. Harry smiled. Just come here and do some exercise once in a while, you'll be able to run as fast as you can soon enough. Joker nodded. Shepard, Talai, and Gurus soon walked over to Joker and began to congratulate him on being cured. Meanwhile Harry walked over to Kunu and gave her a big hug. Kunu hugged him back and groaned. Kunu cares a lot and Harry can see why she got mad. She must have panicked when Joker screamed because of the cramps. So it's no wonder she scolded him something fierce. He kinda deserves it, though Harry felt bad for Joker because he was sure Kunu would get back at him with a prank someday. After a few minutes of hanging out and checking on Joker's condition, Harry gave him the okay to go back to his position of helmsman, and so Joker left Harry's workshop with a wide happy smile on his face. Harry, Shepard, Talai, and Gurus, along with Kunu, went to sit on a big couch that Harry put in his workshop, for whenever he wanted to relax or take a nap. He quickly explained to Kunu what had happened with the AI. On her part Kunu nodded and hummed. Ah, I see, so the guys got to see the Digimon. Who did you call? Harry nodded to Kunu and then answered her question. Black Wargreymon and Black Metalguruman. Since they were both virus-type Digimon, they were perfect for destroying that AI. Kunu nodded. Yeah, that makes sense, still, that AI seemed a bit too bloodthirsty now. Harry nodded. Yeah, he seemed a bit off and too quick to want to kill too. Shepard sighed. Yeah, to think it was created by another AI that was created by accident by a thieving Turian, that's pretty crazy, and that's coming from me. Everyone nodded, and Talai then raised her hand. I still would like to know what happened back there. Gurus nodded. Yeah, what was that place, and how were we able to physically fight the AI? Harry smiled and then began to explain. What I did back then, is transforming everything about ourselves into data and downloaded us into the terminal that housed the AI. That place was actually the AI's digital plane, and what we fought was the actual digital manifestation of the AI. The reason we were able to hurt it, was because we had become data ourselves. Shepard sighed and shook his head. How's that even possible? I know you're a god, Harry, but even then, to be able to turn organics into data like that is a lot to take in. Harry nodded. Yeah, I know, it's actually a skill I learned from my Digimon friends. It was something that took me a while to learn how to do, sure, but with practice and a lot of grinding I was able to do so. Shepard nodded. Talai then spoke up. Those creatures you summoned, you called them Digimon, right? Just what were they? Harry nodded. Digimon is short for digital monsters, and they are inhabitants of the digital world, a manifestation of Earth's communication network. Digimon hatch from eggs called DG eggs. They age via a process called digivolution, which changes their appearance and increases their powers. The effects of digivolution, however, are not permanent, and Digimon who have digivolved will most of the time revert back to their previous form after a battle, though that doesn't apply to mine. Most normal Digimon turn back if they are too weak to continue in a battle. Some Digimon are feral in nature though, but most possess large amounts of intelligence and human speech. Of course, most Digimon are dangerous to normal humans, and some, when they're at their highest levels, could destroy entire continents with ease. My Digimon friends are a bit special though, their bond and connection with me makes them even more powerful. Some can even put a fight against me in my full power base form, and that's very impressive. Shepard crossed his arms. So they're from another alternate Earth, one where a world was born from the communication network. This is amazing. Humanity created life without even knowing it. Harry nodded. They age in a similar fashion to real organisms, but do not die under normal circumstances because they are made of reconfigurable data. Old Digimon and Digimon who receive fatal wounds dissolve into infinitesimal bits of data. The data then recomposes itself as a Digi egg, which will hatch when rubbed gently, and the Digimon goes through its life cycle all over again. Digimon who are reincarnated in this way will sometimes retain some or all their memories of their previous life. However, if a Digimon's data is completely destroyed, they will die. Tailai suddenly looked down. Is that what happened to the Geth? Did we really create life and were too afraid and ignorant to see it? Harry, you were right, no wonder the Geth retaliated the way they did with us. In their eyes, their creators, their parents wanted to kill them for some reason they didn't understand, and that must have scared them. Harry sadly looked at Tailai. The poor Quarian was shaking from the revelation she just got. Kunu, who was sitting next to Tailai, wrapped her in her tails, which helped calm her down. Harry sighed. Tailai, I know what you must be feeling. Your people made a mistake born out of fear and ignorance, but you can't do anything about the past. Instead, try to work towards the future and make sure the same mistakes aren't repeated again. Also, trust me, I can somehow understand your fears too. I've met and seen some real evil Digimon before. Digimon that sought nothing but death and destruction, Digimon that were destroyed because they refused to see and understand the value of all life. Tailai nodded but stayed silent. Shepard sighed. This sort of information puts things into perspective. Gurus nodded. Sure does. Is this why you seem very friendly and understanding with Vis and Ace, Harry? You treat them like living beings, even the AI, you referred it as a he throughout that whole battle. Harry smiled at Gurus and nodded. Yes, to me digital beings are as special and important as organic life. After all, I have a lot of Digimon friends. In fact, my very first Digimon traveled with me throughout my entire journey, and she has been my best friend since then. Gurus nodded in understanding. Shepard suddenly frowned. Our fight against the Geth, you must not be very comfortable with fighting against them. Harry smiled at Shepard, but shook his head. Not really, like I mentioned earlier, I've met some real evil Digimon out there, so I'm very well aware that we have to deal with such beings. You won't hear a complaint from me about the Geth, Shepard. Right now they're the enemy, and like any other, I will fight them with everything I have. Shepard smiled and nodded. The group then spent some time listening to Harry speak about Digimon and explaining some things about them as well. Needless to say, it was quite interesting for the group to learn about creatures known as Digimon. After that, everyone left Harry's workshop and went to take a rest, while Joker took off to the Citadel. Feeling a bit tired about the whole trip and everything he did in the Citadel, Harry decided to take a nap. Kunu decided to also take a nap with him, so Harry went out to his massive pocket dimension, turned into his dragon god form, and took a nap with Kunu sleeping on top of his head. They spent quite a bit of time sleeping like that, and eventually, hours passed by. However, at some point later Harry felt someone poking him on the chin, so he opened his eyes and saw Shepard in front of him wearing his armor. Harry raised an eyebrow. Shepard? What's up? Shepard grinned. We arrived at our next mission objective, so I came to get you. You coming? Harry blinked but then smiled. Sure, give me a few minutes. Shepard nodded and then left Harry's pocket dimension to wait for him by the Mako. Harry telekinetically lifted Kunu off his head and then turned back into his human form. He then woke up Kunu and asked her if she wanted to go on the next mission. Kunu stretched and shook herself awake and then nodded. Since she felt like exercising a bit, she thought a mission was perfect for that. With that decided, both Harry and Kunu went to the workshop, picked some stuff, and then went to go meet with the others. Once they met everyone, apparently, they had gone to the Sparta system and were investigating the planet Idolis. Harry was a bit excited about seeing another planet, and so was Kunu. For this mission, Shepard took Rex and Lyra, and all three boarded the Mako and got ready, while Harry and Kunu would land on the planet on their own. Soon, the Normandy dropped the Mako on the planet, while both Kunu and Harry flew down beside the Mako. The all-terrain vehicle landed on the ground while Harry and Kunu landed on top of the Mako. Harry looked around and frowned. Another dead planet, looks like it's a desert-filled one too. Kunu nodded. Yeah, and there's low visibility around here because of the wind and sand, plus there's a lot of meteors falling into the planet from space. Shepard suddenly spoke to Harry and Kunu via communications. We're investigating a distress signal, guys, so keep an eye on everything you two. Both Harry and Kunu responded with an okay. The Mako then took off towards where the distress signal was detected. Kunu however giggled as Shepard's driving reminded her of a roller coaster. Woo. Harry chuckled at his girlfriend. He was glad she was having fun. Hopefully, this time Shepard won't flip the Mako while driving. Shepard suddenly stopped in front of some sort of white stone formation and got out of the Mako to investigate. Hey? That's a lithium deposit. Harry jumped down and walked towards the lithium deposit. What this? Shepard smiled. It's a mineral deposit. I wish we could take it with us, but all I can do is survey it. Harry raised an eyebrow. I can take it with us. Harry then put the whole lithium deposit into his inventory and smiled at Shepard. Just let me have some of it for research and stuff. Shepard nodded. Sure, that seems fair, thank you, Harry. Harry nodded. No problem, now let's get going. Shepard nodded. Both Harry and him then got back on the Mako and Shepard took off once again. They drove for a while and eventually found a crashed probe. Shepard got out of the Mako and quickly salvaged it. He found some good equipment, so he took it back with him and quickly got back into the Mako and drove off again. Kunu smiled. This is kind of fun. Like we're explorers searching for mysteries and adventure. Harry nodded. Yeah, it's kinda exciting, you never know what we'll find out here. Eventually, the group arrived at their next location. To their surprise, the group found a mummified Solarian on the ground. Shepard and the group immediately got off the Mako to investigate. Shepard stood in front of the mummified Solarian and began to investigate. Rex shook his head. Poor bastard, he must have gotten stranded here for a very long time. Lyra looked around. Not exactly, this planet's weather and conditions might have facilitated the body's mummification. Shepard searched the body and found the Solarian ID tag. Him. Captain Milan, just how did he end up here? It was a good question, one they might never find an answer to. Harry offered to take the body, but Shepard said not to. They will make a report and the Solarian Council will recover the body later. Harry understood that he didn't want to get in the way of Solarians who more than likely would like to investigate. Harry nodded and then everyone went back to the Mako to continue their search for the distress signal. It took some time but eventually, they arrived at the location where the distress signal was coming from, but as soon as they got close, an enormous worm-like creature suddenly came out from the sand and loudly roared. Harry and Kunu widened their eyes in surprise. They had seen a lot of things in their life, but this thing was something else. Rex suddenly yelled, Thresher Maw. The Thresher Maw suddenly shot a green blast of energy toward the Mako. Shepard suddenly made a sharp turn, while Kunu and Harry jumped off the Mako and flew into the sky. The green energy blast exploded on the ground on impact, but Shepard was able to barely get the Mako out of the way. Rex began to shoot the Mako's cannon at the Thresher Maw, while Lyra shot at him with the side weapons. Harry and Kunu stared at the giant creature. It certainly looked unique and seemed quite dangerous. Kunu suddenly spoke. We're going to have to make an announcement to the guilds about this creature. If they start appearing in the natural dungeon and catch a party by surprise, they would definitely get wiped out. Harry nodded. Yeah, we'll have to inform the scout ninjas from Konoha and Suna too. This thing looks like an annoyance and if it spawns in the natural dungeon, it will be even more powerful. Harry then watched the Thresher Maw dived into the sand and disappeared below. He then watched the creatures burst out from below the Mako and sent it flying through the air. Both Harry and Kunu's sweat dropped as they heard Rex and Shepard let out an impressive string of swear curses and Lyra screaming her lungs out. Harry quickly pulled the Mako up with his telekinesis and then gently put it back in the ground. Meanwhile, Kunu took off flying and then summoned her Keyblade into her hand. She soon arrived at the side of the Thresher Maw and then struck it hard in the side of its face with her Keyblade. The creature roared in pain as its head whipped to the side from the force behind Kunu's strike. Kunu, not wasting any time, began to spin her Keyblade in her hand as orbs of light began to shoot off at high speed towards the Thresher Maw. The creature was then barraged by the high-level light spell from Kunu and roared in pain. Harry suddenly appeared in front of it, and reared his arms back. He then swung his arms down and cross-slashed the Thresher Maw with both Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Both Keyblade released a pair of slashes of dark and light energy in a cross and sent the Thresher Maw flying back as soon as they crashed into it. While the Thresher Maw flew through the air squirming and roaring, Kunu then raised her Keyblade towards the Thresher Maw and began to chant, O Divine Spear, run my enemy through. Holy Lance. Kunu's body exploded with holy light as she cast her spell. Suddenly massive spears of light materialized on top of the Thresher Maw. The spear of light suddenly shot downwards fast and stabbed themselves into the creature's body. The Thresher Maw roared once again in pain, but then the spears of light exploded and finally killed the creature. Harry then quickly flew down towards the Mako. Kunu followed him soon after and together they went to check on everyone. As soon as he arrived, Harry quickly opened the door of the Mako and looked inside. Guys, are you okay? Shepard groaned and nodded. Yet, but let's not do that again, ever. Rex chuckled. I don't know, it was kind of fun. Lyra groaned and shook her head. Speak for yourself, that was terrifying to me. Harry chuckled and smiled. He was very happy that everyone seemed fine, dizzy but fine. He turned his head towards Kunu and both gave each other a smile. Soon after, everyone recovered and went to check where the distress signal came from. It took a bit to go back, because the Thresher Maw had sent the Mako flying a fair distance away, but they soon arrived. To their surprise, they found a group of dead Alliance soldiers. Shepard of course frowned and looked around, while Rex shook his head. Alliance soldiers, looks like they were lured here by the distress beacon. Shepard nodded. Yet, let's look around and deactivate the beacon. We don't want more people to die here, coming to investigate it. Everyone nodded and began to look around and investigate for a bit. Then Shepard reported their findings and the location of the bodies so the proper authorities can come and pick them up and do their own investigation. It was a sad affair, but it was something that had to be done. Afterwards, everyone got back in the Mako and went to the pickup zone to go back to the Normandy. There were still other things to do. After that, Shepard went to the galaxy map and began to see which place they should go to next. He also received some other missions from Hackett and some woman from the Citadel, but he'll see about doing those later. Right now he needed to get a couple of other things done first. He chose to go to the Macedon system, and after surveying the system and getting a few resources as he investigated a bit, after a while he decided to drop on the Sharjila planet. He didn't change his squad since they were already ready, and so, Rex, Lyra, Harry, and Kunu joined Shepard on this next mission. The Normandy dropped the Mako onto Sharjila and then it took off towards a few things that were of interest on the radar. They quickly found a magnesium deposit, and Harry quickly put it on his inventory. He quickly looked around the planet and sighed. Looks like this planet is also rock cliffs and hills, not much life here either, another rock planet. Shepard nodded. Yeah, I heard this is very common, not many planets have life on them, much less plant life, most are just rock planets, but you never know, we might lucky sometimes. Harry nodded and then both Shepard and he got back on the Mako and took off to the next place to investigate. After a very bumpy ride because of the Mako, they found a crashed probe. Shepard quickly got it open and they found some useful equipment in there. He took it and then went back to the Mako, and drove off once again to check the next place. As they got close to the next area, they were suddenly shot at by a sniper shot. Luckily Harry reacted quickly enough and blocked the attack with Oblivion, but suddenly they were attacked by a bunch of people. Shepard narrowed his eyes. Great, pirates, everyone. Battle positions. Rex and Lyra immediately went to the cannon and gun, while both Kunu and Harry continued to deflect shots coming towards the Mako. There were quite a few snipers around, but thanks to Harry and Kunu, Shepard didn't have to worry about them and drove around to give Lyra and Rex a clear shot. It only took a few minutes to kill off the pirates, and this was when they finally noticed a building. Curious about it, they got off the Mako and went to investigate the building. Harry quickly opened the door to the building with one of his keyblades and the group went inside. Harry immediately stopped everyone by the entrance. I can sense a big group of people in this building, we should be careful, they might be more pirates. Shepard nodded. How many? Harry hummed a bit. Around 15, maybe more deeper inside. Shepard nodded. All right, let's move in and take them out quick. Everyone nodded and moved towards the door to the next room. As soon as they opened it and walked inside, they were attacked by pirates. Though Shepard quickly went on the offensive with his pistol, the pirates stood no chance against the pinpoint accuracy of the commander, and any that got in Shepard's sights was shot down. Lyra assisted by using biotics to send pirates floating up, where Rex shot them with his shotgun. Harry and Kunu blurred outside and took care of any stragglers or any pirates that tried to go around and flank their friends. They quickly cleared the room working together like this and moved to the second floor to look for more enemies. When they checked the second floor and then declare it cleared, everyone relaxed. Shepard sighed. This might have been a pirate base. Rex nodded. Definitely, but then that means there has to be a storage room full of loot we can use. Shepard nodded. Might as well grab it and put it to good use. Everyone then look around, and as Rex had said, they found a storage room. The group quickly searched it and made off with a few useful things and stuff Harry and the girls can research for making better stuff later. However, Lyra checked a console nearby and frowned when she saw the information found in it. Commander, you should see this. Shepard turned his head towards Lyra and walked over to her. He then took a look. Turns out, they found evidence that there was an emissary leading these pirates who also worked as a slaverer. and she's also the sister of Nussin Adantius. Shepard frowned. This could get messy. Now I know why was asked by Nussin Adantius to come to see her at the Citadel. Harry walked over and raised an eyebrow. When did that happen? Shepard sighed. It was when I was checking the mission requests. We had quite a few from Hackett, but among them was also a request from Ambassador Nussina to see her. Harry nodded. He knew that Shepard was receiving mission requests and that he chose which ones to do depending on the time and place. What are you going to do? Shepard shook his head. We'll deal with that later. For now, we still have one more place to investigate on this planet. The group nodded and then went back outside, to continue with this survey mission on this desolate planet. Once outside, the group quickly got back on the Mako and Shepard, and took off driving towards the next area to investigate the last area of interest on this planet. After quite a long and very bumpy ride, they found a thorium deposit. Shepard scanned it and Harry then put it on his inventory. After that they went back in the Mako and drove off. Not too far from the thorium deposit they found a case on the ground and Shepard wasted no time recovering the stuff inside. New weapons and stuff were always welcome after all. Close by they also found an Asari capsule and Shepard immediately opened it as well. They found matriarch writings as well. They don't know what they were doing on this planet. But it seems an Asari matriarch might have been living here a long time ago, since they found a tent and matriarch Dillanaga's writings. Very interesting stuff, but with no other clues. They couldn't investigate further, so they boarded the Mako and then told Joker to pick them up. It didn't take long for the Normandy to do so. Once inside the Normandy, Harry approached Shepard with an idea. Hey Shepard, I think you should leave these planetary investigations to Kuno, Valerie, and Elifay. Now that we've done it a couple of times, we know what to expect and the things we might find. The girls can teleport easily to the locations needed to be investigated, and you can focus on missions and other stuff. Shepard hummed for a bit while pondering what Harry just told him. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. It will give me the time to worry about other stuff. Okay, we'll do this the way you suggested. I'll send all the information needed to do this to the girls and they'll be in charge of the survey missions and whatnot. Harry nodded. Shepard then turned around to the galaxy map and frowned. With that taken care of, we might as well begin doing some of those missions sent to us by Hackett, starting with the drugged civilians one. Shepard then turned his head towards Harry. Can one of the girls still assist us while the other two work on surveying and exploring planets? Harry nodded. Not a problem, two of them can easily do this task. Shepard smiled and immediately ordered Joker to take them to the coordinates sent to him by Hackett for this mission. The Normandy dropped them off at the location, while Elifay and Valerie took care of going around the planet to investigate. Shepard, Rex, Lyra, Kunu, and Harry went to get Hackett's mission done. As soon as they were dropped off, Shepard and the group made their way inside the building close by. Shepard stopped everyone. All right, everyone. We have to take down the terrorists, but remember to check your targets. There will be adult civilians inside thanks to the drug, and they might wander right into the middle of a firefight. Rex frowned. That's going to complicate things. Lyra nodded. Yes, this can also be risky to us as well. If we get too distracted, we might also get shot. Kunu crossed her arms and hummed. I think we can take care of this entire situation easily if you guys are willing to play dirty. Shepard raised an eyebrow. Well, if it saves lives and makes this mission even less risky for us, then I don't care how it's done. Kunu grinned and then nodded. Then Harry and I can put everyone to sleep in the building. We can kill the terrorists while they sleep and don't have to worry about the civilians that way. Shepard stared at Kunu. Lyra gaped at her. Meanwhile, Rex grinned and then chuckled. You're one scary girl, Kunu. Remind me never to make you angry. Kunu smiled at Rex, while Harry looked up at the ceiling while thinking it's not a bad idea. How about it, Shepard? Want to give it a try? Shepard snapped out of his stunned state and turned his head towards Harry. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. I'm all up for it. Harry nodded. He quickly raised a ward around the squad so they wouldn't get affected by the sleep spell, and then Kunu and Harry immediately cast a massive wide area sleep spell on the entire building. Shepard stared as some sort of wavy energy moved through the air and expanded outwards. A few seconds later Harry took down his protective wards around the squad and nodded at Shepard. All right, everyone is asleep now. Shepard nodded. With that done, the squad moved inside. As Harry said, everyone in the building was fast asleep, and this allowed Shepard and Rex to kill the terrorists with ease. Lyra didn't take part in this, since she felt it was a bit harsh for her, but instead moved around and checked on the condition of the civilians and made sure they were okay. Kunu and Harry helped take care of the terrorists. Luckily there wasn't a lot, so everything was done fast. Soon after, Harry cured the civilians out of their drug-induced state too. With this particular mission done, Shepard made his report and then everyone went back to the Normandy to move on to the next mission. Harry and Shepard got together in front of the galaxy map when they received a message that Joker patched in right away. I didn't think it could be done, Commander. You and your crew managed to secure the base and neutralize the biotics without a single civilian casualty. Shepard nodded. Just doing my job, Admiral. I couldn't let innocent lives be lost, plus I had good help and very creative teammates. Hackett responded right away. I wish every soldier had your definition of just doing your job. You're a credit to the uniform, Shepard. We're in your debt. 5th Fleet out. Shepard sighed. It was a good thing Kunu came up with that plan, Harry. That whole mission could have turned into a mess if a firefight broke out, with civilians roaming around. Harry smiled. That's what we're here for, Shepard. We're happy to help. Oh. Valerie and L.E. Faye found a few things during their survey on that planet. They should send you a list and report soon. Shepard nodded again. You and the girls are always making things easier for us, thanks. Harry nodded. Don't mention it. Now choose what to do next. Shepard nodded and turned around towards the galaxy map and began to see what mission to do next. The next mission took them aboard the MSV Ontario, a human-made vessel. Apparently, biotic terrorists took it over and took hostages, so Shepard had received the mission to take care of them. And so the group boarded the ship. Shepard brought the same squad he had so far, and together they immediately went on the attack. These biotic terrorists had hostages, but Shepard decided to leave the sleep spell tactic for a last resort kind of thing, thus the group immediately moved inside the vessel and got to work. Harry and Kunu flashed around and killed any far-off biotics, while Shepard, Rex, and Lyra moved forward to take care of the rest. They had to move quickly and bring them down because of the hostages. Harry and Kunu decided to take care of the hostages just in case, and as soon as Harry caught sight of them, he snapped his fingers and covered them in barriers. The barriers, as soon as they surrounded the hostages, pushed away the biotic terrorist from them, while the group immediately moved to take them down. Everything went so fast that the biotic terrorists didn't even have time to react. They were either shot to death by Shepard or Rex or blasted into a wall by Lyra. Harry and the Kunu moved forward and then stopped in front of a door. Shepard noticed this and walked up to him. What's wrong? Harry frowned. There are 3 people in here, one on the floor and absolutely terrified, the other 2 are odd though, one is sad and disappointed, while the other person is full of anger. Shepard frowned and then stared at the door. Great, now, what could be waiting for us on the other side of this door? Chapter 152. Shepard and the group pondered what Harry told them just now. It seems like there are 3 people on the other side of the door, more than likely one of them might be a hostage while the other 2 were biotic terrorists. This was a very delicate situation, but Harry knew that Shepard could handle it, though he was also ready to intervene at any time, just in case something went sideways. So with that in mind, everyone walked forward and the door opened for them. Inside, as Harry had told them, were 3 people. One is a man and he was on the floor on his knees, while another man is behind him and holding a gun to the back of his head. The third person in the room is a woman, and she's standing to the side and just watching everything happening. The biotic leader suddenly spoke. See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So what about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish this charade? The biotic leader then glared at the chairman, who was the man in front of him on his knees. Of course, the chairman was very scared right now. Please. I was trying to help you people. Shepard immediately began to try to calm down the biotic leader and distract him. Let's not do anything we're all going to regret. The biotic leader just stared at Shepard. Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for. Harry narrowed his eyes and frowned, but decided to listen and pay attention in order to learn more about the situation. The chairman however spoke up. But I've changed my mind. Seeing why you all, it's clear that you all deserve. The biotic leader scowled at the chairman and spoke up. You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from the side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations. Shepard looked down. This situation is a difficult one. On one hand, the biotics had every right to be angry, but he couldn't let them kill the chairman. Nothing would get done if they kill him, so Shepard decided to try and stop this from escalating even more. Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you. Chairman Burns immediately spoke up. Yes. If you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request. The biotic leader, however, wasn't convinced about all of this. What? We're supposed to trust you. Harry then spoke up. What if I can ensure the chairman does what he promises? The biotic leader turned his head towards Harry. How? How can you make sure he stays true to his word? Harry smiled. I'll put a curse on him. If he doesn't do what he promises, he'll suffer a horrible and painful death. The biotic leader raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what to think about this man, saying he'll use a curse, but if there was one thing he knew, is that he can't trust anyone in this situation. Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us. Shepard shook his head. I'm not promising to let you go, all we're saying is that we can make sure Burns will take another look, right Burns? Chairman Burns nodded. Absolutely, I had no idea the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I had known, the reparations will come, for whatever is worth, I promise that. The biotic leader stared at the chairman in silence for a while, but then he sighed and moved his gun away from the chairman's head. You're right, I don't want to die, maybe something will happen this time, we surrender. Chairman Burns stood up and sighed in relief. He then spoke to Shepard. Thank you, Commander, I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened, I didn't know they were so desperate. Shepard shook his head and sighed. Then you weren't doing your job, a 5th Fleet cruiser will pick you up and the prisoners. Chairman Burns looked down in shame, while Shepard turned around and left. With this situation peacefully resolved, Harry decided to resurrect all the dead biotic terrorists. They might have broken the law, but that was because they were desperate. Sure, they'll be arrested and whatnot, but at the very least they would be alive. The biotics had no idea what had happened and were very confused about being brought back to life, but after the biotic leader told them what had happened, they all willingly surrendered and let themselves get arrested. However, before anyone could ask questions, Shepard and the group left, though Harry decided to try and find a solution to this L2 implants situation soon, not just for Kaiden, but for the rest of those affected. Back on the Normandy, everyone went to have something to eat. Everyone was hungry after everything the group had done today. It has certainly been a busy day for the Normandy and Shepard's squad. The commander, however, before he could join everyone for lunch, suddenly got a message and he stopped to listen to it. It seems Hackett wanted to thank Shepard. Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully. Your assistance above and beyond formal duties has been noted, Commander. 5th Fleet out. Shepard sighed and then walked away from the galaxy map. Despite being told he did a good job, he quite didn't care about it right now. At this moment he was tired and hungry and wanted to rest for a bit. And so Shepard quickly left to join everyone to have some well-earned lunch. After lunch and resting a bit, Shepard went back to the galaxy map. Now that he didn't need to worry about planetary surveys and exploration, thanks to the girls, he can now focus on doing battle missions. Next, he decided to go to the Voyager cluster, though he received even more missions from Hackett and the 5th Fleet, though, seems like he was going to be very busy for a while. Once in the Voyager cluster, he decided to go straight to Hbinium, a crimson-red planet. As usual, the Mako was dropped on the planet, with Kunu and Harry flying beside it. Shepard brought Kaiden and Ashley with him this time, and as soon as the Mako landed on the planet, Harry and Kunu landed on the Mako and looked around. Harry smiled as he saw the red planet. Wow, this planet looks kinda cool with all of this red everywhere. Kunu nodded. It looks very pretty, blood red. You think Mars looks like this? Harry hummed as the Mako took off. No, I don't think so, not this red anyways, but I think it's because of the red sun in this system. Kunu looked up and stared at the sun, not directly but enough to notice that indeed the sun was red. Hey? That's interesting, I didn't know there were suns with different colors. Harry smiled. I heard there are even blue and white ones, though I'm not sure if it's true or not. I'm not much for outer space science. Kunu smiled and nodded. Both Kitsune and Dragon God enjoyed the ride while Shepard continued to drive the Mako like a maniac. More than once they had to stop the Mako from doing flips and crashing into something. Eventually, they made it to the location they were getting a signal from. Harry didn't know what they were doing there, but it must be important if Shepard decided to come here. They arrived at a mineshaft and everyone got off the Mako and walked towards the entrance of the mineshaft. Ashley hummed and nodded. That's the source of the signal, Commander. Shepard frowned. This looks very suspicious. Kaiden then spoke up. I agree, the probe didn't crash, it was moved here. Harry decided to ask what was going on. What exactly are we doing here, guys? Shepard decided to explain. We're supposed to recover a crashed probe that happens to be a nuke, but as you can see, something else is going on here. Harry raised an eyebrow. A nuke? Shepard nodded. Yeah, it was deployed during the First Contact War. It suddenly let out a mission complete signal, which confused the 5th Fleet quite a bit. So I was sent to investigate and recover the thing discreetly. If the Council find out that we had nukes floating around, the Alliance would lose face in the Citadel. Harry nodded in understanding. I see, and now we find out that something else is going on here, you know? I'm starting to think that your luck on missions is worse than my friend Naruto's, Shepard, and that's saying a lot. Shepard sighed, this Naruto guy must really have some awful luck in missions if Harry says that he has it worse than him. The commander nodded to himself and decided to get things started. All right, there's a nuke down there and we don't know what's waiting for us. So check your corners and be ready for anything, I'd rather not get caught by surprise. Everyone nodded and quickly got ready. Together they walked to the entrance of the mine shaft to investigate this weird situation they found themselves in. Once inside they walked through a long tunnel until they stopped in front of a big circular door. Shepard quickly opened and found a chamber. There was a lot of water on the floor, which caught Harry's attention. Water. Shepard nodded. They must have found water underground or even ice, all the machinery and such must have melted it. Harry nodded. The group then ignored the water and continued onwards into the mine shaft. After a door and another tunnel, they found themselves in another chamber. This one also had water on the ground. This chamber was big, but everything was very quiet, which only served for everyone to grow tense, but they ignored all of that and continued to walk through the chamber, until they found yet another door. Shepard immediately opened it as soon as the group reached it, and after yet again another tunnel and a door they found another chamber. Harry frowned and looked around. Guys, we're pretty deep in this mine shaft. And it's empty. If the nuke was moved here, then where's everyone? I doubt anyone would just abandon or leave a nuke alone, so that leaves one more option. Shepard widened his eyes when he realized what Harry was getting at. Shit. Someone set us up. Run BA. But it was too late, and a loud crashing sound suddenly echoed throughout the chamber. Kaiden frowned. That was the detonator. Harry is right, someone set us up. Suddenly, a hologram projection materialized inside the chamber and spoke up. Shepard, at last. Shepard, however, just raised an eyebrow at the hologram projection. Have we met? The hologram immediately answered Shepard's question. My name is Elenos Haliot, I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clans, Shepard? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe. Shepard just frowned at the sudden and not wanted speech. You assume I give a damn, that's cute. Kunu giggled while Harry just smiled in amusement. Elenos, however, seemed to ignore what Shepard just said. The strongest leads, the one who kills the most men, sees the most ships, pillages the most colonies. 3 years ago, I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out to the verge. But Shepard didn't seem impressed. In fact, he seemed rather bored. You organized the attack in Elysium. Too bad we kicked your ass back into Terminus. Hey. Elenos now seemed annoyed. I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. I was ruined when your kind held against the Blitz. What better way to recover my reputation than by eliminating the first human spectre? Shepard just sighed and shook his head. My crew will come for me. Elenos just smiled. Let them, we'll be ready. An Alliance warship would make for a fine prize. Oh, and if you hadn't noticed, the ores here are laced with heavy metals. I'm afraid your suit radios aren't powerful enough to transmit out. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. The dragon god nodded and opened a dark corridor beside everyone. Ashley, Kaiden, and Kunu immediately walked through. Shepard walked towards the dark corridor and stopped right in front of it. He then turned his head towards Elenos and grinned. You'll see me again soon, Haliot, count on it. Elenos, however, was too busy gaping at what he just saw, so he couldn't respond. Not like Shepard cared. He just walked through the dark corridor and disappeared. Harry just chuckled and walked through it after Shepard. The dark corridor closed itself soon after, leaving Elenos's hologram just staring in disbelief and confusion, the spot the dark corridor disappeared on. Outside the mine shaft, the dark corridor sprouted from the ground right beside the Mako. Everyone stepped out and watched the dark corridor dissipate. Harry, however, sensed something nearby him. Looks like we have some visitors. Shepard frowned. They must have arrived after we went inside the mine shaft. How many? Harry hummed for a second. At last 20 people. We faced bigger numbers. Elenos sure is one cocky asshole. Hey. Shepard nodded. He is if he thinks that's enough to take us down. The group nodded, but immediately got ready and took off running toward where Harry pointed the enemies to be. It really was a one-sided massacre though. The mercenaries and pirates fought hard, but it just wasn't enough. Harry and Kunu killed most of them with 2 Farraga spells, while Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden shot and killed any stragglers. Eventually, Shepard saw Elenos trying to run away, but he quickly took aim and shot him right in the back of the head. Elenos dropped dead and Shepard sighed in annoyance. That was a complete and total waste of my time. Everyone nodded in agreement with Shepard. Elenos certainly went through a lot of effort to draw Shepard to this planet, but what he didn't account for, is Harry being there to help. With him around, Shepard and the squad were never in any danger. In any case, with this done, Shepard called the Normandy and then told Joker to come pick them up. After some time passed by, Shepard went back to the galaxy map and decided to go take care of the next mission. This time he chose to go to another system, and from there he had the Normandy go to the MSV Worthington, a Kowloon-class modular conveyor. It was time to investigate this ship and find out what was going on with it. The Normandy quickly approached the MSV Worthington and helped Shepard, who brought Rex, Gurus, Harry, and Kunu with him to board it this time. Once inside, it was obvious that something is going on in this ship. Rex grunted empty. Gurus nodded, everything's shut down, only basic life support is running. Shepard nodded, we'll have to investigate, but keep an eye open for any surprises, all of this just looks very suspicious. Everyone nodded, and then they all began to walk around to investigate the ship. They checked every door and room, and eventually, they made it to a big room. Here Kunu's ears suddenly twitched. Hey, we're not alone here guys, I can hear something or someone moving. Everyone immediately got ready and drew their weapons. They cautiously began to walk through the room, when suddenly, a power containment cell exploded at their side. Luckily for everyone, Harry was the closest and he didn't receive any damage. In fact, he just raised an eyebrow and blinked at how odd that was. Rex, however, knew this was really something odd, that was no accident, the whole place must be a trap. Shepard sighed, great, right into another trap, what's with our luck today? No one said anything, though everyone had an amused smile on their faces, as they continued with their investigation. Harry, however, quickly waved his hand and covered every power containment cell with a barrier just in case. Something Shepard, Gurus, and Rex were very thankful for. Some time later they reached a door on the other side of the room. Shepard quickly opened it and found a hallway that split into 3 other hallways. Each hallway led to a door and a room. Shepard then decided to check each room one at a time. Deciding to get into the right room first, he and the group quickly went inside and checked around. Inside the room, they found a console, and on it was a recording. Curious about it, Shepard began to play it. They say Jacob's gone, they say his brain isn't functioning anymore and they shut off his machines, but Jacob's the only thing is the world that matters to me. I don't know how to help him and it's tearing me up inside. I just feel so helpless, so damn angry. Dr. Smith gave me some meds to calm down, but I didn't take them, not until I figure out a way to help Jacob. I won't give up on him, I won't. The whole recording confused Shepard and the squad, not even Harry knew what to make of it. Other than that, they also found a weapons locker, which Harry opened with Oathkeeper. After taking everything inside, they then decided to check the room next to the one they were in a few moments ago. They found a cockpit computer, and in it, they found another recording. Shepard immediately played it, hoping to find more clues. Jacob is showing no signs of brain activity, there's nothing more we can do for him, he wouldn't want to be kept alive by machines, we're going to disconnect the life support. Dr. Smith is worried about Julia's reaction, though, she can't seem to let Jacob go. The stress is making her implants flare up, causing intense migraines. It'll be probably easier for everyone if we don't tell her until after we shut the life support down. Give her a chance, Julia. What are you doing here? Why are you arg? Rex grumbled and closed his eyes. Well, that was ominous. Gurus sighed. Wow, was that sarcasm, Rex? I couldn't tell. Kunu giggled at their byplay, while Shepard just shook his head. I have a bad feeling about all of this. Harry nodded. Yeah, no doubt this Julia woman caused all of this, but if so, where is everyone? There's no bodies, no blood, there's nothing in this ship. Shepard nodded. I don't know, but let's see if we can find out. Everyone nodded and then left the room. There was one more room to check, so they all quickly went to it. Inside they found out that it was some sort of medical bay. They also found another weapon locker, which they looted right away. Shepard then noticed a computer nearby and he walked up to it. Once again he found a recording, and he decided to play it right away. Jacob's not going to make it. His brain was deprived of oxygen for too long. There's nothing any of us can do for him now except let him die with dignity. It's what he would want. I'm more worried about Julia now. She's showing signs of severe depression. I gave her some meds that should help, but I better warn the captain. Shepard sighed. All they got about all of this is that Julia snapped because Jacob was going to be cut off from life support. It was something the crew of this ship decided to do with the best intentions, but it seems like Julia didn't want to understand. Shepard turned his head towards the squad. He then looked to the side and noticed who they believed to be Jacob in a bed nearby. What a mess. Everyone nodded in agreement and then walked up to the bed where Jacob is resting. Rex suddenly spoke up. Looks like the machines are still keeping him alive. Gurus looked around. Looks like Julia was able to make sure Jacob stays alive, but there's no brain activity, he's dead, and this body is nothing but an empty shell. Shepard nodded, he then turned his head towards Harry. What do you think? Harry shook his head. His soul is gone, it has moved on, plus it's been a long time since it left his body, I shouldn't bring him back. Shepard nodded in understanding, he then decided on what to do. No point in leaving him there like a vegetable. Gurus then spoke for everyone. Your call, Shepard, but maybe we should wait until we know more about what's going on before we do anything. Shepard was about to say something, but everyone was suddenly attacked by a biotic push. However, Harry had kept an eye on any energy signature, since he heard about Julia. He knew she was alive and nearby, so the moment she rushed through the door and used a biotic push hoping to catch everyone by surprise, Harry was ready. He quickly raised a hand and caught the biotic attack with his bare hand. He then gathered all the energy and coalesced it into an orb which he then crushed with his hand, but Julia immediately began to shoot at everyone with her weapon. Kunu quickly summoned her keyblade and slapped away the shots from everyone. Shepard, seeing Julia busy, raised a hand and shot forward a biotic lift. Julia was caught off guard and sent flying up and against the ceiling. Both Gurus and Rex then shot back at her, until her shields broke. With no shields to protect her, it only took a couple of shots to the chest to end her life. Her body soon fell to the ground after Shepard dropped his biotic lift. They felt bad for her, sure, but she is a murderer now and she certainly had every intention of killing them, so even though they understood her situation, they couldn't just let her do as she pleased. Harry turned his head towards Jacob and sighed. He walked up to the life support machine and turned it off. Jacob's vitals immediately flatlined, and his body was finally allowed to pass on. Gurus sighed. It wasn't easy, but that was the right thing to do. Harry nodded, he then lifted Julia's body off the ground with telekinesis and laid her beside Jacob's body, at least so she can be together with Jacob for now. With that done, Shepard then decided it was time for everyone to get out of there, and so the group walked back to the Normandy. He needed to give his report of what happened so the Alliance can come and get the ship. Everyone decided to rest for a bit, so Shepard began to make his reports to both the Council and the Fifth Fleet. After he finished, he went to the galaxy map to choose what to take care of next. Shepard got a new mission message, but put it aside for later, he'll take care of it whenever he gets time. So Shepard and the group began to take care of their mission objectives, which had nothing to do with Saren, so they decided to focus on that later. First, they investigated and cleared out 4 Geth outposts on 4 different planets. For this one, he asked Harry and the girls to take care of the situation, and so each one teleported to each planet and easily cleared out the Geth bases. Meanwhile, Shepard took over the survey and exploration. While Harry and the girls finished this particular mission, they ended up finding more resources and a few other interesting things. Soon after, Harry along with the girls came back from the Armstrong Nebula, and reported to Shepard. They told him how each outpost was filled with Geth and even how the surrounding area was littered with Geth. Of course, it wasn't much of a problem for Harry and the girls, since they just blasted everything to pieces quickly. Shepard immediately sent the report and Admiral Hackett, who was plenty thankful for the quick action of the Normandy crew. They next dealt with a mission that had to do with Shepard's past, which took them to a planet to investigate a few scientists. What they found were mercenaries trying to kill the scientists and an unexpected survivor of what had happened in Akos. An incident that up until today, Shepard was thought to be the only survivor of. This is where Harry and the rest of the squad learned about Cerberus, an organization that Harry was becoming wary of, and that's never a good thing. No one should ever want to get the attention of a dragon god. Too bad Cerberus wasn't aware of this fact and will learn to regret it later. In the end, they were able to convince the survivor of the incident in Akos to not succumb to revenge, and the scientists who they found out were the cause of the incident itself were taken into the custody of the Fifth Fleet. Admiral Hackett vowed to make sure Shepard and the survivor get the justice they deserve. The survivor was also going to receive help for the trauma of being a victim of constant experimentation and the kidnapping he received. After those 2 missions, Shepard and the crew on the Normandy called it a day and went to sleep. Rest or eat, they had worked hard this day and now they earned their rest. Though Harry first had to check on everything he was preparing for everyone, he had left the armor he bought for the alien members of the crew with Le Fay so she can study them. So now he wanted to work on them and see what she has found out. He wanted to have them finished before they go on their next big mission, their quest to find and kill Saren. The next day, or rather after 8 hours of rest, the squad started their day by going on a mission in the Sol system, which to Harry was the solar system, and went to Earth's moon. Apparently, a 6 went out of control in an Alliance training facility, according to Admiral Hackett. The Six had already caused the death of multiple Alliance Marines, so this became a very urgent issue. So Shepard asked Harry if he could send a Digimon to deal with it quickly. Harry agreed, because lives were at stake, so he sent Beelzemon inside the digital plane of the Six. The virus-type Demon Lord Digimon quickly destroyed the simple and weak Six and solved the issues. Once against Admiral Hackett was very happy that the Normandy was able to fix the issue quickly and with none of the equipment damaged. Next, they receive a warning that an asteroid was heading to Terra Nova, a planet colonized by humans. Harry just blasted it away with a key blast after he scanned the asteroid for human life and then teleport them to Terra Nova to keep them safe. Harry's key blast was so strong, it completely destroyed the asteroid. However, there was something very odd about the asteroid. It seems it was being propelled by 4 engine thrusters. No one knew why though, and with the asteroid destroyed, they couldn't investigate. But Shepard felt, there was no need to risk the situation and was the one that decided, that Harry should destroy it when he suggested the idea to do so. Thankfully Harry saved human lives and the Fifth Fleet would be questioning them about the situation later on. For now, all they were able to find out, was the whole incident was planned out by Batarian extremists, though didn't know why. Though they were all hopeful that they would eventually find out what happened in that asteroid later, Harry couldn't help but think they just avoided a long and tedious situation. A couple of hours later, with those mission objectives done with, Shepard decided it was time to go back to the Citadel. They still needed to speak with the Asari ambassador, who they found out was a sister of a slave trader a while ago. Shepard wanted answers on that situation. The Normandy took off and didn't take long to arrive on the Citadel. Shepard sighed and walked away from the galaxy map and decided to go speak with Harry. After that whole asteroid thing and the long report he received to read, he had been too busy to keep track of the squad, especially Harry. The commander was very thankful to the Dragon God since it was thanks to him that the last few missions objectives were solved, fast, clean, and safely. So he wanted to check how he was doing right now, especially since he immediately went to his pocket dimension and workshop to work on some things. Now that they were heading to the Citadel, Shepard was wondering if Harry would like to come with him and check out the Asari ambassador and see what she had to do with her sister the slave trader. He arrived quickly enough at Harry's workshop and found him and the girls working on different kinds of armor. They were all engraving rune clusters all over them. Harry sighed and then stopped engraving runes on the Krogan armor in front of him. That should do it. Shepard walked up to Harry. Wow, you just bought those armor, and you're already upgrading them. Harry turned his head towards Shepard and smiled. Well, they're very different in design to human armor, but with the exception of the Quarian armor, the rest are easy to enchant with the same enchantments we're giving yours. Shepard nodded, but then got curious about something Harry said. You're having difficulties with the Quarian armor. Harry sighed and nodded. He then walked over to where Le Fay was working on armor. When Shepard got close he noticed it was Aquarian armor. Le Fay stopped what she was doing and smiled at both Shepard and Harry. Hey Harry, what's up? Harry smiled back at Le Fay and pointed at the Quarian armor. Hey Le Fay, sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to explain to Shepard the issues we've been having. Le Fay nodded and stood up. She then stretched and sighed. All right, well the biggest issue we have, is that the Quarian armor has a lot of functions we don't know about. It even has some sort of straw in the mask and we have no idea why. Harry nodded, with a frown. Yet, plus this armor is built like a hazmat suit. It doesn't offer much in terms of defense, but it's very good at protecting from environmental damage. The question is, why? I wanted to ask Taylai about it, but she's busy right now in the engine room, so I'll have to wait a bit to get answers. Meanwhile, we'll just add some protective enchantments, since that's what the armor is lacking the most. Le Fay, how can Quarians fight with armor this thin? Le Fay shook her head. I have some ideas as to what the reason is, but until we speak with Taylai, I won't know for sure. Shepard frowned. I see, I heard the Quarian have a weak immune system or something like that. I think that's why the armor emphasizes environmental protection, but I'm not sure. Harry hummed. That would make sense though and would explain a few things, like why I've never seen a Quarian without a mask. I've wanted to ask but I don't know if it would be insensitive to do so. Shepard nodded. Good choice, the best thing to do is ask Taylai. She hopefully won't mind answering your questions, she knows about your situation with you being from another world. Harry nodded. Yeah, I figured that was the smart thing to do. We're also almost finished with your armor, and your pistol's new upgrade has been finished. You can take it with you already. Shepard smiled and immediately went to go get his pistol out of the machine Harry has it in. Harry grinned while Le Fay giggled. It seems Shepard had missed his Harry-made pistol and it was amusing to see how attached he got to it already. Chapter 153. Reunited with his now upgraded pistol, Shepard smiled and turned his head towards Harry. We're going back to the Citadel. I want to find out what's going on with the Asari ambassador and her sister. I hope she has nothing to do with her slave trading. Harry nodded. Sounds good, I'll come with. I'm also curious about all of this, plus we always find something fun to take care of in the Citadel. Shepard nodded. Le Fay then decided to pipe in. I'll go with you guys. I feel like stretching for a bit and a walk around the Citadel sounds good about right now. Shepard nodded. Okay, we're already on the way, so better get ready to disembark. Both Le Fay and Harry nodded and went to get ready while Shepard himself also left to go get his things ready, and put on his armor. You never know what could happen in the Citadel after all. It didn't take long for Joker to arrive and dock the Normandy in the Citadel. Now that he didn't need to drive, he decided to go to Harry's pocket dimension and exercise for a while. He really wanted to build leg muscles so he can walk or run around everywhere. Meanwhile, Shepard, who decided to bring Lyra and Rex with him along with Harry and Le Fay to the Citadel, got ready. So together, they all disembarked the Normandy and walked onto the Citadel's dock. However, someone seems to have been waiting for Shepard, and as soon as he got close to this person, he saluted and introduces himself. Rear Admiral Mihailovich, 5th Fleet. Shepard saluted to the Admiral and introduced himself as well. Commander Shepard, SSV Normandy. Rear Admiral Mihailovich sighed and then said, You don't who I am, do you, Commander? I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacle, whatever, they got them on our ship, and you. Shepard raised an eyebrow at the hostility in Mihailovich's voice, but still decided to be polite. I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council. The Rear Admiral frowned. Humph. You still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity. I do begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though. Shepard sighed. The Normandy is a fine ship, sir. She's served us well so far. The Rear Admiral just shrugged. It's a gimmick, Commander, useless in a stand-up fight. This experiment diverted millions from our appropriations bills, and for the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, and throw money at a CO-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander. Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff. Commander Shepard nodded. We'd be honored to show her to you, Admiral. Rear Admiral Mihailovich just frowned. I'll just bet. Wait here, I won't be long. The Rear Admiral then walked past Shepard and headed towards the Normandy. Harry frowned and snapped his fingers. He used his conceptual power over reality to hide all the changes they had made to the Normandy and the door to his pocket dimension. Meanwhile, Le Fay frowned. This guy is just looking for things to nitpick at. I'm sure he's going to be annoying. Rex grunted. Yeah, I agree with you, that guy seems like the annoying type to deal with. Lyra then frowned. He seems to not have aliens in high regard. His comments weren't very polite. In fact, they were rather offensive. Shepard nodded. He really didn't like the way the Rear Admiral talked to him and the things he said, but he still wanted to be polite with a fellow Alliance soldier. Harry frowned. This guy might be a problem. Shepard. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. Yet. Harry smiled. Get in contact with Anderson. I have a plan that will allow us not to have to worry about this sort of thing ever again. Shepard raised an eyebrow but decided to trust Harry, so he quickly got in contact with Anderson and then let Harry speak to him. Some time after, Rear Admiral Mihailovich came back but had a very annoyed frown on his face, something that Shepard noticed right away. Commander, I'm not happy. Shepard sighed. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. The Rear Admiral shook his head. Who designed that CIC? Putting the commander after everyone else is inefficient. What if he needs to discuss with the operators toward the bow? Shepard immediately answered the Rear Admiral's question. It's modified Turian style. They prefer commanders looking over their subordinates, rather than in the middle of them. We wanted to see how effectively they can command with that setup. Mihailovich hummed and he thought over what Shepard just told him. Reasonable goal, but they should have studied that in a lab rather than in a frontline warship. I have to shake my head at that drive core of yours. 120 billion credits of element 0 to make this thing able to move without giving itself away. Do you realize we could make drive cores for 12,000 fighters with that money? What good is it to hide for a few hours, anyways? Useless. Shepard frowned. Men of limited vision said the same thing about early aircraft, submarines, and tanks. The Rear Admiral frowned and returned the commander's frown. There are two ways I could take that, Commander, but that is true. I suppose the early U-boats weren't much better. And we need to talk about your crew, Commander, Krogan? Asari? Turians? What are you thinking, Commander? You can't allow alien nationals free access to Alliance equipment, you even have civilians on board doing who knows what. The Rear Admiral turned to pointedly look at Harry and Le Fay. Harry just rolled his eyes at him, while Le Fay just smiled. Both of them didn't really care what a stranger had to say about them. Shepard just sighed between Saren and the Geth. We have enough enemies out there, treating other species with suspicion and distrust won't win hearts and minds. Mihailovich shook his head. That assumes the hearts and minds are worth winning, that hasn't been proven yet. You have anything else to say, Commander? Any other justifications for the state of this vessel? Shepard just stood up straight and proudly said, I think the Normandy is a good ship, sir. Even if you disagree, you have to see that her joint construction and multiracial crew make the Alliance look better. The Rear Admiral frowned. Your job is to look good, Commander. The Alliance navies is to win wars. I'm not convinced the Normandy isn't a waste of taxpayer money, but I am convinced that you believe otherwise and that you'll be putting it to good use. I'll be submitting a report to the Joint Military Council. It will not be as negative as I had planned. Harry, however, spoke up. There's no need. The Normandy now belongs to me and it's registered as a private vessel for Commander's Shepard use. You no longer have to worry about the Normandy and about all that wasted taxpayer money. I paid triple of whatever was used in the construction of the Normandy, so all your complaints and backhanded comments have been nothing but a waste of our time. Rear Admiral Mihailovich flinched back. What? But that's impossible, no one has that amount of money, and the Alliance would never allow someone to buy this ship. It has too many military secrets. Harry shrugged. You can ask Admiral Anderson, he's the one who made it all possible. The Normandy is no longer under the control of the Fifth Fleet, but if you ask nicely, maybe I'll let them borrow it sometimes. Mihailovich scowled and then quickly left. More than likely, he was going to investigate all of this, but Harry was speaking the truth. Confronted with that enormous amount of money, the Alliance wasted no time in letting Harry have the Normandy. Especially, when Harry had declared that the Normandy would be under the command of Shepard anyways, and so Harry is now the proud owner of the Normandy. Shepard raised an eyebrow towards Harry. You bought the Normandy? But, that is a big amount of money, are you sure that's okay? Harry nodded. Sure. That amount is nothing compared to when all my girlfriends go shopping together. That's actually cheap for me. Everyone turned their heads towards Le Fay, who just smiled. We do like shopping, especially in Neo-Kyoto where you can find anything. Everyone's sweat dropped at what Le Fay had said. Harry just fondly smiled. He was very happy he can get money easily, otherwise, his wallet would have rebelled and tried to kill him a long time ago. Rex then chuckled. That Rear Admiral is going to be very annoyed for a long while. Lyra nodded. Yes, but a part of me is alright with this. Harry chuckled. I bet, he was very anti-alien, hey? But oh well, now we don't have to worry about things like this. Shepard nodded. Yes, thank you, Harry. Harry nodded. No problem, the ship is your, Shepard, do what you need to do. Shepard nodded. After that, the group then decided to get going with what they came to the Citadel for, and so they headed into the Citadel from the docks. After walking out of the elevator and having a very interesting conversation about Normandy's fighting capabilities and new strategies that could be used because of Normandy's stealth capabilities, they stopped right outside the elevator to decide where to go first. However, as everyone was walking towards the transit station, someone called out to Shepard via communications. Shepard stopped to listen right away. Commander Shepard? Sorry to bother you. This is Lieutenant Gerard down in the docking bay. There's a woman here, she was rescued from Batarian slavers a few weeks ago. She's from Mindwar. I guess she was taken in the raid on your town. Shepard held his ear and talked back to Gerard. She's been a slave for the past 13 years? Is she all right? Gerard quickly responded. Not really, she's a little messed up. She got free somehow and grabbed a gun from one of my guys. Now, she's holed up here in the docking bay, and she says she wants to die. I hoped you'd talk to her. It's a long shot, but you went through the same thing, the raid. I figured maybe you could talk her out of it. Shepard looked down for a few seconds, but then nodded and responded right away. I'm on my way, Lieutenant, sit tight. Gerard responded right away. Anything you can do would be great. I don't want to. She's been through enough. I'll have my men stand by for you. Shepard then turned his head towards everyone. Looks like we're going back to the docks. We have a situation and we have to deal with it as soon as possible. Harry, I might need your help on this one, so be ready for anything. Harry nodded. All right, but explain the situation as we ride the elevator. Shepard nodded and everyone immediately went back to the elevator and rode it back to the docks, while Shepherd explained what was happening. It didn't take long to arrive and Shepherd immediately looked around. He noticed two humans standing ahead, and guessing that one of them was Gerard, he decided to walk over to him. Rex sighed, well, we didn't even make it too far from the elevator and something happens. Shepherd really has some lousy luck. Lyra nodded. It's quite intriguing to see though, I'm curious about the sort of things Shepherd's luck could cause. Shepherd sighed. Please don't blame all of this on me. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement, while Fei smiled in amusement. Shepherd finally arrived at where the two humans were standing. One of them turned around the moment he noticed Shepherd approaching. The man immediately saluted Shepherd and spoke to him. Commander, glad to see you. Shepherd nodded. Wish it were under better circumstances. Where is she? Gerard nodded. He too wished him and Shepherd met under better circumstances, but at the moment they needed to deal with the situation, and so he quickly answered Shepherd's question. Behind those shipping containers, I've got a sniper positioned, but I don't think we'll need him. She's only a danger to herself. We've got a sedative to calm her down, but we can't get close to her. Every step we take gets her more hysterical. Shepherd nodded. All right, I'll take care of it, so tell your men to stand by. Shepherd then moved his sight toward Harry. Harry noticed Shepherd's look and nodded at him to let him know that he'll be ready for anything that might happen. Gerard nodded to Shepherd and told his men to stand by. He then turned his head towards Shepherd. Don't push her too hard. If she seems liable to pull the trigger, back off, or walk away. I'm willing to wait her out. Good luck, Commander. Shepherd nodded to Gerard and then walked over to where the woman was hiding. However, she immediately panicked and pointed her gun towards Shepherd's. Stop. What are you? Shepherd calmly began to talk. My name is Shepherd. Lieutenant Gerard sent me to talk to you. What's your name? Harry and the rest of the group were a bit away from Shepherd and the woman, but he was giving this conversation his full attention. However, what he was about to hear next was going to make him very upset. The woman looked down. Animals don't get names. The masters put their symbols on her, hot metal all over her back, and she screams when they do it. Now Shepherd really did not like what he heard, but he decided to keep calmly talking to her. You're not an animal. Your parents? What did they call you? Do you remember them? The woman frowned and looked down. She remembers a lot of things. Talitha, they call her that. She doesn't remember the rest. Leave her alone. Shepherd decided to try to coax her to answer more questions. He trusted Harry to do something if this went sideways. What's the last thing you remember from Mindwar? Talitha looked very tired and scared. Fires, smells of smoke and burning meat, animals screaming as the master caged them, as they put the metal to their backs, put wires in their brains. Talitha then began to whisper to herself. She pretends to be dead. If she's dead, she can't work, but they know. She hopes they'll leave, but they put her in the pen. She didn't fight. She was already broken when they put the wires in. Shepherd sadly frowned. Everything he heard was pretty horrific. Talitha, you were what? 6 years old? No one blames you for staying quiet and hoping they'd go away. The only person blaming you is you. Talitha looked down. She wants to believe that. She wants to believe nothing would change. She doesn't want to be there anymore, in the past, in the cages, lying quiet while they do things to her. Shepherd nodded. I'm going to take a step toward you now, okay? Shepherd took a step closer, but Talitha suddenly panicked. No. She's not good, don't want to be handled again. Shepherd, wanting for her to calm down, decided to ask her some questions, to keep her distracted. How did you get here? Did you escape? It seems his question worked in distracting her. Talitha immediately forgot her panic and answered the question. She can't escape. They have chains, wires, needles. You go too far, they take your brains away. Animals like her come, animals with guns, they make the masters explode. She tries to fix the masters, so they won't be mad at her. She puts all reds and purples back in, but they don't move. The other animals take her. Fei gasped and sadly shook her head. Harry frowned as he listened to what this young woman went through, and he quietly whispered, Stockholm Syndrome. Hey. Even Shepherd looked at Talitha sadly. You were afraid. All you'd known for 13 years was the master's abuse, so you tried to heal them. Talitha looked down and seemed a bit lost. She doesn't want to see other animals. They're not real. They can't be real. They can't see her. If the animals see her, then this is real, but it can't be. The wires, the chains, the hitting, this doesn't happen to her. It's another girl, a dirty girl, a stupid girl. She deserves it. It happens to her, doesn't it? They see her, so it's real. She doesn't want it to be real. Shepherd sighed. This was getting to him as much as it was getting to Talitha. But he knew he needed to keep trying to help, so he decided to take another step forward. I'm going to take another step toward you, okay? Shepherd did so and Talitha looked away. She doesn't want, don't touch her. But Shepherd immediately asked her a question to distract her. What happened to your parents? Talitha turned her head back towards Shepherd and blinked, but she still answered the question. There she sees them, they're yelling, run, hide, they hit the masters, but the masters, they have lights and hoses, daddy's he's melting. She doesn't want to see that. Don't make her look. Don't make her look, don't look. Stupid, stupid. Shepherd nodded and then calmly said, I know it hurts, Talitha, I'm sorry, but you need to deal with it. What happened to them? Think. Talitha raised a hand and held her head. When she thinks, water comes out of her eyes. The masters beat her when she wastes water, so she doesn't think anymore. She sees them, mommy and daddy, burning in white light, melting, going to pieces. They can't even say anything to her, they're dead. Shepherd, they try to save her and the masters burn them. Can she stop remembering now? Please. Shepherd nodded and then calmly said, I'm going to take another step closer toward you now, okay? Shepherd took another step closer to Tabitha. The poor young woman looked tired and just plain done. Please don't touch her, she's dirty, you'll catch it. Shepherd took a breath and then began to speak. I was on Mindwar, my parents died in the raid. But Talitha shook her head. Lying, you get hit for lying, get the buzz or the burning, can't be here, why are you alive? Why aren't you like her? Broken, only fit to dig and carry. Shepherd immediately answered Talitha's question. For a while I was broken, I lost my whole family, Talitha, my friends, my childhood, I had to pull myself up and keep going. Talitha looked down. You lost your mommy and daddy, but you don't dig, you don't carry, you stand up. She wishes she could stand up. Shepherd then gave Talitha a small soft smile. Talitha, this will make you sleep, if you fall asleep, they'll take you to a place where you can get better. Shepherd handed Talitha the sedative and she quickly took it. She then stared at Shepherd and asked, will she have bad dreams? Shepherd shook his head and then hugged Talitha. You'll dream of a warm place, and when you wake up, you'll be in it. Talitha began to slowly close her eye and smiled. She'd like that, it hurts when I remember me, but she wants to remember. Talitha slumped in Shepherd's arms and then, slowly took a knee while holding Talitha's sleeping body. Shepherd stared at her and sadly frowned. Harry walked up to Shepherd and stood beside him. Yet. Shepherd looked up at Harry, and then stared at her. Is there anything you can do to help her? Harry smiled at Shepherd and nodded. You remember I told you about my priestesses, right? Shepherd nodded, so Harry continued to speak. Well, what I didn't tell you, was the circumstances that led them to become my dragon priestesses. You see, they used to be holy maidens of the church, but a devil, of so-called noble blood, kidnapped them, and abused them spiritually, physically, and mentally for years. The bastard had been doing this for a while and no one knew. He tried to use them to do something stupid, and I was forced to get involved. When I found out about them and saw how broken they were, I took them away from the church and from the devils and along with everyone in Neo-Kyoto, helped them heal. They become my priestesses out of a sense of gratitude, and at first, I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't turn them away, not when the god they used to believe in was dead and couldn't answer their prayers and when the devils didn't really care. So I built my temple in Neo-Kyoto, not to be worshipped, but rather as a home for those poor women who were forced to become something they hated, and have been broken in every possible way, all so they can heal, recover, and go on with their life. I can do the same thing for Talitha. Sure, she would live in another world and whatnot, but with nothing holding her back in this one, she can start fresh in my world, and my priestesses will be able to help her as well. The girls and I will also be able to help her with her mental trauma, and we can even heal everything that was done to her, make her body go back to pristine condition. Shepherd turned his head towards Talitha and stared at her as she slept. He then nodded. Do it, and please, make sure she's happy. Harry bent down and patted Shepherd's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll take care of her. For now though, we'll keep her in stasis in my workshop and take her with us when we go back to our world. Shepherd nodded, and Harry turned his head towards Le Fei. Mind taking her to my workshop? Please. Le Fei nodded and then walked over to Shepherd. She gently made Talitha's sleeping body float and then began to walk towards the Normandy, which was not that far away, with Talitha's sleeping body floating behind her. Shepherd stood up and sighed. That was really hard to hear. At least, the bastards who did all of that to her are dead now. Harry nodded and stood up as well. Yet, I'll be asking death to make their souls suffer for all of eternity. Shepherd nodded, then the squad began to walk over to Gerard. as he stood away from the area and waited to find out what happened. Rex grunted in anger. He knew he wasn't a good guy, but there were some really horrible people out there in the galaxy and those people make him look good in comparison, but still, to make a living being suffer as Talitha did, it was completely unacceptable to him. Lyra sadly frowned. She had heard of slavers and some horrific stories of what they do, but what she just heard Talitha say, was something entirely different. It was just horrible what she went through and Lyra felt bad for her. She was glad that Harry will be making sure she will be okay and have a good life. With how little she knew of him, she knew that he was a good person and someone you can trust to do the right thing. Inwardly she wished Talitha a happy life and a good recovery, even though she knew that those kinds of scars never heal. The squad walked up to Gerard, and he wasted no time in asking Shepard a question. Is it over, Commander? Shepard nodded. She took the sedative. She wants to get better, Lieutenant. I have some people that can help her and give her a good life from now on. Gerard smiled and nodded. Thank you, Commander, that means a lot. I didn't want to hurt her, it's just, when I saw her curled into a ball, shivering, she was only 6 when they took her. Why the hell are we out here if we can't even keep one little girl safe? Shepard and Harry smiled at Gerard. Shepard then said, bad things happen to good people, Lieutenant, that's why you and I are here, we have to help with everything we can. Harry nodded. Do what you can, together you guys will be able to help even more people. Don't lose hope, Gerard, and keep being yourself, you're a good guy. Gerard nodded. Yes, sirs. Shepard nodded, while Harry raised an eyebrow. He hasn't been called sir since he was an Anbuse, so it surprised him a bit, but just shrugged it off and nodded. Gerard then continued speaking. Thank you for your help, Commander, I hope you can get her all the help she'll need. Shepard nodded, and then the squad decided to wait for Lee Fay to get back by the elevator, though all of them had a few things on their mind after everything they heard Talitha say. Lee Fay returned to the squad a few minutes later and told Harry that she had put Talitha under a stasis ward. When she next wakes up back in Neo-Kyoto, it will be like no time ever passed by. Meanwhile, Harry will be helping her with her trauma and memories while she sleeps with his mental abilities. With all of that done, the group got into the elevator and rode it down. It didn't take long to arrive at the Citadel and the squad walked out of the elevator. However, a woman suddenly called out to them. Kalissa bint Sinan al-Jalani, Westerlund News, would you answer a few questions to the viewers? Harry raised an eyebrow. Wow, that's some name. Lee Fay nodded. Can you imagine her signature, or having to write her full name on a card or something? Rex chuckled. I'm surprised she can say her full name without making mistakes, I would have done so myself. Lyra didn't say anything, but she too was surprised at the reporter's name. She just didn't want to seem rude or anything. Shepard however sighed but nodded. What do you want to know? Kalissa al-Jalani immediately answered Shepard's question. You've been given a unique position to represent our race, people want to get a sense of how you'll do that. The reporter then fiddled with her on my tool and prepared her camera drone to begin the interview. A bright light suddenly shined over Shepard as Kalissa al-Jalani began her interview. Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years, with that in mind, what are your feelings in being the first human Spectre? Shepard nodded and answered the question. The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy, to be asked to join them is an honor. Kalissa al-Jalani then said, some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth? Shepard raised an eyebrow at the question but still answered it. The Council is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community, we're part of that community now, our needs are on their agendas, but we're one of many. Kalissa al-Jalani tilted her head. You really believe that, don't you? Shepard nodded, which made the reporter frown, but she kept going. You've been given command of an advanced human warship for your mission, is there anything you like to say about it? Shepard smiled. Actually, the Normandy was developed by human and Turian engineers, its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid. Kalissa al-Jalani then said, so the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is kept secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel? Harry frowned and then got his smartphone ready, just in case he needed to do something. This reporter was obviously trying to stir up something. Meanwhile, Shepard just continued to answer honestly. I wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone, I'm in command, and last I checked I'm human, same goes for my crew. Rex, Lyra and Harry deadpanned at Shepard. They weren't human, so what? They didn't count or something? Lee Fay saw this and giggled in amusement. Kalissa al-Jalani then responded with human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel now, Commander. One last question, rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue spectre named Saren, do you have any comment on that? Shepard immediately answered the question. Saren instigated the attack on our colony at Eden Prime. Once his involvement was proven to the Council, I was assigned to bring him in. Kalissa Al-Jalani actually looked surprised by Shepard's answer. That's surprising, Commander. The official line says Eden Prime was attacked by rogue synthetics. Good luck in your mission. The camera turned off and Kalissa Al-Jalani nodded to Shepard. Thank you for your time, Commander Shepard. The reporter turned around and left. Harry hummed and then suddenly said, I don't know why, but for some reason, I really wanted to punch her in the face. I wonder why. Rex grinned. She did have a very punchable face. Lyra just shook her head, while Le Fay nodded in agreement. She herself felt like she wanted to punch Kalissa Al-Jalani in the face for some odd reason. Shepard crossed his arms and thought about what Harry said. He had to admit, that while Kalissa Al-Jalani was asking questions, he had to fight the urge to punch her in the face. It was a really odd feeling, but one that had him thinking about it. A few minutes later he just shrugged and pushed it aside. He had better things to do than to wonder why Kalissa Al-Jalani had a very punchable face. After that, Shepard and the group left, deciding to walk around to both calm down after what they heard from Talithia and having to deal with Kalissa Al-Jalani, so they went to the wards to relax a bit. Plus something interesting is always happening in the wards and they wanted to see what they could find. As they began their walk around, they noticed a sole CSEC officer inspecting his Omni tool. Curious, Shepard approached. The CSEC officer heard Shepard's footsteps and turned around to see who was walking up to him. However, his eyes widened a bit as he saw Shepard. Hey, I know you, you're Shepard, right? I saw the monument at Echoes, they got a whole section about you there, it's a miracle you survived. Harry smiled a second. Fanhui. Shepard just sighed but still smiled. He knew Harry was just poking fun of him. The CSEC officer suddenly got a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I've just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help with? Shepard smiled and decided to converse with Eddie. He seemed like a good guy after all. Why'd you join Citadel? Eddie shrugged but smiled as he answered the question. I don't know, seemed like the right thing to do, you know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandpa was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what CSEC is, police for the Citadel. I'm still pretty new at it, but I like it so far, way more interesting than staying back on Earth. You get to meet all kinds of cool aliens, like those Hanner, Wild. Plus, CSEC gets a lot of respect here. We uphold the law, people, even aliens, appreciate that. Harry smiled. It was nice to meet someone who likes aliens, and seems very excited about their jobs, especially since he had met some very jaded people lately. Chapter 154. The group spoke with Officer Eddie Lang for a few minutes and got to know him better. He certainly is a good kind of guy and everyone was happy to talk to him for a while, especially after the whole ordeal with Talithia. But eventually, they decided to get going, and so they said their goodbyes to Officer Lang and then continued to walk around the Citadel. Eventually, they made it to the markets. Le Fay was curious about it and so the group took her around the shops so she could browse their stock. While she did so, she would ask all sorts of questions to the vendors, who were more than happy to answer all of her questions. In fact, they liked her curious nature. However, as Le Fay was talking to the vendors, someone called out to Shepard. The commander turned his head towards who had called him and saw Conrad waving his hand at him. Shepard sighed but decided to go see what Conrad needed, though he could already feel everyone smirking at him because of his fanboy. Conrad wasted no time in speaking with Shepard the moment he stopped in front of him. Commander, there are rumors on the extranet that you've been made the first human Spectre. That's incredible. Shepard was a bit surprised that Conrad just found that out, but he guessed that not a lot of people outside the higher UPS knew about him becoming a Spectre. More than likely, the news might have just barely been coming out publicly. However, Shepard nodded to Conrad to confirm that he is in fact a Spectre. Being a Spectre is a big responsibility. I just want to make humanity proud. Conrad smiled and seemed very excited. The videos are all talking about Commander Shepard fighting for all of us back home, and they also say that you don't take crap from anybody. You're showing them what humans can do. Hey, can I get your picture? Shepard rubbed his brow, while Harry chuckled in amusement. Shepard, of course, ignored him and nodded to Conrad. I don't have a problem with it, but why? Conrad wasted no time in explaining himself. You're a hero, Shepard. Decades from now, humanity is going to remember you, and I'll have your picture. Shepard sighed but decided to just go through with it. so Conrad spent some time getting Shepard into the pose Conrad wanted him to take for his picture, which was all very amusing to Lyra, Rex, and Harry to see. Conrad eventually had the perfect pose in mind and had Shepard stand the way he wanted. Just hold up your gun, perfect. Conrad quickly took the picture. With that done, Shepard relaxed and stood up normally, while Conrad brightly smiled. Thanks again, Commander, I'm going to hang this in my living room. My wife will love it. Shepard's sweat dropped and raised a hand to stop Conrad from doing that, but the guy didn't even notice in his excitement and quickly left. Harry laughed and shook his head. Now there's a living room out there, with your picture in it. Shepard, how do you feel about that? Shepard sighed and rubbed his eyes. I honestly don't know how to even begin to describe what I'm feeling right now. Everyone shared a laugh, while Le Fay walked back up to the group and tilted her head in confusion. What did I miss? After explaining what had happened to Le Fay and her giggling about it in amusement, much to Shepard's chagrin, the group decided to get going. Despite Conrad's odd fascination with Shepard, the group could agree that he gave them something to laugh about, something everyone needed right now. Everyone then went back to their walk around the Citadel, deciding to have some relaxation and fun. They went to the big club known as the Flux, the one they had gone to and where Harry drank and played some games. However, as they approached the place, they saw a peculiar sight. A Solarian was being escorted out of the club at gunpoint by a human bouncer. As the bouncer walked the Solarian out, he suddenly raised his weapon and pistol whipped the Solarian on the back of the head. Everyone winced as they saw the Solarian's head whip forward and then fall down the stairs. Rex grunted and shook his head. That had to have hurt. Lyra nodded. Do you think he's okay? Le Fay hummed and then nodded to Lyra. Yeah, though the fall looked nasty and the hit looked bad, he seems to be okay. Look, he's getting up. Everyone looked at the Solarian and watched him slowly get up. The Solarian rubbed the back of his head and then dusted his hands. He really looked to be okay, though he seemed to be taking his time to recover and leave. Curious about the situation that had him get treated like that, Shepard decided to walk towards the Solarian and talk to him. The Solarian noticed Shepard and spoke up the moment Shepard got close to him. Yeah, what is it? Shepard raised an eyebrow at the way the Solarian seemed guarded, though he supposed that after getting hit as he did, he would be guarded as well. Why were you tossed out of there? The Solarian sighed. Doran didn't have a clue what I was doing, he assumed I was cheating. Everyone looked intrigued. Harry shrugged. Well, if Doran is the owner of this place, then I'm sure he must have noticed something odd. He wouldn't have kicked you out like that otherwise. The Solarian sighed. I was just tipping the scales in my favor, only as an experiment. Shepard crossed his arms and stared at the Solarian. It still sounds like cheating to me. The Solarian just shrugged. To you maybe, but this device is merely intended to simulate situations and record results. Recording losses is easy, of course, nobody notices those. Shepard, now curious about all this, decided to ask for further information. Why do you need to record these outcomes? The Solarian smiled at Shepard. Now you're getting to the heart of it. I've spent the last 5 years developing a system that can actually predict wins and losses in Quasar. I just need a few more recorded wins and I can complete the algorithm. Shepard hummed for a bit as he thought about what the Solarian just told him. Can you do that? Isn't that illegal? The Solarian nodded. It's illegal to use my system, but I won't use it. I'll sell it to others. I just need a few more wins recorded. Harry nodded. That's actually a bit clever, devious but clever. Lyra frowned a bit. But isn't it a bad thing? Harry shrugged. Free will means everyone can do what they want. You just have to be ready to face the consequences of your actions when they come, and trust me, they always come. Lyra looked down and thought over Harry's words. It certainly made sense to her and she could understand it, but she also thought it was a bit reckless, though she wasn't about to argue with a god. Le Fay suddenly spoke up. Breaking the rules and causing a bit of chaos is fun, Lyra. Sometimes we have to learn how to live a little and enjoy life. Lyra turned her head towards Le Fay and stared at her while she thought about her words. She then nodded to Le Fay, since she made sense as well. Many have often told her that she's too uptight and proper, that she should loosen up a bit, so perhaps both Harry and Le Fay were right to some degree. Shepard decided to ask about the device. How does the device help you win? The Solarian smiled at Shepard and then said, the device is set to emit a frequency that will slightly increase your odds. Nothing like my system eventually will, but enough to allow you to record your wins more quickly. Shepard nodded in understanding, but then decided to ask something that he was wondering about. Why don't you just sell the device, then? The Solarian raised an eyebrow at Shepard. Why? No, this device is archaic, it uses brute force to achieve its goal. Besides, you saw how easily it was detected. My system, when complete, will be far more efficient and completely undetectable. Shepard nodded and then decided to give the Solarian a hand. I'll help you out. The Solarian looked unsure at first, but seemed to consider it. I suppose I could let you do it. He then nodded and handed Shepard the device. Here you go, when you've recorded enough wins, it will let you know. Of course, if you get caught with the device, and well, you saw what happened to me. Everyone nodded, they did indeed see the whopping he got before he got kicked out, but since Shepard was curious and decided to help, the group would also do so as well. And so, they all climbed the stairs and headed inside the club. Shepard of course headed to the Quasar machine on the second floor right away, and immediately went to play. Meanwhile, everyone went to sit at the bar and have a drink. Harry smiled as he showed Fei a few of the drinks he had already tried and liked, while Lyra and Rex just watched in amusement as Fei drank and left everyone in the bar speechless with how she could handle drinks tailored for alien species. Lyra was curious about it. You said you're a mage? Right, Fei? Fei stopped drinking and answered Lyra's question. Yup. Why? Lyra took a sip of her drink. I was curious what makes you so different from normal humans. Does being a mage make you resistant to toxins? Fei hummed but decided to explain. A mage is a human born with a magical core, a special kind of spiritual organ, depending on the size and density of mana in it, would allow certain types of magics to be available for your use. An example is wizards and witches. They have a small magical core, so they need a foci or focus to better control the mana they have available. Then there are mages, who are born with a big magical core, and that allows us to wield and use magic of a bigger scale. Lyra looked intrigued. But what's mana? Is it some sort of biological energy, or something else? Fei smiled at Lyra. Mana is a type of mystical energy, it flows within us and around us. Everything in the universe has mana, since it's a very important block to creation and life. Harry then spoke. Of course, there are universes where mana doesn't exist and sustains itself in some other way, but mana is a very important part of life. There are also all kinds of magic users, each one has a name according to what type of magic they use. Fei is a mage because she uses long incantation magic, which has a vast range of effects and destructive power, though she has long mastered other kinds of magics, so mage doesn't really describe her well. Fei smiled at Harry since it was thanks to him that she had access to all sorts of magics. Because of him she's who she is right now. Lyra nodded and seemed very curious. What kind of magic user are you, Harry? Harry raised an eyebrow at that question. Hey? That's actually a good question. I have mastered a lot of different branches of magic, but if I had to choose one, it would be Magic Knight. That was my first and original fighting style, especially because my keyblades granted me knowledge of quick trigger magic of all kinds. Lyra nodded in understanding. Rex suddenly spoke. Are there mages who fight with their fist? Harry nodded. There are some that had adapted their magic spells to trigger upon contact or movement, and most become martial artists. There are also chi wizards, they use martial arts with their magic though they focused on curses the most. Rex grinned. That sounds like someone I would like to fight. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Lyra then asked a question. Can someone without a magical core be able to use magic? Fei nodded. It's possible, but they're oftentimes then not weaker than regular magic users and are limited to the kind of magic they can use. In my world they usually use big mathematical formulas in conjunction with mana in the air to cast magic, though it is incredibly hard to learn magic that way. Lyra nodded and seemed to want to ask more questions, but then Shepard came down the stairs and headed towards them. Harry smiled at him and decided to ask, so how did it go? Shepard shrugged. It's actually pretty good, it does help you win more often, but the Solarian was right, it is easily detectable. They were beginning to get suspicious of me almost right away. Harry nodded, and the group then decided to go back to the Solarian to tell him how it went. The Solarian immediately asked Shepard about how the device worked for him. So, did you record 5 wins with the device yet? Shepard nodded and handed the device back. Here you go, I hope it's what you're looking for. The Solarian smiled. Excellent indeed, this will provide me with invaluable data. You enjoy those winnings, I'm going to get his system completed. The Solarian then quickly left after that, so the group decided to leave and walk around some more and see what sort of things they can find. Wanting to check on Dr. Michelle and see how she was doing, especially after they had to quickly leave her after finding out about Talai, so they headed to the clinic and once there went inside. Only to be surprised when they found Dr. Michelle arguing with someone over communications. I need those supplies for my clinic, I can't. Someone suddenly spoke to her over communications. You can and you will, or your story won't stay secret for long. Don't disappoint me, doctor. The communication cut off and the doctor was left there looking down and visibly worried, but then she noticed Shepard and the group standing by the entrance. Oh, Commander Shepard, I didn't see you come in. Shepard however frowned. Every time I come in here, I see someone threatening you. Who was that? Dr. Michelle looked down and sighed. Someone from my past, I can take care of it. Shepard then decided, to offer his help. I might be able to help you. The doctor crossed her arm and seemed to be considering her options. Eventually she nodded and began to explain. I was fired by my previous employer for giving free medical supplies to clinics like this one. They never filed any charges, they just wanted me to leave without any fuss, but somebody must have found out, and now they're blackmailing me. I have to give them what they want. If the board finds out about my past, I could lose my license, and they'll shut my clinic down. Harry frowned. Well, we can't have that happening, can't we? The Citadel, especially the wards, need this clinic. Shepard of course, nodded in agreement. Then maybe I can get you out of this. Tell me what they want. Dr. Michelle thought about it for a few seconds, but then nodded and went on explaining what the blackmailer wanted. I have to give some of my medical supplies to a merchant, in the markets, they expect delivery today. Shepard nodded in understanding. Give me your contact's name, I'll deal with this guy, whoever he is. The doctor however seems a bit worried. Deal with him? Won't that expose my past? Harry smiled. Don't worry, we'll make sure they don't tell anyone. Dr. Michelle nodded. I was told to speak with a merchant named Morland down at the market. I really appreciate this, Commander. Thank you, to all of you. Everyone nodded, while Shepard gave the doctor a small nod. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. The doctor thankfully nodded. Be careful and take care down there. Everyone nodded and then quickly left the clinic to go to the markets. It was a good thing that they weren't too far. It didn't take too long for the group to arrive at the markets, and so they immediately went to talk to Morland, who happens to be the Solarian clerk from one of the shops at the lower market. Harry remembered him from when he bought a bunch of alien armor. Morland immediately greeted everyone as he always does. Hello there, welcome to Morland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes? Shepard frowned and then spoke to the Solarian shopkeeper. You were expecting a delivery of medical supplies. Morland frowned and seemed confused. But I was told the doctor would be bringing them. Rex grunted. Change of plans. Morland looked very shocked right now and very nervous. Change? But, the doctor. This is not right, human. Harry turned his head when he sensed someone approaching them and watched a Krogan walk toward them. The Krogan growled and glared at the nervous Solarian. Shut up, Morland, I told Baines you'd screw this up. The Krogan then turned to glare at Shepard. What the hell is going on here? Who are you? Shepard glared back at the Krogan. Meanwhile, Harry got ready to act. Shepard then said, leave the doctor alone. The Krogan frowned. We can end this if you just bring me those supplies, otherwise, I'll start telling people about the doctor's little secret. Harry grinned and then snapped his fingers. There was a small flash of red which confused everyone. Harry then shrugged at the Krogan. What secret? The Krogan frowned but then looked confused. He then began to growl as he shook his head. What? But, how can I not remember? The Krogan turned his head towards Harry and glared at him. What did you do? Harry just smiled. I just destroyed the knowledge of what the doctor did from anyone who knew, who isn't her or us. The Krogan growled but then noticed how everyone began to touch their weapon. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he suddenly raised his hands. Hey, hold on. I'm just the middleman here. This is way more than I bargained for. The Krogan quickly left after that, while Harry just laughed a bit at how fast he got away. Everyone then turned around to speak with Morland, but they didn't see him. He suddenly pops out from under his table. It seems he hid down there fearing there would be a firefight. A smart thing to do, really. Morland then nervously spoke to Shepard. Thank you, human, it is good to see him humbled so. Shepard however frowned. What do you know about Baines? Morland shook his head. I have never met him, human, I only worked with the one who spoke with the doctor. Shepard didn't seem convinced, but decided to leave it alone for now. With that resolved, the group left the markets and went back to the clinic to let the doctor know that everything was resolved. It didn't take them long to arrive at the clinic and everyone went inside right away. The doctor was waiting for everyone, so she was already standing in front of her door. She immediately spoke to Shepard as he walked over to her. Commander, how did things go? Shepard nodded. He won't be bothering you anymore. Dr. Michelle sighed in relief. Really? That's a great relief, Commander, thank you. I can't pay you for your help, but I can give you a discount on any supplies you purchase here. Shepard smiled and nodded. Having a discount on medical supplies was a great thing, though Shepard wanted to see if the doctor knew anything about Baines. The thug said he worked for a man named Baines. Sound familiar? Don't Michelle frown. Baines? I wonder if he meant Army Stan Baines. We worked together a long time ago. Shepard immediately asked for more information. What can you tell me about him? The doctor also wasted no time in telling Shepard what she knew. About Baines. Last I heard, the Alliance military was contracting him for some research in the Traverse. Harry frowned. We should ask Anderson about this. This is starting to become rather suspicious. Shepard nodded. We'll see what the captain tells us. Dr. Michelle frowned and looked down. I wish I could tell you more. Is there anything else I can help you with, Commander? Shepard shook his head and gave a small smile at the doctor. No, we really should get going now. The doctor nodded. Take care. Everyone then left the clinic and walked into the wards. Harry then spoke up. So what's next? Shepard looked down and frowned. Well, I think it's time we report back about the dead Marines. We found nearby that Thresher Maw. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh? I thought you already reported that. Shepard nodded. Yes, I reported to the 5th Fleet, but chose to be the one to tell their commanding officer what happened to them. Harry nodded. It was certainly noble that Shepard chose to be the bearer of bad news, and so everyone went to the council tower. The group arrived at the council tower and Shepard, already knowing where to look for the commanding officer of the dead soldiers, immediately headed there. They soon found him and Shepard wasted no time in approaching them. The commanding officer noticed Shepard and it seems he was told that he had news because he immediately asked for answers. Commander, any news about my men? Shepard sighed. I'm not sure how to tell you this, Admiral, but your men were killed by a Thresher Maw. The Admiral frowned and seemed quite shocked at the news. A Thresher Maw? That's not, my men wouldn't just stumble into a thresher nest. Not the entire unit. Shepard nodded. Somebody lured them there with an Alliance distress beacon, and placed it perfectly so they'd land right beside the thresher nest. The Admiral grunted in annoyance. Damn it. I had a bad feeling about this ever since my team disappeared, an Alliance beacon used as bait, my unit wiped out, and nobody seems to know anything about it. Commander, I appreciate what you did, now I need to do my part. The families of those Marines deserve to know why they died. Shepard nodded. Anything you need from me? The Admiral shook his head. Not right now, Shepard, but I'll let you know as soon as I find something out. Shepard nodded. Harry frowned and then suddenly spoke up. Admiral. The Admiral turned his head towards Harry and raised an eyebrow. Yes? Mr. Harry smiled and introduced himself. Harry Potter, sir. The Admiral's eyes widened. I'm surprised. Yes, Anderson told me about you, the Dragon God, right? It's nice to meet you, I'm Rear Admiral Kahoku. Admiral Kahoku then saluted to Harry out of respect. Harry smiled and nodded. I'm glad you know about me, this way I don't have to explain. Now, what do you say about giving your men a second chance? Admiral Kahoku raised an eyebrow. Sure, he knew what Anderson had told him Harry was capable of, but he didn't know what to think about all of this, but he was willing to listen, for his men at least. What do you mean by a second chance? Harry then took out a bottle from his inventory and showed it to the Admiral. This is a life bottle, one made and improved by me. With this you can bring anyone back to life as long as they haven't been dead for more than a week. I believe your men have only been dead for at least 4 days, correct? Admiral Kahoku nodded, but he was really shocked at what he was being presented with. Yes, I'm sure Shepard had the 5th Fleet pick their bodies right away. Shepard nodded. Harry then went on. Then that leaves 3 days. Now if you can promise me that you will use these life bottles on your men and not try to do anything stupid, like having one being studied or whatnot, then I'll be happy to let you have enough to revive the men who died. But be warned, if I find out that you misused the life bottles or that you try to replicate them, and trust me, I will know, then I'll hunt you down and make you wish for death. Do I make myself clear? Harry's eyes turned dragonic as they begin to glow. This, of course, made Admiral Kahoku gulp and take an involuntary step back, but he still nodded. I promise to not use them for anything other than to give my men a second chance. Harry stared at Admiral Kahoku in silence for a few seconds. He could sense that he was being honest, plus the life bottles and the liquid inside were charmed to evaporate if used by someone Harry hadn't personally given them to. It was a self-defense method he came up with. For everything that was being sold in Neo-Kyoto, everything made in Neo-Kyoto and sold was charmed to self-destruct and send a signal of its location to Harry or the Anbyo Corps. Needless to say, that anyone caught doing something to anything made in Neo-Kyoto would be killed. So, Harry would really know if Admiral Kahoku misused the life bottles and hunt him and anyone involved down easily. So after seeing that the Admiral was being honest with his promise, he nodded to him and handed him the life bottles in a case. The Admiral took the case and quickly left. He was of course nervous about Harry's promise, but now, at least his men would be alive again and he won't have to bring bad news to their families. After Admiral Kahoku left, Shepard and the group got going and went to the transit station. From there they took a transport towards the Presidium embassies. As soon as they arrived, everyone stepped out of the transport and walked towards the embassies. As they walked toward it, Shepard decided to ask Harry something. Are you sure you want to trust someone with something that can bring people back to life? Harry smiled and nodded to Shepard. Yeah, it's fine, we have ways to prevent our items from being misused, especially the ones I especially make. Shepard looked down. Le Fei then decided to explain a bit more. Don't worry, even if Admiral Kahoko goes back in his word, there's no way anyone from this world could replicate the life bottles. Not only are the ingredients needed to make one in another world, but you need magic and experience in synthesis to be able to pull it off. I doubt anyone could even scan it, to begin with. Shepard nodded and seemed more relaxed. Harry and Le Fei smiled. It seems that Shepard was really worried. Now with peace of mind, Shepard and the group finally arrived at Udina's office and found him and Anderson speaking with each other. Udina immediately turned around towards Shepard and got on his case. I heard what happened in the Artemis Tau cluster. The council wasn't too happy about the destruction of those proteins ruins. Anderson immediately defended Shepard's actions. This isn't a game, Ambassador. Commander Shepard is out there trying to stop Saren from destroying the galaxy. Udina sighed. I know, just try to be more careful. The council is watching you and we all get judged on how you behave. Harry narrowed his eyes at Udina. Then how about we take you on our mission, and see how you handle it when you're being shot at, having things explode everywhere around you, and or being inside a cave-in. Udina flinched upon hearing Harry's words, but Harry went on. It's easy to bitch and complain when all you do is sit behind a desk. How can we be careful when our enemy isn't? It's not like we're going out there to destroy everything, it's the enemy who don't care about who they kill or what they destroy. How about you go complain and scold Saren and the Geth, see how that goes. Udina just stood there not knowing what to do or say. Harry just ignored that and continued on. I told the council to fuck off. What do you think I would say to you when you complain about the same stupidity they do? I'll fix the temple once everything is resolved, so go do your job and let those fighting out there work in peace. If you're not going to support us, then fuck off and get out of the way, wanker. Udina immediately left and went back to his desk. Harry huffed while Le Fei giggled. All of Harry's girlfriends love it when Harry speaks with his normal accent, though they wished it didn't happen only when he's upset. Harry shook his head. I swear, what's more important? The mission or some old fucking ruins? Some people need to learn to prioritize. Everyone nodded in agreement to Harry. Even Lyra, who is studying the proteins, was aware that stopping Saren is more important than some ruins, though she did wish they didn't get destroyed, though at least Harry would fix them later. Shepard then decided to do what he came here to do, which is get information from Anderson about Baines. What do you know about Army Stan Baines? Anderson looked very surprised for some reason. Where did you hear that name? Never mind, I don't want to know. Baines is dead, has been for quite some time. Now that surprised everyone. A few seconds later Shepard frowned. The people I spoke with seemed to think he was still alive. Anderson shook his head. It's not common knowledge, the military is keeping it under wraps. Baines was doing some high-level work for the Alliance, stuff even I wasn't aware of. One day he turns up dead on a drifting ship. Everyone suspects it was foul play, but it was never officially investigated. Le Fei suddenly spoke up. This is starting to sound very suspicious. Lyra nodded. Yeah, none of this is making any sense, and knowing Shepard's luck, this is going to turn way bigger than we think. Shepard's sweat dropped at the jab about his luck, while everyone laughed a bit, but the commander ignored them and asked Anderson about the ship. What can you tell me about the ship? Anderson thought about the question for a bit but then responded. I don't know much about it. You should talk to Admiral Kahoku. One of his crew discovered Baines's body. Harry raised an eyebrow. This can't be a coincidence. Shepard also thought so. I spoke to Kahoku, and he never brought it up. Anderson nodded. You should mention Baines the next time you see him, see if he'll tell you anything. Shepard nodded. Everyone then say their goodbyes to Anderson and then left Udina's office. Then they decided to go look for Ambassador Nusina and finally get answers about her sister. It took a while to find the Asari ambassador, but they finally did so when they went around and checked the cafeteria of the embassies. There they found her sitting at a table by herself. Shepard immediately walked over to her with everyone following him close behind. She immediately noticed the group and spoke to Shepard as soon as she had him in front of her. Commander Shepard, I am Nusina Dantius. I'm glad you are here. I must talk to you about my sister, Dahlia. She has been kidnapped by slavers. Everyone looked at Nusina in disbelief. Did this woman really believe she could lie to them? Shepard sighed and shook his head. I killed Dahlia myself, and I know she was blackmailing you. Nusina left all pretenses and now had a cold look in her eyes. And I was all set to try to manipulate you into hunting her down for me, but I guess that won't be necessary now. will it? Li Fei frowned. You wanted your sister dead. Nusina nodded. If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk, they'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you will find the amount satisfactory. Shepherd, not exactly happy this woman was planning on manipulating him, decided to take advantage of this. Give me one reason why I shouldn't do to you what I did to you, our sister. The cold and manipulative look in Nusina's eyes disappeared and now looked rather nervous. You're right, anyone can come up with credits, and I did admit that I wanted to manipulate you. I can give you the authorization to purchase prototype isekai mods. I hope that's enough to make up for my plans. Even though she seemed calm, Harry knew she was nervous and scared. Luckily for her, Shepherd nodded, and Nusina relaxed and sighed. I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you would be very interested in what they have available. Shepherd glared at Nusina, but then nodded and turned around. Harry just grinned at her and discreetly cursed her with bad luck. He was sure she will be making a fool of herself for a while from now on. It was the least she deserves for wanting to manipulate his friend. Chapter 155. The group left the Presidium as soon as they finished with Nusina, deciding to once again walk around and relax a bit. They went for a walk around the Citadel again. Both Harry and Li Fei really enjoyed spending time in the city. It's a really interesting and beautiful place after all, and seeing all kinds of aliens walking around was always interesting to see. Eventually, they made it to the financial district. As they walked around, they suddenly heard a woman and man arguing rather loudly. Curious about the commotion, Shepherd decided to approach them, and the woman suddenly yelled, "Who are you to tell me what my husband would want?" The man scowled and then yelled, "I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby." The woman frowned at the man. "This baby is the only thing I have of Jake." Everyone frowned at what they were hearing. It certainly sounded like a delicate situation. Shepherd walked up to the man and woman, who suddenly said, "I don't care what you think, Michael, it's my decision." Michael sighed. "I know you're hurting Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby, too." Shepherd raised an eyebrow and then decided to intervene. "Can I help you with anything?" Michael crossed his arms and once again sighed. "Perhaps you can talk some sense into her." Rebecca huffed in annoyance. "I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments." Michael scoffed and then proceeded to explain the situation. "My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she refuses to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero." Shepherd understood the situation a bit, but he also wanted to know more before he could say anything else. "I'm certain that she had a good reason. I'd like to hear both sides." Rebecca smiled, happy that someone was willing to listen to her and not just try to make her do something she didn't want to do, so she quickly explained the situation on her side. "My husband, Jacob, died from a rare heart condition several months ago." Michael suddenly piped in. "There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it." Rebecca frowned and then responded with, "A very small chance, Michael, and extranet reports say therapy could harm the child." Michael then got angry and yelled at Rebecca, "It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives." Harry frowned. "Calm down." Michael frowned and turned his head towards Harry, only to flinch when he saw him staring at him with glowing green eyes. He calmed down and nodded, not wanting to upset Harry. Shepherd nodded to Harry, who just smiled at him. Shepherd then turned his head toward Rebecca to ask her a question. "What are the chances that your child will develop the heart condition?" Rebecca immediately answered the question. "According to the doctors, there's a 1 in a 5th chance, and if my baby develops the condition, medical treatments are available." Michael frowned and was about to yell again, but he noticed Harry narrow his eyes at him, so he forced himself to calm down. "They're nowhere near as effective as simply getting the gene therapy." Li Fei hummed. "The chances are really low though. I don't think there's any danger of the baby getting it." Rex crossed his arms. "Yeah, though I do understand where this guy is coming from. No one wants to see a baby getting sick." Li Fei patted Rex's arms. She knew that this sort of thing was hard on him, especially since he's seen so many Krogan babies die. It was a good thing that Harry was already working on it. He believed he can tweak one of his healing spell to cure the genophage. He was even working on a potion as well, one that uses an elixir as a basis, and if all things fail, he can just use his power over reality as well. Overall, it won't be long before Harry has a solution. Shepherd decided to ask about the gene therapy. "What are the chances that gene therapy could hurt the baby?" Michael immediately answered the question. 1 in 300 at most. Rebecca shook her head and then said, "But extranet articles say there could still be long-term complications we don't know about." Rebecca then turned her head towards Michael. "Don't you understand? If my baby is that 1 out of 300, I'll always wonder if I killed my baby for nothing. Harry hummed. It's a risky choice, this is a damn if you don't situation. In the end though, Rebecca is the mother and she has the say in what happens to her baby. Shepard nodded and turned his head towards Michael. It's Rebecca's child, Michael, I think you should honor her decision. Michael scowled. Damn it, she's not choosing, she's acting blindly out of grief. Shepard shook his head. I know you want the best for your brother's child, but this isn't your decision. Michael exploded. Of course it is. I'm the closest thing to a father this baby is going to have. Shepard nodded. Then support the baby's mother, stand with her when she makes tough decisions. Michael sighed and looked down. This baby is the only thing of my brother, it's all I have left of him, I need to know the baby's safe. Rebecca teared up. It's all I have left too, Michael. Michael lightly huffed. I just want Jacob's child to be safe, I want to give him that much. Harry smiled. All right, then I'll help you a bit. Harry walked up to Rebecca. I'm going to place my hand on your belly, okay? Rebecca seemed confused, but nodded. She didn't see anything wrong with what the man in front of her wanted to do. Harry nodded and then placed his hand on top of Rebecca's belly. Suddenly her belly glowed, which surprised both Rebecca and Michael, but then the light soon subsided and Harry pulled away his hand. There we go, your baby now has a small blessing, he's going to be fine. In fact, he's going to be very energetic and healthy from now on, you'll have your hands full for quite a while. Harry chuckled, while both Michael and Rebecca stared at him in awe and confusion. They didn't know why, but they believed this man, they somehow trusted him to speak the truth about the baby's well-being. Whatever this man is, he was someone who was completely honest with them and something in their hearts told them to put their faith in him. Rebecca smiled and teared up a bit. Thank you so much. Harry nodded, Michael also nodded in thanks and both he and Rebecca quickly left after that, both seemed so at ease and happy now. Shepard walked up to Harry. Did you really bless that baby? Harry nodded. Yes, I gave minor blessings, but one that will guarantee the child will grow strong and healthy, plus I also scanned him, he didn't inherit his father's heart condition. Shepard nodded and smiled. So a boy, hey? Harry grinned. Yup. A strong healthy baby boy. The group then left to walk around for a bit more. Eventually, they decided it was time to go back to the Normandy. They still had a lot of work to do after all and they already had a long enough break. As soon as everyone stepped inside the Normandy they all split up and went their own way. Shepard had chosen to go take a nap in his cabin after the very busy time he and his squad had in the Citadel. He felt understandably tired, but it was kind of funny how things just kept happening around him every time they would walk around the Citadel. But now that he rested, it was time to get back to work, though he also decided to check in with the crew and see how they were holding up. They have been too busy as of late after all. So with that in mind, Shepard headed towards Harry's dimensional pocket to check on him first. He was very curious about what his dragon god friend was doing at the moment. He's always doing something interesting. So Shepard headed down towards where Harry's door to his pocket dimension can be found. Once there he quickly opened the door and went inside, only to stop when he saw both Garrus and Valerie laying on the ground for some reason. Curious about it, he decided to approach them and as soon as he got close, he saw that Garrus was holding on and aiming a sniper rifle of Turian design. As soon as he got close, he heard Valerie explain something to Garrus. All right, softly press the triggers and hold it down, let the energy gather and charge, once you feel some pressure let go of the trigger when ready. Garrus did as instructed and Shepard saw the sniper rifle gather energy from the air itself and charge up. Garrus nodded and then took aim as he prepared to shoot. It was here that Shepard saw a target very far from where Garrus was taking aim. Suddenly Garrus held his breath and let go of the trigger. The sniper rifle instantly shot a small energy shot at high speed. It ripped through the air and violently crashed against the target, exploding on contact, causing quite a big explosion. Shepard's eyes widened at the level of destruction caused by such a far and small shot. Garrus and Valerie sat up as they both looked towards the explosion and watched in silence until it dissipated. Garrus then hummed, not a lot of piercing force, definitely liked the explosion though. Valerie nodded. We're working on penetration next. Harry is creating a few new enchantments, they will make the energy bullet spin at high speed as it's being charged. Garrus nodded like a drill, I get it, won't that give it a monstrous kickback though? Valerie nodded. Yeah, but we have enchantments that help against force, it should make the recoil next to nothing. Garrus grinned. All of that is going to make this sniper rifle the best one out there, I can wait to see it. Valerie smiled. Yup. We already finished making Harry-made pistols for everyone, so now we're working on individual weapons. Your sniper rifle is just the first one to be ready. It's still a work in progress, but we want you to take it with you in the next mission to gather data on its performance. If you notice anything else, let us know. Once we have a basis, Harry will make you one from scratch and add all the cool stuff like the pistol." Gurus nodded. "I can't wait, and you can count on me for that data. The pistols are already amazing as it is, having my own Harry-made sniper rifle would be amazing." Valerie giggled and stood up, with Gurus standing up as well. "Harry already has a lot of cool upgrades for when he gets the sniper rifle done, all kinds of scope functions and fire modes." Gurus looked like a kid on Christmas, so he decided to leave them be for now. He'll talk to them when they aren't too busy. So Shepard walked away from Valerie and Gurus and headed towards Harry's workshop. Along the way he heard some booms and decided to check what was going on, so he followed the noise, only to once again freeze on the spot, as right in front of him he saw Rex rushing towards Kunu and trying to hit her with the butt of his shotgun. Kunu however easily dodged and spun-kicked Rex on the side of the ribs. There was a loud bang, but besides that, Rex was only pushed aside while his body glowed white, signifying that his armor's shields took the brunt of the attack and held strong. Rex viciously grinned and rushed forward while shooting at Kunu with his shotgun. Kunu just smirked and slapped away the shots with her tails and then met Rex with a punch and then a knee to the face. The Krogan however just grunted but kept fighting on as his shields held strong. Shepard stared at all of this in complete shock. Suddenly Joker walked up to him. "Pretty fucking crazy, huh, Commander?" Shepard turned his head towards Joker. He then noticed he was sweating and a little bit out of breath. It made him realize that he must have been running and saw him standing here. But he ignored that and nodded to Joker. "Yes, I knew Harry and the girls were working on our armor, but this is insane." Joker nodded. "Yeah, I know, Kunu isn't holding back much and that's kinda scary, but that armor's shield is holding up strong, but that's not the best part." Shepard raised an eyebrow and was about to ask what he meant, but Joker then pointed at Kunu and Shepard turned to look at her. She then saw her point her hand toward a charging Rex and fired a massive blue fireball at him. But Rex didn't even slow down and just rushed forward. The blue fireball crashed against the Krogan and violently exploded, causing both Shepard and Joker to cover their faces. Shepard, of course, was worried for Rex, but then heard someone loudly laugh in pure unadulterated glee. He took a look and gaped as he watched Rex run out of the explosion and rushed at Kunu attempting to tackle her. Kunu just jumped away and continued to blast the Krogan with her blue fireballs, but Rex looked like he was having the time of his life as he shot at Kunu. It was obvious that he wasn't anywhere close to being able to fight against Kunu or do anything to her, but that didn't mean he wasn't trying. God damn, the tenacious bastard was trying and Shepard could only admire that. But something else caught his attention. The shields, they can block energy attacks? Harry really did do it, amazing. Joker nodded. "This is big, Commander. Shields would instantly break with explosions or energy attacks, and biotics would ignore the shields, but whatever Harry and the girls did, created an all-blocking shield." Shepard nodded. "Special ammunition, some advanced Geth weaponry, biotics and high-impact explosives were the bane of all armor and shields. There haven't been any advances in armor of any kind in a long time, not like this." Shepard knew how ridiculously strong Harry and the girls are, but they made armor that can withstand a portion of their strength. He knew Kunu was holding back. She wasn't even using her keyblades or any of the very destructive magic Harry had told him they're capable of. But even being able to take a portion of what Kunu is capable of, makes the armor far more powerful and tough than anything in this universe, and Harry made it for them. He made them so they would be safe, and that shows how much Harry and the girls care. "We owe a lot to Harry and the girls." Joker nodded. "Yeah, this mission to get Saren and stop the Reapers is looking pretty easy right about now." Shepard nodded and then stared as Kunu kicked Rex up, grabbed his leg with her tails, and proceeded to slam him all over the ground, while the crazy Krogan tried to shoot Kunu's face off with his shotgun, thought that was proving impossible with the way Kunu blocked the shots, with one of her tails. It truly was a sight to see, and the armor is just a prototype still. Harry isn't done yet, and that in itself was truly, both incredible and terrifying to contemplate. Shepard stayed and watched Kunu thrash around Rex for a few minutes more, while Joker went back to running around, though he did say he was just running a few miles more and that he would be going back at the helm, so he can be ready for when Shepard decided to get going. With that in mind, Shepard went to Harry's workshop to look for him. Once inside he didn't see him in the main part of the workshop. Thinking he might be in the medical wing, he quickly turned and headed there to take a look. It didn't take him long to reach the medical wing. It was just a door and a small hallway away after all, but he soon arrived and went inside. As soon as he walked inside he saw Harry with his eyes closed and his hands on the sides of Talitha's head. Le Fay was also in the room, but she seemed to be keeping an eye on Talitha's vitals on a monitor in her medical scan spell he had seen her use in with Joker. Shepard walked over while sadly staring at Talitha. Le Fei turned to look at him and even gave him a smile. Hello Shepherd, had a good rest? Shepherd nodded. Yeah, it was hard to go to sleep at first, a lot in mind, but soon enough I fell asleep. I think I really needed it, a lot has happened and it must have affected me a bit. Le Fei looked down and nodded. Yeah, what happened to Talitha was hard to listen to. As a member of the supernatural world, I'm fully aware of how evil a person can be. The supernatural world is survival of the fittest after all, but what happened to Talitha? Well, that was just horrible. Shepherd nodded and sadly stared at Talitha. Le Fei smiled as she noticed his worry. She's going to be fine Shepherd, we healed her body, got rid of what was done to her, and reverse her body condition to be perfect. Right now Harry is helping her go through her trauma, filling in the gaps to her knowledge and even putting all her bad memories in a different place within her mind. Shepherd nodded, but was curious about what all of that meant. What exactly is Harry doing? Le Fei immediately went on to explain. Harry is right now within Talitha's mind, he's building it from the ground up and organizing all her memories, he's practically doing what one would naturally do with the help of a psychiatrist. The difference is that Harry's method is quicker and far more precise, he's also fixing and filling in the gaps in her knowledge, practically, he inserting the knowledge she never got while being enslaved. That includes school education, language, behavioral education, and even a bit more extra knowledge for when she goes to our world, which includes information about the supernatural world and all different types of beings, Neo-Kyoto, and everything you can find there. That part will take some time though. Harry has to be careful with adding this knowledge, in a way that meshes with her mind, letting her process it and her mind adapt to it. It's a very delicate process, so he tends to take his time while doing so. Shepherd raised an eyebrow at the information he just got. Amazing, you make it sound so easy, but you also just told me it was hard. Does Harry have experience doing this? Le Fei nodded. The dragon priestesses were a very similar case, and so was Rei, another one of Harry's girlfriends, and my harem sister, our daughter Eri was also helped in this way. We can all do it or help as well, but it's Harry, Jean, and Luna who are the best at mental healing, they have a better understanding of how the mind works, so they're the best when it comes to things like these. Shepherd hummed. I see, every time I hear what you and the rest of your family are capable of, I can't help but be in awe. You're all so powerful and capable of so many different things, you're also very intelligent as well. Le Fei smiled. In all honesty, that's because of Harry, he taught, trained, and even showed us different worlds. Sure, we all have things we excel in, like me for example, I'm one of the best magic users in the family, I specialize in mass destruction magic and rituals. While for example, let's say, Valerie, she has her vampiric abilities and is one of the few firearms specialists we have in the family. Each one of us knows pretty much the same things because Harry taught us. But we have our expertise and things we're good at, we tend to work together and help each other to accomplish things, sort like you and the way you recruited all sorts of aliens for this mission. We just do it at a larger scale, but Harry is the master of all, he can do pretty much everything by himself. Sure, there are some things some of us are better at than him, but he really is the best. Shepherd turned his head towards Harry and stared at him. As Harry continued to have his eyes closed. Sometimes I wonder if Harry should be the one leading this mission. I get the feeling he could end this in seconds and make sure everything is done right. Don't get me wrong, I'm not envious or anything of Harry, but I do have my doubts and worries. I wonder all the time if I'm doing the right thing. Le Fei stared at Shepherd in silence for a few seconds, but then smiled and softly laughed. You're not wrong, Harry could definitely end this with just a snap of his fingers. But Harry has always been burdened with knowledge. He, more than anyone, is aware of how the universe works, he knows what's really out there, the various dangerous things and beings that could end existence in a flash. That's why he's always careful, and always responsible, it's why he only helps and lets others learn and grow. As a dragon god, as a deity, Harry advocates free will and the responsibility for one's actions. That's why he more often, than not, takes the role of support, of teacher, and most importantly, the role of a friend. Woe is who attempts to steal from the hoard of a dragon, for the beast will hunt you down to the depths of hell to make you pay. We are Harry's hoard, to him, who grew abused, lonely, and lost, his family, friends, and loved ones are his treasure. You're a part of that Shepherd. He will help you in your mission, will give you everything you need, and even teach you along the way. You're not alone in this mission and it's not wrong to feel the way that you do. But do not let it overwhelm you, instead, rely on us. We will never betray you, judge you, or even leave you be. We are on your side, and whatever you chose to do, we'll have your back. Shepherd smiled and nodded. Really, he had made some really good friends now. People he will treasure, perhaps, he should follow in the footstep of the dragon god he became friends with. Some time later, Harry opened his eyes and then smiled down towards Talitha. Suddenly someone spoke up to him. How is she? Harry turned his head towards Shepherd and smiled at him. She's fine, her mind is adapting to the new knowledge I gave her, it's a good thing she is asleep and in stasis, this should give her enough time to recover, and for her mind to adapt everything I'm giving her and heal as well. Shepherd nodded. That's great, thank you for doing this, Harry. Harry shook his head. You don't need to thank me, Shepherd, I wanted to help her. Shepherd closed his eyes but smiled. He knew Harry wouldn't accept his thanks in this matter, but in the end, he was grateful. Shepherd then opened his eyes. I also saw the sniper rifle and then Rex's armor, it seems like you are making good headway with all of that. Harry grinned and stepped away from Talitha. He then stretched while nodding. Yet, we're almost done with the Turian and Asari armor, we just need to talk to Talai before we can start with Quarian armor, but that shouldn't take us long. After that, I will start making my own version of the armor, though I will need data first, so everyone will have to wear their prototypes first. Rex's seem to be working, but as soon as the rest are ready, we need everyone to take them for a ride. Shepherd nodded, that sounded like a good plan. He then pointed at himself. What about armor for Ashley, Caden, and me? Harry smiled. Those are done as well, in fact, I was going to ask you three to wear them from now on, so we could get data on them. Shepherd nodded. Great. I'll let Ashley and Caden know. Where are the armors? Harry looked at Le Fei. Fei will take you to them and hand them over. I take it we're going to continue with missions, right? Shepherd nodded to confirm what Harry asked about. Yes, I was actually here to ask you if you want to go do a round with me. Harry smiled. Sure, I think talking with some of our friends will help me take my mind off of things, the things I saw in Talitha's mind were pretty bad. Shepherd winced, he knew that having first view perspective of Talitha's memories couldn't have been pleasant, so Shepherd nodded to Harry and asked, are you okay? Harry nodded. Yes, I'm good, don't worry, now go with Le Fei and go get the armors, take them to Ashley and Caden, I'll meet you at the bridge in a bit so we can go around and make rounds. Shepherd nodded, but he was visibly worried. Harry just smiled at him and watched him leave. Le Fei glanced at him, but Harry just looked at her knowingly. Le Fei nodded, understanding Harry's look. She knew, she understood, that Harry is pissed right now. He was just keeping calm so as to not hurt his new friends. If he were to let loose his power, everyone on the Normandy might not survive. They were, after all, just human and alien mortals. But Le Fei knew that Harry was livid on the inside, and that means bad things to whoever pissed him off. She certainly felt a little bad for those who had caught Harry's ire. Harry watched Le Fei and Shepherd leave the medical wing. His face immediately changed when they did. His eyes took on a cold icy shine and a frown marred his face. He turned to look at Talitha and remembered what he saw in her memories. The monsters who did all kinds of horrific things to her and a lot of other people, were real bastards, the kind of heartless monsters he hates the most, so he decided to do something about it. He might not like meddling in the affairs of mortals, but there's only so much cruelty he can witness before snapping, and watching Talitha's memories had made his patience reach its limits. Harry turned away from the sleeping Talitha and then suddenly spoke out loud. Friday. His personal assistant AI immediately answered his call. Yes, boss. Harry closed his eyes. I want you to hack Citadel, Alliance, and extranet mainframes and servers, get me all the information you can about Batarians, their home worlds, their colonized planets, and any other slavers organizations in this world. Friday immediately responded to Harry's request. Sure thing, boss, it might take me a while to get all the information, but what do you plan to do with all of this? Harry opened his eyes, his emerald green eyes ominously glowed as his pupils became slits. I'm going to pull off an Itaki and a Frisia. That's all Harry said before he stepped out of the medical wing in his workshop, leaving an utterly confused AI, though she quickly went to do her boss's requests, as a good assistant would do. Harry met up with Shepherd a few moments later. He had taken some time to calm down and relax before meeting with Shepherd. He didn't want his friend to worry about him, so he made an effort to be fine when he met up with him. Shepherd didn't notice and told him that he had given Ashley and Caden their prototype armor, and both he and Theme were rather excited about trying them on a mission. Harry was glad that his friends liked what he made for them, though he asked where everyone was since he didn't see anyone in his pocket dimension when we walked out of it. Shepherd then told him that they all went back to their post or whatnot since they will be going back to doing missions soon. Harry nodded, and with that said, both he and Shepherd began to make their rounds. First, they went to see Caden. They found him in the mess hall. Caden immediately smiled at both Harry and Shepherd when he noticed them walking over to him. Commander, Harry, how are you both doing? Shepard nodded to Kaiden. Mostly fine, ready to get out there and get to work. Harry smiled at Kaiden. I'm good, Kaiden, and yourself? Kaiden was glad both Shepard and Harry were doing okay, and it showed on his face. I'm fine. What we had to deal with Talitha was a bit hard to listen to, but other than that I'm doing okay. My migraine is flaring up though. Harry frowned. He quickly used a bit of healing chakra with his hand and placed 2 fingers to ease Kaiden's headache. Kaiden visibly relaxed and seemed better. Harry would have used magic, but he didn't know how his implants would react, so he opted to use healing chakra since he can control it and get rid of Kaiden's headaches without even touching his implants. Still, Harry couldn't help but frown. I'm working on a solution already, Kaiden, but I have to be careful since these implants are surgically implanted in the brain and nervous system from a young age. Your brain and nervous system were made to adapt and grow around the implants, so I have to be careful in whatever I plan to use to help. Kaiden nodded. Take your time, Harry, better safe and sure than sorry, but thank you for helping with this. Harry pulled back his hand off Kaiden's head and nodded. No problem, once I have a solution, I'll help everyone who has these L2 implants. Kaiden smiled and seemed both happy and relieved. Shepard was so happy, but being curious, he decided to ask Kaiden a few questions. In the meantime, is there anything I can do to help? Kaiden shook his head. No, Commander, it usually settles down on its own after a while. It's rough sometimes, but they spike higher than a lot of the L3s, except for you of course. Besides, as you saw, Harry and the girls usually help right away, though, I fared a lot better than some after Konadix was through. Shepard seemed surprised at what Kaiden just said. I haven't heard anything about Konadix in a while. Kaiden nodded. Yet, they quietly disappeared, broke up into a bunch of little corps after they botched the training on Jump Zero. After first contact, Konadix was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Konadix could bring in experts instead of taking it slow. Harry and Shepard frowned. Harry however wondered why they couldn't learn without help, so he asked about it. Was there some reason why you guys couldn't learn how to use your abilities on your own? Kaiden shook his head. We didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff, they had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs, and their choice of teachers didn't help much. Harry sighed. It seems that in their hurry, humans jumped into something they didn't fully understand and tried just coax things to happen. As a teacher, this sort of thing aggravated him quite a bit. Chapter 156. Leaving the poor choices and poor teacher aside, Shepard decided to comment on what Kaiden just said. Then the only expert would have to be aliens. Kaiden nodded with a frown on his face. Dead on, Turians. Actually, that's why Konadix kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think about asking Turians for help when we'd just fought a war with them. Harry nodded in understanding. I see, it would have looked very bad on them at the time. Kaiden nodded to Harry, confirming what he just said. Shepard, however, had a question. The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians, no? Kaiden closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries. Harry sighed and shook his head. All of this just sounds silly to me, but I guess at the time, humans didn't have much of a choice. Shepard agreed with Harry. It certainly seems that way. This goes a little beyond being a bad teacher and making odd choices. Just to have the kids learn how to use their biotics, were the Turians hard teachers? Kaiden nodded. Yet, you could say that. Our instructor was a Turian by the name of Commander Vernius, a real hardass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic, kinda spiraled from their commander. Both Harry and Shepard didn't like that. In fact, both seemed upset about the fact that kids had to go through that. Shepard then asked Kaiden a question. Did he ever face charges for that? Kaiden nodded. He got his, yet, but like everything else at Jump Zero, it was under the table. The less said, the better. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago. I should get back to my duties, Commander. We're here to make history, not rehash it. Shepard smiled at Kaiden and then gave him a small nod. Harry also smiled. You're right, and don't worry, I'll help you with the issue caused by your implants soon. Kaiden nodded with a very happy smile on his face. I'm looking forward to it, Harry. Both Shepard and Harry waved goodbye to Kaiden and then headed to check on the next person. They quickly made their way to the medical ward and then headed to Lyra's room. They both found her working on something on her computer, but she stopped when she heard them coming inside her room and quickly stood up to talk to them. Lyra greeted Harry with a smile and then turned her head towards Shepard to speak with him. I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander. Shepard smiled at Lyra. Tell me about yourself, Lyra. Harry then said, yeah, we just met, but we already have been working together for a bit, so getting to know more about you is a great idea. Lyra tilted her head in confusion. Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander Harry. I spent most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten protein ruins. Harry didn't think anything she said wasn't interesting. In fact, it sounded kind of fun, though Lyra sounded a bit lonely when she said all of that. Shepard seemed to agree, especially with what he said next. Sounds dangerous and lonely. Lyra nodded. Sometimes I would run into indigenous life forms, or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Well, until the Geth followed me to the Artemis TOU, I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes, I just need to get away from other people. Shepard looked intrigued and decided to ask Lyra about what she just said. You don't like other people? Lyra sighed. I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Benezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people. Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what is yet to come. Maybe that's why I became so interested in the secrets of the past. It sounds so foolish when I say it out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia. Harry chuckled. Well, not everyone wants to be a leader. I certainly don't like that kind of responsibility, so I don't think you sound foolish, Lyra. Shepard nodded in agreement. All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up. Lyra lightly laughed. You share the wisdom of the matriarch. Both of you do, Shepard. What you just said is exactly what Benezia said when I told her about my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The proteins were these wondrous, mysterious figures, and I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the Beacon of Eden Prime. You were touched by working protein technology. Harry grinned at Lyra, though it looked like Shepard wasn't enjoying the experience. Shepard completely agreed with Harry. He certainly was not having any fun getting information downloaded into his brain like that. He then smiled at Lyra. Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere. Lyra jumped a bit and then shook her head. What? No. I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for in-depth study. No. That's even worse. Both Harry and Shepard chuckled while Lyra was having a mini panic attack right now, but feeling bad for her, Shepard decided to give her some slack. Calm down, Lyra. I was only joking. Lyra stopped panicking and then looked very confused. Joking? Oh, by the goddess! How could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool. Now you both know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, pretend this conversation never happened. Harry chuckled. Don't worry about it, Lyra. It's endearing, but don't worry, I won't mention this conversation again. Shepard smiled and nodded. Yeah, we won't tell anyone. Lyra blushed and looked down, while Harry and Shepard just watched her amusingly. Soon after, both Shepard and Harry decided to get going, so after saying their goodbyes to Lyra for now, they headed out of the medical ward and headed to the lower part of the Normandy via the elevator. There they found Rex and Kunu speaking with each other. Both seemed to be having quite a bit of fun right now, so both Shepard and Harry approached them. Both Kunu and Rex turned around towards them when they noticed Shepard and Harry walking towards them. Kunu smiled. Hey guys. Kunu quickly hugged Harry and gave him a kiss, which made Harry smile as he hugged her back. Hello Kunu, you seem to have been having fun with Rex. I hope you didn't go too hard on the old man. Kunu smirked while Rex grumbled, she kicked my ass all over the place actually, but it was a fun battle nonetheless. Though the fact that I know she was holding back a lot hurt my pride a bit. Kunu giggled. We were supposed to be testing the armor, Rex, not destroying it and killing you at the same time. Rex chuckled but nodded. I know, it's just my Krogan pride speaking. Shepard smiled. How was the armor? Rex grunted and answered the question. It's quite honestly, the best armor anyone in this galaxy could get their hands on. It's actually scary how much punishment they can take before the shields shatter, and even then, the recharge is stupid fast. The most insane thing about all of this, is the fact that it's a prototype. Can you imagine what the finished product is going to be capable of? Shepard had to agree with Rex. With what little he saw of his mock battle with Kunu, he could see how powerful the armor is. Yet, I saw how it could take Kunu's attacks with ease and even blocked her magic as well. Rex nodded. Kunu then went on to explain the armors were made to be highly efficient in battle. The rune clusters carved into them create absorbing enchantments of all kinds. This makes the armors self-sufficient. They also improve the recharge time, which was one of the biggest flaws we saw in the armor. Plus the armor itself has some protective enchantments as well, things like environmental protection and oxygen filters. You can actually float out into open space and survive for at least an hour, though the enchantments aren't perfect yet. It's still possible for the shields to shatter and for the energy in the enchantments to run out, but we're still working for solutions to that. Shepard nodded, while Rex looked excited. Harry then piped in, we already finished Kaiden, Ashley, Shepard, and Rex's armor, we still have to finish the ones for the rest of the group. Shepard nodded, thank you guys, all of this will help a lot in our mission. Both Harry and Kunu nodded, they were really happy to help in any way they can. Rex then turned his head towards Shepard, so what do you want, Shepard? I'm sure you didn't come to just ask about the armors and the ass-kicking I got. Shepard chuckled but went on to ask his question, just wanted to know more about my crew. There's something I've been wondering though, why did you become a mercenary? Rex just shrugged, lots of reasons really. Harry chuckled while Kunu smiled and then said, come on Rex, be nice. Rex just grumbled, I just needed to get out of our system, I needed to eat, I needed to survive, it's nothing too dramatic or special. Shepard nodded in understanding, but he decided to ask more, why not stay and help your people? Rex grunted and grumbled for a second but then answered the question, I tried to help, that's why I had to leave. Now that intrigued Shepard, Kunu, and Harry, so Shepard decided to ask for more details. What happened? Rex stared at Shepard in silence for a few seconds but then said, I was betrayed. I was the head of a small tribe, we were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians, but he was old and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war, he wanted us to fight Turians, Solarians, each other, it didn't matter who as long as we were fighting. Harry shook his head, wonderful, a warmonger, those kinds of people just don't listen and are nothing but bastards. Everyone had to agree with Harry, people who only look for conflict aren't the type to listen to reason. Shepard frowned, what did you want? Rex just huffed in annoyance, I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting, I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray, but he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war, and even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war, that we needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation, and for a while, we were getting through to them. Some of the tribes started coming around. Kunu scratched her head, which is something she only does when she's confused or annoyed, so Harry noticed she didn't like what she was hearing, neither did he for a fact. Rex was just trying to make sure the Krogans would survive. But things don't always work out and both Harry and Kunu thought it wasn't fair. Shepard knew this as well, I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that. Rex nodded, no, he didn't, he arranged a crush with the tribes, a meeting on neutral ground, he wanted to talk, we met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors, the skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be, violence is forbidden. Rex looked down lost in thought. Shepard frowned, that sounds like a trap to me, you must have suspected as much. Rex nodded, I did, but when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws even we hold sacred. Harry rubbed his eyes in annoyance, son of a bitch, your father betrayed you, didn't he? Shepard looked surprised as well, Jared was your father. Rex nodded to answer both questions and then said he was, until that day, we talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him, he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly, I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back. Shepard looked down, you must have family other than your father, don't you miss them? Rex just huffed, you trying to make me cry, Shepard? I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all. Shepard, wanting to know so he could help, decided to ask for more detail. What kind of business? Rex let out a long and deep sigh, which surprised everyone. Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor, it was taken from him after the uprising. Shepard wasted no time asking for more information. Who has it? Rex grunted but still answered the question originally, it was taken by the Turian military, we weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war, now it's in the hands of Ton Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded, I just don't know which base has my family's armor. Shepard crossed his arms and thought about it, A few seconds later he nodded and then grinned at Rex. Just tell me where to start looking. Rex nodded and had a thankful grin on his face. I'll upload the data to your NAV system, but Commander, I want to be there when you find him. Shepard nodded. Harry grinned and then said, I'll go too. Well, make this a bro outing, nothing like killing a bunch of thugs and assholes as buddies, right? Rex chuckled and nodded, while Shepard smiled and agreed to have Harry go with them when the time came. It certainly sounded like a fun time. Shepard and Harry soon left after that conversation. They said their goodbyes for now to Rex and Kunu and then moved over to Ashley, who was close by. However, as soon as they got close to her, they suddenly heard an unknown young woman's voice coming from communications. Oh, before I go, you said you're serving with Commander Shepard? We saw him on the news. He's cute. Later, sis. Ashley sputtered a bit, but her sister hung up, not giving her a chance to say anything. Ashley sighed and shook her head only to freeze and slowly turned around when she heard our footsteps nearby. Harry just grinned at her amusingly while Shepard smiled. Ashley's eyebrow twitched, and then said, Tell me you didn't hear that. Harry chuckled all of it. Ashley groaned while Shepard just watched amusingly. Afraid I did too. Ashley sighed and looked down. Oh, shoot me now. She shook her head and looked up towards Shepard. That was one of my sisters, that's Sarah, the youngest. Surprised to see you here, sir. Thought you'd be chatting up with, what's her name? T. Sony. Shepard raised his eyebrow, while Harry just shook his head while chuckling. Someone's jealous. Shepard tilted his head. Lyra? Why would you think that? Ashley immediately answered his question. Scuttlebutt says you've got a bit of a thing for her. I can understand why. The crew's off limits, with the regs against fraternization. At least she looks like a woman. Harry raised an eyebrow at Ashley. You really need to be more mindful with what you say, Ashley. I don't care about your personal opinion, but others might, and you being rather passive-aggressive will give people a bad idea of you too. Ashley frowned but nodded. Now that Harry pointed it out, her words were a bit too much. Shepard agreed with Harry also. You think I'm interested in Lyra because she's the only one I'm allowed to date? Ashley hummed and then so you are interested in her? Course, it could just be politics. Alien diplomat's daughter? Us under orders to make nice with the big-eyed monsters. Harry sighed. Fuck's sake, Ashley. What did I just say? Ashley flinched, but then Harry glared at her, which made Ashley feel rather nervous. That is until Harry suddenly grabbed her by the cheeks and pinched them. Stop being racist. Ashley waved his arms and cried out in pain. Ah. Stop. I get share it. I'll stop. Harry let go of her cheeks and Ashley immediately rubbed them. Shit. You were trying to pull off my face or something. Harry narrowed his eyes at Ashley. I can, very easily if that's what you want. Ashley paled a bit and shook her head. All right, okay, I get, sheesh. Shepard just smiled amusingly. Harry and Ashley looked like two siblings arguing right now, and it was funny. Ashley sighed and then turned her head back towards Shepard. So what's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on family calls, right? Shepard shook his head. No, nothing like that, but your family seems to be important to you. Ashley smiled and nodded. Yeah, we've always been close, me and my sisters, especially, with Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them. Shepard smiled and seemed rather happy to hear Ashley speak about her family. Did your father serve with the fleet? Ashley nodded. Yeah, took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. He worked his ass off trying to get recognized, but never got above serviceman 3rd class. He was really proud when I made chief. The first thing he did was salute. Harry fondly smiled. He sounds like a nice guy. Ashley gave Harry a soft smile and nodded to him. He was. Shepard then decided to ask more about her family. What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her. Ashley hummed first for a bit but soon answered Shepard's question. You must know what military wives are like, strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She does have a degree in planetary geology. She and dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us though. Harry smiled. Can't she take it up again? All of you are pretty grown up now. Ashley shrugged. We told her to try it again but she always says she's happy to just be a mother. Who knows though, maybe someday she'll take up her career again. I hope so. Harry nodded. Ashley's mom sounds like a cool and kind mother though, and that was enough it seems. Shepard then asked another question. You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family. Ashley brightly smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah is the youngest. She's still in high school, with 4 girls. Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers. Shepard chuckled and could understand Ashley's dad's predicament. Harry whistled. 4 kids? Girls no less. Way to go, Mr. Dad. Ashley laughed at what Harry said. She found it amusing the way he congratulated her dad like that. Shepard then asked another question: where did you grow up? Ashley smiled and then said, all over. We transferred a half dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2-3 years. Shepard nodded. You're lucky to have a close family. Ashley suddenly realized something and flinched a bit. Sorry, I forgot about your family situation. Shepard just shook his head. It's fine, relax, I've dealt with it. Ashley sighed. Asked me to clear a bunker of armed hostiles, no problem. Dealing with the foot in my mouth? Not so good with that. Harry deadpanned at Ashley and then dryly said, I've noticed. Ashley. Ashley just glared at Harry. Shut up, you. She quickly turned her head towards Shepard and continued on. Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while, then we bonded. Shepard smiled and then said, sounds like a story, feel like sharing. Ashley rubbed her eyebrows and seems a bit annoyed but still decided to tell the story. Sarah got herself a boyfriend, who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vid mails and I'd tell her to relax. Harry frowned a bit. No one likes a pushy guy, or at least that's what all the girls I know tell me, but where were you when this was going on? Ashley frowned and looked down. I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were in Amaterasu. At the time I was assigned to Zarnobug, the same cluster, but a dozen li away, close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight. Shepard nodded in understanding. I have to agree with Harry, if he really liked her, he shouldn't have been too pushy. Ashley sighed. Yeah, course, if he didn't ask at all, I'd wonder if he thought Sarah was ugly. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, cause he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left, didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days. Harry and Shepard lightly laughed. The guy had it coming, though they still felt a little bad for him, but they were also glad Sarah was okay. Shepard then decided to ask something he was wondering about. Why didn't you tell the police? Ashley sighed. She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become a household name. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that. Harry tilted his head. I think you made the right decision letting her decide what to do. It would have affected her and Mike after all. Ashley nodded and smiled at Harry. Having someone that's a dragon god agreed with you, sure felt good. Shepard then decided to ask another question. You said all of your sisters learned self-defense. Ashley quickly answered Shepard's question. Lynn did pistol training, but she didn't like it. She's kind of a nervous woman. Sarah took to Aikido. Abby decided to learn the sword. She was always a little weird, likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though. Harry laughed but then smirked at Ashley. Abby sounds like the fun sister to me. Ashley just rolled her eyes as if she wishes she was the fun one. Both Harry and Ashley shared a laugh. After they calmed down, Harry then raised a question. But what about you? What did you learn? Ashley smirked at Harry. One of my dad's friends taught me marine hand-to-hand. Harry looked intrigued. Oh? I didn't know marines had their own styles. We're going to have to spar later so I can see it. Ashley rubbed her head. You want me? Regular squishy woman, to spar with your dragon butt? Doesn't sound fair now, does it? Harry laughed. Don't worry. You can use your new armor and I will hold back. Ashley just deadpanned at Harry. That doesn't make me feel any better about this, Harry. But Harry just grinned and shrugged at her. Shepard smiled and then said, still, you traveled all the way home to walk your sister to school. Ashley just smiled and shrugged. It was only a few dozen light years away, like a day's cruise. It's not like I was going to Earth or something. My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this. Let me handle it. I need to do this alone. Look, she kept her cool. God bless her. As he screamed in her face, she just let him vent, then he tried to punch her. Ashley suddenly had this prideful little smile on her face as she said, I swear, she just flowed around him, and next thing I know, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere. Harry laughed. Holy shit. Sarah is cool. Shepard nodded. That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you. Ashley nodded. Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she just she wasn't there anymore and he fell, kinda reminds me of when Harry and the girls move. She helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance, she told the paramedics he fell, and before they took him to the hospital, Mike touched Sarah's arms. I thought he was going to end up on the ground again, but he hung his head, whispered I'm sorry and started crying and she hugged him. The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander, we do things when we're ready, not before, not after. Shepard nodded in understanding, while Harry just smiled and inwardly agree, he could see that the Williams women were tough gals. Shepard then smiled at Ashley. Your sister is something else, but you didn't mention your father at all, was he on deployment? Ashley nodded. Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there. I cannot travel, I will drink to the lees. All times I have enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone, for always roaming with a hungry heart. Much have I seen and known, cities of men, and manners, climates, councils, governments. Both Shepard and Harry were surprised at the sudden poetry Ashley just dropped. Shepard seemed rather intrigued as well. I didn't know you liked classical literature. Ashley just softly smiled. Ulysses was Dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded me reading it. He had a dozen versions when he retired. That sounded like a living father wanting to hear his daughter's voice while he was away. It certainly was endearing to both Shepard and Harry. The commander then asked, did he like it? Ashley just continued smiling. I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home. Dad passed on a few years back, and he's probably watching, though. Ashley then turned her head towards Harry and gave him a meaningful look. Harry smiled. He's waiting for all of you to join him in the afterlife, but don't worry about him, I'm sure death will take care of him until it's time for all of you to join him. Ashley smiled and teared up a bit, but Harry just patted her back. I still believe in God, but I am glad I met you, Harry, thanks. Harry nodded. Ashley sniffed and then sighed. I should get back to my duties, but thanks for listening to me, guys. Both Shepard and Harry smiled at Ashley and then left as they waved Ashley goodbye. Both had fun listening to Ashley's stories about her family, but now they had to continue with their rounds. Both then went to the engine room to speak with Talai. Since they weren't too far, it didn't take them long to get there. As soon as they entered, Talai immediately walked up to them. Shepard, I need to talk to you, it's important. This of course worried both Shepard and Harry. The commander wasted no time in asking, is there something wrong? Talai nodded. You know the data Harry and the girls took from the Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control? I want a copy of it. Harry realized what she was talking about. Oh. Yeah, that information we got when we destroyed the Geth bases. It was a good thing we thought about trying to get information before we blasted them to pieces. Talai nodded. Shepard then decided to ask something. You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet? Talai nodded again. Yeah. I've been thinking a lot about what I have learned while being a part of your crew, and what Harry has been teaching me. It made me realize that we just don't know enough about the Geth. If they really became something akin to a Digimon, my people then committed a horrible sin, but if I want others to listen to what I have learned, I have to get proof. Any Quarian would refuse to listen unless there's visible proof. Maybe we can speak with the Geth after that, like Harry suggested, and reclaim our home world. Harry smiled at Talai and seemed mighty proud of her. Talai, of course, blushed a bit. Shepard also smiled and was glad that Talai was trying to change, but he did wonder something. If I give you the data, your pilgrimage is over, you'll go back to you people, right? Talai shook her head. Not right away, I'll stay as long as it takes to stop Saren, but I need this. After finding out that it was possible for Data to become a real breathing being, I felt disgusted at the choices my people made. I have to try to change all of this. Shepard nodded. I see, it's a big step you're taking, Talai. Talai nodded and fidgeted a bit. Yes, even now I'm very nervous about this, but someone has to do something. There are other Quarians that actually support the Geth, but they're a minority. They theorized what I have just learned a long time ago, so I won't be alone in this. Shepard nodded. All right, then go ahead and make a copy. Talai nodded and was practically radiating happiness right now. Thank you, Shepard, and you too, Harry. I owe you both a debt, one I might not be able to pay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have, my solemn promise to stay with you until Saren is stopped. Shepard nodded. I've never wanted anything more. Harry smiled and nodded as well. You don't owe me anything, Talai. We're friends, and friends don't keep score. Talai nodded. Harry then said, oh, but I will need your help with a few things though. Talai tilted her head in curiosity. She couldn't imagine what Harry would need her for, but she was curious and willing to help with anything. Chapter 157. Harry smiled and then began to explain what he would need help from Taylai for. The girls and I are having a bit of a hard time with Quarian armor. Your suits have some very odd functions and we wanted to ask you about them before we start messing around with them. Taylai nodded. Oh. Sure, I'll be glad to help you guys with anything and answer any questions you might have. When do you want to do it? Harry happily answered her question. We'll call you later to my workshop. The girls are trying to finish up some other things first and I'm busy helping Tality at the moment, but it will be soon. We can't have you going out there and fighting in such weak and thin armor, is that alright? Taylai nodded. No problem. I'll go meet you guys whenever you're ready. Harry nodded as well. Sounds great. Then we'll leave you to your work, Taylai, but we'll talk later. With that said, both Harry and Shepard said their goodbyes for now and then left to continue with their missions. It was time to get back to work. With that done, Shepard and Harry went to the elevator and then went to the galaxy map, to choose where to go next, but then Shepard received a voice message and he quickly answered it. To Harry and Shepard's surprise, it was Admiral Kahaku. However, it seems that he was in a bit of trouble. Shepard, this is Admiral Kahaku. I found who set that trap for my men, the ones killed by the Thresher Maw. Damn. I hope you get this message. It was a group called Cerberus, an Alliance Black Ops organization, top secret, highest level security clearance. They vanished a few months ago, dropped right off the grid, and nobody knew where they went or what they were up to. They've gone completely rogue, Shepard. They're conducting illegal genetic experiments, trying to create some sort of super soldier. I don't have any proof, but I found coordinates for one of their research worlds. I'm uploading the coordinates with this message. They're completely out of control. Somebody needs to stop them. I've done my part, now, it's up to you. This is probably the last you'll hear from me. Cerberus is after me now. I need to disappear before they find me. Both Shepard and Harry narrowed their eyes. Harry huffed in annoyance and shook his head. Cerberus again. I hope Admiral Kahaku was able to hide. Shepard nodded. Is there anything you can do to help him? He risked his life to get that information. We can't just leave him be. Harry hummed. We could bring him to my world to hide. He'll have to say goodbye to this universe and his family though, but he'll be safe in my world. Shepard nodded. Harry then snapped his fingers and Admiral Kahaku appeared right in front of him. Though he looked tense and haggard, he looked around in confusion until he noticed Shepard and Harry. The Admiral visibly relaxed and slumped. Oh Potter, Shepard, where am I? Shepard quickly answered his question. You're on the Normandy, Admiral Kahaku. You're safe here. Kahaku relaxed even more. Harry clapped his shoulder. Come on Admiral, I'll take you to rest in a place. No one will ever find you. Admiral Kahaku nodded and followed Harry. As he began to explain the situation to him and his plans to keep him safe from Cerberus, Shepard sighed in relief. He was quite glad the Admiral was alright and that he would be safe. But that left having to deal with Cerberus. Just who was he dealing with? With that last question running around inside his head, Shepard turned around towards the galaxy map to choose where to go next. He trusted Harry to take care of the Admiral. He'll ask him how it went when he comes back, but for now, there was work to be done. Choosing to go to the Strenuous system and then land on the planet Zawin, Shepard then left the galaxy map and went to go get ready. While doing so, he sent a communication to Harry letting him know to get ready as well. For this mission he chose Rex and Gurus to go with him. Harry along with Le Fay would be going with the squad as well. Soon enough, Shepard, Rex, and Gurus got into the Mako and got ready to land on the planet. The Normandy quickly arrived and dropped the Mako, while Le Fay and Harry flew down with it. Surprisingly the planet was a cold one and it was snowing quite harshly, so both Le Fay and Harry raised wards around them. They weren't affected by the cold or anything like that, but no one likes snow slapping them in their faces or getting wet, so a ward was enough to prevent all of that. The Mako landed on the planet while Harry and Le Fay landed on top of the Mako. Both looked around this new planet. Meanwhile, the Normandy went around the planet to search and survey for materials with the help of Kunu and Valerie while Shepard and his squad focused on the mission. Harry smiled as he watched the entire planet be covered in snow. Well, despite the snowstorm, this place does have quite a beautiful view. Le Fay nodded in agreement. Yeah, and the snow looks so sparkly and white too. Harry smiled at Le Fay. Shepard then sent a communication to Harry. This is Shepard. Harry, are you and Le Fay okay out there? It's way below zero outside, according to the scans that is. Harry immediately responded, we're fine Shepard, the cold doesn't bother us and we have wards to protect us from the snowstorm. Shepard quickly responded, okay, if you or Le Fay need anything let us know. Harry responded with an okay and soon after, the Mako took off toward their mission on this planet. After driving in the cold tundra of this planet for a while, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. Harry widened his eyes and then immediately stood up on top of the Mako and created a barrier around it. A blue thresher maw suddenly burst out of the ground and launched itself towards the Mako, only to crash against Harry's barrier and then be pushed off to the side. Shepard suddenly began to spin the wheel. Fuck. It's a thresher maw. Rex. Get on that cannon and shoot the damn thing. Rex nodded with an excited smile on his face and immediately got onto the cannon seat and began to shoot at the thresher maw. Garrus wasted no time and got on the secondary gun and began to shoot at it as well. Li Fei stared at the thresher maw and tilted her head. Oh? So that's a thresher maw, I can see why they're feared in this universe, it certainly seems impressive, it's at least high class level too. Harry nodded. Yeah, they're definitely dangerous and they can shoot projectiles as well, some sort of plasma attack or acid. Li Fei nodded and then waved her hand towards the aforementioned plasma attack coming their way and sent it flying to the side. I see, it's a good thing you called home, if these things spawn in the natural dungeon, they'll be way more powerful. Harry nodded and watched as the Mako drove around the thresher maw while Rex and Garrus shot at it with the cannon and the secondary gun. Li Fei waved her hand forward and multiple fireballs formed around her and the Mako. She then pointed her pointer finger towards the thresher maw and the fireballs began to shoot themselves towards the creature, while the Mako continued to drive around it to keep away from the creature. The thresher maw roared in pain and anger as it was being bombarded non-stop by the Mako and Li Fei. Meanwhile Harry kept an eye on it, in order to protect the Mako. The thresher maw suddenly roared one more time and then dropped on the ground dead. The damage it received was too much, and couldn't take it anymore. Shepard immediately stopped the Mako and got out of it to see the dead creature. He frowned when he saw it was truly dead. That thing died faster than the other one. Both Harry and Li Fei jumped down from on top of the Mako and walked up to Shepard's side. Li Fei then began to explain that creature isn't used to high temperatures, so my fireballs caused way more damage to it. Shepard nodded. I see, hit with its weakness, no wonder it died quicker than the other one. Harry nodded. This one had an obvious weakness, that's all, but we should get going. Shepard nodded. Yeah, we still need to find an emergency signal on this planet. Harry sighed. That's a trap. Shepard agreed with Harry. Definitely, there's no way something would send an emergency signal from this planet, but we still need to investigate and make sure, but keep an eye open. Both Harry and Li Fei nodded, then all three got on the Mako. A few seconds later Shepard drove off towards the signal they came to investigate. A time later. After driving through the snow and ice, the squad arrived where the emergency signal should be, only for Shepard and Harry's thoughts of this being a trap to be proven right. As soon as they got close, a significant number of Geth suddenly attacked them from all sides. Shepard quickly used the Mako's thrusters to make it jump high into the air and dodged the shots like that. Meanwhile, both Harry and Li Fei jumped down the Mako and rushed over to the Geth. Both summoned their weapons as they got close to their targets, Harry his keyblades and Li Fei her clarent. Both slashed down toward two Geth juggernauts and cut them in half. Both Geth explode instantly. Meanwhile, the Mako landed on the ground and Rex and Garrus immediately began to shoot the cannons at the Geth. In a matter of seconds, they cleared the area of enemies with ease. Li Fei and Harry dealing with the big guys made it easier for the Mako to deal with the troopers quickly. Once the area was cleared, Shepard stopped the Mako and sighed. I'm going to have to write a report about this to the 5th Fleet. With that said, and after Harry and Li Fei got on top of the Mako again, Shepard took off towards the next location to investigate on this planet. Some time later, they arrived at a building in the middle of a flat clearing. This clearing was surrounded by cliffs, so it made it hard for the Mako to reach the location, so Shepard, Rex, and Garrus decided to go on foot the rest of the way. With Harry's help, they were all floated to the top of one of the cliffs. Once on top, Garrus took a look around with the scope of his Harry-made sniper rifle. That building has anti-air strike weapons on top of it. We're dealing with some very well-paid mercenaries here. They also have heavy turrets all around the building as well. This place is very well fortified. Garrus stooped looking through the scope and turned his head towards Shepard. How do you want to do this, Shepard? Shepard crossed his arms and stared down towards the well-fortified building. Rex then piped in, that's an awful lot of enemies down there as well. Shepard nodded but then grinned. I have an idea, Rex, what do you feel about being bait? Rex raised an eyebrow, but then Shepard began to explain. As Rex heard the plan, an excited grin began to spread on his face. Anyone else but his friends would be quite scared watching him smile like that, and for a good reason. A few minutes later, the mercenaries were having another quiet and boring day on this cold and god-forsaken planet when one of them suddenly noticed something rushing toward their location. Is that a fucking Krogan rushing at us? Another mercenary took a look and nodded. Sure is, must be a crazy bastard if he thinks it's a good idea to just rush us like that, just shoot the idiot. One of the mercenaries nodded and took aim with his sniper rifle. A few seconds later he pulled the trigger and everyone watched the shot travel towards the crazy Krogan, only to gape when his shields just shimmered for a second and reflected the shot to the side. The sniper gaped. We might have a problem. One of the mercenaries looked very confused right now. The fuck was that? No shields should reflect and hold that strong against a sniper shot like that. Another mercenary frowned and then grabbed hold of a rocket launcher. Alright then, enough playing around, let's see if that crazy bastard can take this. The rest of the mercenaries grinned and began to laugh, thinking this would be the end of that crazy Krogan, so they watched with anticipation as their comrade took aim and then pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. The mercenaries watched as the rocket traveled through the air and then crashed against the rushing Krogan. Everyone cheered and celebrated, until very loud laughter made everyone stop in their tracks. Every mercenary slowly turned towards the explosion, only to gape wide-eyed as the crazy Krogan came out of the explosion running and laughing, all the while continuing rushing towards them. At this point, the mercenaries had enough and everyone began to shoot at the crazy Krogan with everything they had, only to start to panic as they watched that nothing was stopping the Krogan at all. While Rex was having fun rushing towards the enemies, Shepard was watching all of this go on with an amused smile on his face. He suddenly turned his head towards Harry, Lee Fei, and Garrus. Alright everyone, shoot when ready. Lee Fei and Harry pointed at the heavy turrets with their weapons, while Garrus aimed at the anti-air strike weapon on top of the building. He pulled the trigger and held it down as the sniper rifle began to charge energy. Garrus then suddenly held his breath and then took his shot. He quickly let go of the trigger and a fully charged shot flew through the air. Meanwhile both Lee Fei and Harry swung their weapons towards the heavy turret. Arcs of light, darkness, and blood-red lighting flew through the air and headed straight toward the heavy turrets. Back with the mercenaries. The mercenaries were now beginning to really panic as nothing they did was stopping the crazy Krogan. It was something straight out of their nightmares and the Krogan laughing in glee was not making things any better for them. But then something bright and flying through the air at high speed crashed against one of their anti-air strike cannons, causing an explosion and the building to shake. The mercenaries screamed in fright and some were even sent flying off the rooftop from the explosion. But right after, there were some red, white, and black flashes of light and then more explosions. One of the mercenaries took a look and gasped in shock. God damn it! They took out the heavy turrets. Another mercenary realized something. The Krogan. He didn't come alone. Everyone to battle sta. But the mercenary was cut off when more explosions rocked the building. Meanwhile, Rex had finally arrived at the building and the first thing he did was bull rush a trio of mercenaries. The poor guys were sent flying all over the place while Rex took out his shotgun and began a full-on attack on all of the mercenaries that got in his way. Panic and chaos soon reigned over this place. As soon as Harry, Garrus, and Lee Fei took down the heavy turrets and anti-air strike cannons, they joined Rex down over the building. Shepard just whistled as he watched over the battle. He soon smiled and then headed down to go get back to the Mako. Someone had to drive it to the building after all, and he does like driving it quite a bit. One massacre later, Shepard arrived at the front entrance of the building and parked the Mako in front of the entrance. Everyone else was already waiting for him, so he soon got out of the Mako and joined the squad. Once together again, they all prepared and then walked right in front of the building. The mercenaries they just killed really tried hard to stop them from reaching the building and they were curious to find out why. The group stepped inside and looked around the room they found themselves in. Harry suddenly raised his hand, and with his fingers he let everyone know, there were at least 20 mercenaries inside and ready to ambush them. Shepard nodded. He already thought that was the case with how quiet the building is, so he turned his head towards everyone and signaled them to be quick and careful next. Both Garrus and Rex took out their Harry-made pistol and got ready. Meanwhile, Harry walked over to the door and then Spartan kicked it. The door was blasted out of the doorway, and was sent flying back. A mercenary who had been waiting just on the other side of the door was caught off guard and received a door to the face for his troubles. He died on impact. Rex and Shepard immediately stepped inside and took the brunt of the bullet storm sent their way, but with their enchanted armor, the bullets did nothing and just stopped as they crashed against their shields. A moment later Lee Fei threw a silver light into the room and yelled at everyone to close their eyes. Shepard and Rex immediately did, and the orb of silver light exploded into a massive flash of light. The mercenaries screamed in surprise and panic, while Harry waved his head towards Garrus and cast a simple eye protection spell. With the spell protecting his eyes from the bright light of Lee Fei's silver orb, he jumped into the room and began shooting at the mercenaries. The mercenaries, unable to see, were taken down quickly by Garrus's shooting skills. The bright light soon subsided and everyone checked if the room was cleared. Once it was confirmed that they had killed the 20 mercenaries inside the building, everyone relaxed. Shepard then nodded to himself. This new gear and weapons really help with coming up with new battle tactics. Gurus nodded. Yes, they gave us versatility and firepower to take care of this in a matter of minutes. In all honesty, this is pretty impressive. Rex grinned. It was fun. Harry smiled. He was certainly happy that everything he had made so far was of great help to everyone so far. He was also very happy that the armor held strong and seemed to be very tough as well. With the mercenaries taken care of, the group began investigating the building. They found a few weapons, though most were of a lower quality than the one everyone had, so Harry put them in his inventory for them to take. After that they checked the second floor, only to find a dead body in one of the rooms on the second floor. Shepard walked over to the body and took a knee by its side. He searched the body and found an ID. Turned out it was the captain of the MSV Majesty, though it made everyone wonder what he was doing here. Shepard then noticed a data pad being held by his cold dead fingers, and so Shepard took it, hoping it would give him a clue as to what was going on here. With this done and not finding anything else in the building, the group decided to leave the planet. They needed some time to investigate the data pad, and while waiting they can continue with their missions. Once back on board the Normandy, everyone went to the mess hall to have some lunch and rest a bit. After that, Shepard went to the galaxy map and chose to go to the Pax system and then to Novaria. It was time to handle one of their main missions. Some time later, the Normandy approached the planet Novaria, and Joker immediately communicated with Control. Approach Control, this is the SSV Normandy, requesting a Vector and a BERT. Novaria Approach Control immediately responded, Normandy, your arrival was not scheduled, our defense grid is armed and tracking you, state your business. Shepard and Harry had gone to where Joker was driving the Normandy and stood behind him as they heard what Novaria Approach Control said. Joker frowned at the threat and then responded, Citadel business, we've got a Council Spectre aboard. Novaria Approach Control immediately changed their tune as soon as they heard that the Normandy had a Spectre on board. Not surprising though, as no one wants to mess with them. Landing access granted. Normandy. Be advised, we will be confirming identity on arrival. If confirmation cannot be established, your vessel will be impounded. Joker immediately docked the Normandy but huffed, what a fun bunch, I think I'll take my next leave here. Harry and Shepard grinned at Joker's sarcasm. They quickly turned around and went to get ready, though both were already thinking the same thing. Novaria sounds like it was going to be an annoying place to deal with. For this mission, Shepard chose Lyra and Ashley for his squad, while Harry and Kunu will be coming with them as well. After choosing his squad and getting ready, everyone got out of the Normandy and headed to Novaria's dock. The group followed the long dockway until they stepped in front of a group of 3 people waiting for them. A short-haired woman immediately spoke to Shepard the moment he got close. That's far enough. Shepard nodded. We're not here to cause problems. The woman frowned. This is an unscheduled arrival, I need your credentials. Shepard nodded. I'm a Spectre, my name is Shepard. A blonde-haired woman standing beside the short-haired one suddenly spoke. Load of horse crap, ma'am. The short-haired woman frowned but then said, we will need to confirm that. Also, I must advise you that firearms are not permitted on Novaria. The short-haired woman turned towards the blonde woman and said, Sergeant Sterling, secure their weapons. Now, Shepard would have given up his firearms under different circumstances, but at this moment, he, Lyra, and Ashley were carrying Harry-made pistols and Shepard was in no way in hell going to give up such weapons to these strangers. So everyone aimed their weapons at each other. Harry raised an eyebrow and stared at the Mexican standoff in front of him. He found it amusing that these people thought that they actually had any power here. Citadel authority supersedes yours, but if that's not enough, I'm more than happy to kill you all. Harry waved a hand and the 3 demanding people in front of the group gasped as their firearms turned into sand that dropped to the ground. Shepard smiled and then said, it's best not to start a fight now, right? The 3 soldiers in front of the group were too busy gaping at what had happened to their firearms to hear Shepard, but then they suddenly received a communication. Captain Matsuo. Stand down. We confirmed their identities. Spectres are authorized to carry weapons here, Captain. Matsuo frowned but nodded. She then turned towards Shepard. You may proceed, Spectre. I hope the rest of your visit will be less confrontational. Parasini-san will meet you upstairs. Sterling then frowned. Behave yourself. Harry frowned and glared. Fuck off, you don't get to tell us what to do, now back away and get out of the way or I'll move you. Harry growled, which caused the soldiers in front of the group to tense up and took an involuntary step back, which was enough room for Shepard and the group to move forward. The group then stepped through an automatic room, while ignoring the glares of the soldiers, and stepped inside Novaria. After walking in, they climbed a small staircase and then walked towards a desk. As soon as they got close, an alarm began to go off. Someone immediately called out to the group, weapons detectors, don't mind the alarms. Shepard nodded and walked over towards who had called out to him. There behind a desk was a dark-skinned short-haired woman. The woman nodded and proceeded to introduce herself. I am Gianna Parasini, assisting administrator Anolis. We apologize for the incident in the docking bay. Harry huffed but let Shepard handle this. He was annoyed now and he rather not say anything. Kunu smiled and grabbed his hand, which made Harry smile at her. Shepard nodded to Gianna. I appreciate your help. Gianna bowed and then said, you're welcome. You understand our security chief was only doing her job. One of my duties is the orientation of new arrivals. Do you have any questions? Shepard nodded to Gianna and then proceeded to ask, has anyone unusual passed through here recently? Gianna tilted her head and pondered on Shepard's question for a bit, and soon said, unusual? An Asari matriarch passed through a few days ago, Lady Benazia. Lyra frowned. Benazia? She is here. Lyra wasn't the only one surprised by this news. After all, they didn't expect to hear anything about Benazia so soon. Shepard sighed and then turned his head towards Gianna. Can I speak with her? Gianna nodded. Benazia left for the Peak 15 research complex days ago. To the best of my knowledge, she's still there. Shepard looked intrigued but also a bit suspicious. All this seemed too easy, and knowing his luck, something else must be going on here. Still, he really couldn't ignore this chance. Could you tell me how to get there? Gianna immediately answered the question. You'll need to ask Admin Anolis for clearance to leave this port. Ashley then decided to pipe in. And where can we find this administrator? Gianna smiled and then said, his office is on the main level, left at the top of the elevator. With that answered and now knowing who to speak to, Shepard then decided to ask something he was wondering about. Pretty heavy security for such a small port. Gianna nodded. The executive board does everything in its power to protect the privacy of our client corporations. Shepard frowned. That not only sounded suspicious but it could get in the way of what they came here to do. I can't have my investigation hampered. Gianna frowned. Tread lightly, the board can bury you in litigation. You'd need an Asari lawyer to see the case through. Shepard sighed while Harry huffed. Don't worry, Shepard, if anything happens I'll handle it. Gianna raised an eyebrow at Harry, but Shepard just nodded, knowing full well he can trust Harry to deal with annoyances with ease. With that done, Shepard then turned his head back towards Gianna. All right, we're done here, can we go in now? Gianna nodded. Of course, if you need any help, you can ask me at the administrator's office. Having said her piece, Gianna quickly turned around and left. Lyra sighed and shook her head. She is here, I can't believe it. Lyra then turned her head towards Shepard. I imagine you want to talk to me, Shepard, about my mother. Shepard shook his head. No, I don't. I trust you, Lyra. You may not be military, but you're part of my crew. Lyra smiled. Thank you, Shepard, that means a great deal to me. Everyone, even Ashley, smiled at how at ease Lyra seemed right now. When she heard Benazia was here, she tensed up and seemed to be stressing something fierce. But thanks to Shepard's words she seemed to be able to calm down a bit. With that done, the group went ahead and began to walk over to the elevator to enter Novaria properly. They all boarded the elevator and rode it up. As they rode it, a radio announcement suddenly came on. This is the afternoon news. Ambassador Nusina was caught in a bit of a silly mishap during a meeting between ambassadors today. For some unknown reason, as Ambassador Nusina was walking over to her seat, she suddenly and unexpectedly tripped and flew through the air all the way to the end of the table of the embassy meeting room and crashed against a wall. Ambassador Nusina was then taken to the hospital with a cracked skull. She's currently fine and awake, but she will be on leave for a few weeks for obvious reasons. But the whole event had been a surprise and amused the rest of the ambassadors, though many wondered how exactly she tripped on nothing. Everyone was somewhat surprised at the news. Sure, no one liked Nusina, especially since she tried to manipulate Shepard to do her dirty work, but what just happened to her seemed very harsh. Still, she did deserve the misfortune. Meanwhile, Harry just maliciously grinned while Kunu's sweat dropped and sent a small prayer towards the poor fool. Harry was pranking right now. After that bit of news, the group finally arrived on Novaria. They quickly got off the elevator and looked around the place. It seemed very busy despite looking sort of bland with all the grey cement of this place. Shepard noticed some sort of room made of glass and being curious about it, he decided to take a look. Everyone went inside the glass room and found a lone Hanner. Shepard raised an eyebrow in surprise, while Kunu, who really liked Hanner for some odd reason, ran up to it. The Hanner turned its head towards Kunu and spoke to her. This one offers greetings. It then turned towards Shepard. You are the spectre that visits Port Hans Han. Shepard walked over and nodded. News travels fast here. Kunu grabbed one of the Hanner's tentacles and began to play with it. Luckily the Hanner didn't seem to mind though. Instead, he went on with his conversation with Shepard. Indeed, esteemed Spectre, your arrival was not greeted with joy by the companies here. This one has a burden that you could ease. If an arrangement could be made, it will compensate you. This one has procured a special item for my customer. The item is not permitted within the station, but you could bring it through customs. Shepard crossed his arms. You want me to use my status to smuggle it in for you? The Hanner stayed silent for a second but then said that is not inaccurate. Kunu got up and smiled widely as she showed everyone how she had tied the Hanner's tentacle into a beautiful bow. The Hanner raised its tentacle and just silently stared at it. Harry of course chuckled. He found the whole thing funny, while Shepard, Lyra, and Ashley sweat dropped, now feeling a bit bad for the Hanner, since who knows how is he going to take to untie his tentacle now, so the commander decided to help him. All right. I have no problem helping you. The Hanner stopped staring at his tentacle and turned its head towards Shepard. This one humbly thanks the Spectre. The package will be delivered to your vessel. All you need to do is bring it to this one. Please, do not mention this to Administrator Anolis, that one would levy fees. Is there anything this one might help you with? Shepard shook his head and then stepped away from the Hanner with the group following him close behind. The Hanner then went back to staring at his tentacle, which was still tied into a bow. More than likely, it had no idea how to untie it, since all of his other tentacles were too soft to be able to untie something, much less one of its limbs. Inwardly though, the Hanner was wondering how he didn't notice his tentacle being tied like this, though he did think the bow looked nice and fancy as well. Once outside the glass room, Shepard wondered how to get this done safely. Harry then just decided to teleport back to the Normandy and get the package. He'll teleport back once he got it and problem solved. Shepard liked the idea and agreed to it. Harry quickly snapped his finger and froze time so no cameras could detect what he was about to do. He then promptly teleported and got the package from the Normandy. With the package in hand, he quickly teleported back to the group and restored time. Everyone smiled at him and he nodded to let them know he had the package. Chapter 158. The group nodded to Harry and the Dragon God handed Shepard the package. With the package on hand, the group then went back to the Hanner, though they sweat dropped when they saw it still standing there and staring at his tentacle, still tied in a bow. Well, except Kunu, who looked extra happy for some reason. Shepard shook his head and then decided to just ignore all of that and approached it. The Hanner turned its head towards Shepard as it noticed him walking over to him. The Hanner then wobbled a bit as he spoke to Shepard. Greetings, do you have the package? Shepard nodded and handed it to the Hanner. It then nodded. The Spectre has done a great service to this one. From the deepness of light, it thanks you. This one promised compensation for services rendered. It humbly suggests that a sum of 250 credits would be most appropriate. Shepard raised his eyebrow at the Hanner. Would you have any chance of getting this past customs without me? You can be a bit more generous. Harry nodded. Best to be grateful when one gets help. The Hanner stared at Shepard for a second, but then said the other's words possess the discomforting ring of truth. This one could raise the sum to 500 credits, that is half this one's profit taken by the other. It can offer no more. Shepard smiled and nodded to the Hanner. That's thoughtful of you. The Hanner nodded as well. This one is glad to have come to an agreement. Everyone nodded, but the Hanner raised a tentacle only to stare at it when it saw that it was also tied into a bow. Everyone's sweat dropped again as they stared as the Hanner raised the other tentacle tied into a bow as well. He then began to move its sight from side to side as he stared at both tentacles tied into bows. Everyone then looked down and watched a very proud-looking Kunu bent down below the Hanner and smiling. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement, while the others were wondering how she even got there and how the hell she tied up a second tentacle without them noticing. After that, the group left a very perplexed Hanner behind and continued their walk around Novaria. They all walked around for a bit, but Novaria isn't like the Citadel. It has more of a simple look and nothing of interest caught their eye. Even the people roaming around didn't seem that interesting. In fact, they all seemed too absorbed in what they were doing and didn't pay any attention to Shepard and the group. Eventually, they made it to some sort of office, so Shepard and the group went inside. Once inside the office and behind a desk, they found Gianna Parasini. Her presence here told them that they had found the office of Anolis. Wanting to speak to him, Shepard approached Gianna and asked, "Can I speak with Anolis?" Gianna nodded. "One moment please." Gianna quickly pressed a button on her desk and then spoke out loud, "Mr. Anolis." Anolis immediately answered, "Yes? What? What?" The guy didn't seem very patient, but Gianna didn't seem to mind and just went on, "Commander Shepard is asking to see you, sir." Anolis immediately answered, "Right, fine, come in." Gianna smiled and nodded to Shepard. he gave her a thankful smile to Gianna and then walked around her desk to head to Anoli's office. Once inside his office, Shepard walked over to Anoli's desk. Harry stared at Anolis and saw that it was a Solarian, but this one seemed rather stuck up for some reason. As soon as Shepard stood in front of Anolis, the Solarian began to speak. You will excuse me if I don't stand up, I have no time to entertain colonial rubes. Shepard crossed his arms and stared at Anolis. I see you looked up my service record. Anolis nodded. Only a fool enters negotiations without knowledge of the other party's tendencies. This greeting is a courtesy, I will only cooperate as required by the executive board. Businesses come here to avoid the second guessing of galactic law. Shepard frowned. I'm conducting an investigation, it's a matter of galactic security. But Anolis just huffed in response. Yes, isn't everything? I will not allow you to harass our clients, this world is private property. That wasn't good news for Shepard and his mission to stop Saren, which made him rather annoyed at the situation, but he still needed to try and get more information. Do you do business with Saren? Anloy seemed perplexed at the mention of Saren for a few seconds but then spoke. Agent Saren? One of your Spectre compatriots. He's a major investor in Binary Helix Corporation, which is one of Novaria's backers. Harry rubbed his brow as he looked down and huffed in annoyance. Great, just great. Harry's sentiments were shared by everyone, and this could pose some serious problems for their mission. Shepard decided to try and get more information. Is Binary Helix developing weapons for him? Anolis just blinked and then responded with, it's possible, given his interests, what our clients do in their labs is their business. Kunu crossed her arms and shook her head. That doesn't tell us anything, Saren could be using Binary Helix for anything as far we know. Shepard nodded in agreement, but there wasn't anything they could do about it now, especially when Anolis didn't seem to want to speak more, so he decided to ask about something else. I've heard an Asari matriarch is here, Benazia. Analois nodded. She arrived a few days ago, accompanied by a personal escort and some cargo. She is at Peak 15. Harry looked intrigued by Anolis's information, so he then asked, what can you tell us about the cargo? Anolis hummed for about a second before answering Harry's question. Large, heavy, and sealed, it passed weapons screening, beyond that it is not our concern. Shepard nodded and then asked another question. What do you mean personal escort? Anolis rolled his eyes. The phrase is self-explanatory, bodyguards attending to the safety of her person, mainly Asari commandos. Ashley frowned. Commandos? You didn't think that's odd? Anolis just shrugged. They followed all our regulations, I had no reason to forbid Lady Benazia from taking them. Everyone was beginning to see, just how much Anolis didn't care what anyone did on this planet as long as they had money invested in here. It was rather annoying to deal with people like him. Shepard just grunted in annoyance. I'd like to see her immediately. Anolis shook his head. I'm afraid that you cannot. Peak 15 is a private facility in the Skadi Mountains. Regardless, there's a blizzard in the area, shuttles are grounded and surface access has been cut off. Harry just glared at Anolis. Fantastic, this just got even more annoying. Anolis suddenly felt a shiver go down his spine. He didn't know why, but the green-eyed human in the group gave him a big sense of danger. But before he could ponder more about this, Shepard asked a question. Do you know what brought her out here? Anolis looked away from Harry and shook his head. If I knew, I wouldn't be at liberty to say. She came here as Agent Saren's executor. She is here on business for Binary Helix. There were issues at Peak 15 that required Saren's attention. Shepard and Harry shared a look for a few seconds. Shepard then turned to look at Anolis and nodded at him. I have no more questions at this time. Anolis nodded. Good. I received a dozen urgent messages while you dithered about. Everyone chose to ignore Anolis's last comment and just left his office. While everyone walked by Gianna's desk on their way out of this office, she suddenly spoke up. Mr. Anolis isn't the only one with a pass to leave Han. That caught everyone's interest, so curious about it, Shepard walked over to Gianna's desk. As soon as he stood in front of her, Gianna began to elaborate. You've never worked in the corporate world, have you, Commander? You can't bludgeon through bureaucracy. Harry scoffed. Which is why I hate dealing with this nonsense. I rather leave it to those with the know-how and patience for it. I rather not deal with this nonsense. Everyone agreed with Harry. To them, people of action, all of this was just not something any of them wanted to deal with. Shepard sighed and nodded. So it would seem, I need an alternative. Gianna nodded and then began to whisper. Talk to Lorik Kian, you should be able to find him at the hotel bar. Can't say more, not within earshot of Mr. Anolis. Shepard nodded. He then decided to get some information from Gianna, since she seems to be in a cooperative mood right now. What can you tell me about the facilities here? Gianna frowned with a thoughtful look, but still answered Shepard's question. We have 17 research complexes built into the mountains, each is a self-sufficient facility housing a staff of hundreds. Kunu's ears flicked as she thought about what she just heard. That's a lot of big research facilities not being monitored by anyone. Does anyone else have a bad feeling about all of this? Everyone agreed. Novaria could easily become a rather dangerous place with the way they handle and protect their clients. Who knows what sort of research they're doing on this planet? It certainly gave everyone a bad feeling. Shepard then decided to ask another question. You say I should talk to Lorik Kian? Gianna nodded. Yes, go talk to him. I can't speak any more than what I already did about this. Shepard nodded. It seems like he was going to have to go find this Lorik if he wants to find out more about this, so instead, he decided to ask for more information. Tell me about the companies that work on Novaria. Gianna nodded and then began to explain. Over 250 high-tech firms rent our labs. Major shareholders include Elanus Risk Control Services, Binary Helix, and Synthetic Insights, Ltd. Shepard nodded, thinking that he had heard was enough for now, so he decided it was time to leave, and so after saying goodbye to Gianna and leaving the office, everyone walked around for a bit. A few minutes later, in a fair distance away from Anolis's office, everyone stopped and Harry raised a ward to prevent anyone or anything from eavesdropping on them. Ashley then scratched her head. Looks like we're not going to have any help from the authorities here. Hey. Harry nodded. Yeah, their priorities are towards the shareholders, anyone else is insignificant to them, which could be a problem. Lyra hummed. You think they'll actively get in our way? Harry sighed. Maybe if for a second they think we're onto something or a danger to one of their clients, we can surely expect a fight to break out. When we make our move we have to be sure about doing it. Because afterward, there will be no chance for regret or hesitation. We're dealing with people with a lot of money and power here, and some of those companies mentioned by Gianna sound big. And I'm sure they have their ways to make this mission extra difficult. Of course, if necessary, I can handle them, but it depends on you, Shepard. Shepard looked to the side. What can you do about them, and would it be fast? Harry crossed his arms and then began to explain. I can buy the major shareholders, that would technically make this planet mine, or I can mentally control people, make them help us or get out of our way. I can also alter reality if needed as well, but as I said, I'll leave the decision as to when, why, and if I need to do all of this, up to you, Shepard. Shepard nodded. All right, that's good, but for now let's try to handle this on our own. I rather not have to always rely on everything you can do outside of fighting Harry. We don't want to get too over-reliant on your help. We all know you won't always be around, so we need to handle things as normally as possible. Harry smiled and nodded to Shepard. Sounds good, but anything you need just ask. Now the question is, what do we do now? Shepard nodded and then said, let's look for this Lorik, Gianna mentioned, and see how he or she can help us. We'll decide what to do next after that. Everyone nodded and agreed with Shepard's plan. Ashley, however, raised a question she had been wondering about. Can you really buy out those big companies, Harry? They're pretty well known, you know. Harry hummed. Well, I have a lot of money, and I do mean a lot, and that's not even counting all the treasure I have piled in my hoard too. The issue will be locating and convincing the people with shares to sell them to me. But I can either hypnotize them or take control of their mind to do it, though it would still take some time to have everything done and we don't have a lot of time on our hands. But it is a possibility, a long-term one, but it's there just in case we need it. Ashley nodded. I see, you're a scary guy, Harry, but you'll buy me something cool, right? Harry just rolled his eyes. I just made you a super pistol and super armor and you want more? Take my wallet too. Why don't you? Ashley grinned. Don't mind if I do. Might as well buy something for Sarah, Lynn, and Abby. Harry rolled his eyes at Ashley again and was about to tell her no, but Kunu clapped and cheerfully said, we can go shopping for clothes. Your sisters, and you can show Valerie, Ellie, Faye, and me all the cool styles. Harry gaped and then dropped to his knees while lamenting the damage his wallet is about to receive, all the while Ashley and Kunu were already making all sorts of plans. Lyra nervously laughed, though inwardly she was glad she wasn't being dragged into this. She has never cared much about clothes shopping after all. Shepard just sent a small prayer to Harry's wallet for its survival, while Harry just stayed on the floor in defeat. After Harry stopped lamenting the future condition of his wallet and planning to grind for money in his instant dungeons non-stop for a while, the group then walked around looking for the hotel bar Gianna mentioned. After a while of walking around, they found an elevator, so they boarded it and rode it up. As they approached the top floor, music began to loudly play and everyone looked around as the music just got louder and louder until the elevator stopped and opened its door. It was then that they saw that they had found themselves in the hotel bar Gianna mentioned. the group all walked inside and began to look for Lorik. They quickly found him sitting on a table and quietly drinking. Lorik turned out to be a Turian, and as soon as the group approached, he immediately spoke to them. Afternoon, sit down, have a drink, what can I do for you? Everyone sat around his table, but didn't take a drink. They were here for business, not leisure, but Shepard did give him a nod and then asked, are you Lorik Kian? I've heard you might be able to help. Lorik took a drink as he stared at Shepard. He soon stopped drinking and spoke up, you're the spectre that just arrived, are you not? What could an old Turian like me possibly help you with? Shepard closed his eyes and then began to explain, I'm trying to find a way into the garage, I have places to go. Shepard then opened his eyes and stared at Lorik, who took a sip of his drink again before speaking again, you need a pass, how fortuitous. I'm the manager of the local Synthetic Insights office, for the moment, at least. Mr. Anolis closed my office, he claims to be investigating reports of my corruption. The administrator is an interesting man, he had become quite wealthy since he took direct control of rents. Shepard frowned as she saw the underlying situation, I sense a connection there. Lorik nodded, indeed. I acquired evidence of Anolis's actions, his hired goons are ransacking my office to find it. I suspect your goal lies outside this port. Mr. Anolis would be disinclined to let you wander. If you recover the evidence from my office, I will give you my garage pass, as well as a sum of credits. That was perfect for what the group needed to do in Novaria, plus it will allow them to give Anolis the middle finger as well. He had not gained any friends among them with his attitude, that's for sure. But Shepard had questions before he would agree to this. Why didn't Anolis cancel your pass clearance? Lorik scoffed, why should he? There's nothing outside but snow and hungry Nathuk. Harry huffed as he realized why Anolis isn't concerned about Lorik getting away. He knows you can't escape, or run away, so he's not even worried about you. Lorik nodded, confirming Harry's words. Shepard understood Lorik's situation better now, but he still had one more question, how did you get a pass? Lorik immediately answered Shepard's question, I'm a manager, most executives on Novaria are free to come and go as they will. With his question answered, Shepard decided to help Lorik. You have a plan? Lorik actually smiled and nodded, I do, however, there is another. What is that charming human expression, fly in the lotion? Anyways, violence against Mr. Anolis's thugs may be necessary, he had members of Hanshan's security team searching my offices. He is paying them under the table, Ms. Matsuo is unaware of their outside employment. Ashley smiled, violence? Well, that's sort of our expertise. Lyra's sweat dropped when Shepard, Kunu, and Harry nodded in agreement. I'm not violent. Harry chuckled, just give it time, I'm sure you'll become as bloodthirsty as Rex and Ashley soon enough. Now, that unnerved Lyra quite a bit. She didn't want to become a violent person after all, but given the grins she was getting from everyone, it seems there was no way she won't be. Shepard, however, had a bit of an issue. If I have to kill the guards, I'm afraid I might not be able to help you, there's still the law around here. Lorik nodded, true enough, though I hasten to point out that Ms. Matsuo disapproves of outside contracting. That made things a bit easier, so Shepard nodded, I see, so to make things clear, if I help you, you'll help me. Lorik smiled, yes, you need to get into the garage, so take care of Anolis thugs and I'll give you my pass with a little bit of cash as well, we both win. Shepard nodded, if they want to act like mercenaries, then they'll die like mercenaries. Lorik grinned and finished his drink, excellent, here is my pass into our offices, it will activate the elevator. Lorik handed Shepard his pass and continued on, the evidence is on my office computer, this OSD contains an encryption key to access it, slide it into the drive and it will auto-execute. Oh, and do try to keep bloodstains out of the carpets, would you? Harry smiled, that will cost you extra. Lorik chuckled but nodded, fair is fair after all. The group then got up from the table and walked away from Lorik. They were all walking towards the exit of the club when an Asari stopped them and then said, I need your help, Commander, the male at the hotel bar, he is a sales rep for Binary Helix, his name is Rafael Vargas, I need you to speak with him. However, everything Shepard just heard from the Asari perplexed him. Do you know who I am? The Asari nodded. Everyone here knows who you are, dull stone, that makes you ideal for my job, you are a known quantity, or so Vargas will think, he will assume you are here to investigate his company's dirty laundry, that will distract him from my real intentions. Harry frowned and glared at the Asari. That is a really rude way to ask for a favor, why should we help someone like you? We don't even know you. The Asari stepped back from the group as she saw Harry glare at her. Shepard then nodded, plus I don't know anything about Binary Helix, what would I talk to Vargas about? The Asari stayed quiet for a few seconds, while cautiously staring at Harry. She then began to speak again. I'm Malene Khalees. I represent the Ermali City Council on Thesha. Our town is known for its biotic crafters. That caught Lyra's attention. What is your city's interest in binary helix? They do not manufacture amps. Malene nodded. Much of BH's work relates to biotics. There are rumors that the Novaria branch had flown in Asari biotics, powerful ones, commandos. To be specific, we want to assess any potential risk to Asari copyrights. You will present yourself as a buyer, on behalf of the Spectres or the Alliance, to discuss their military enhancement programs. Your real objective will be to distract him. I will give you a device that will crack into his personal wireless network. It will upload a variety of monitoring viruses, and they will infiltrate Binary Helix when he logs onto their intranet. Shepard hummed as he thought about it. Harry then stopped time and began to speak. We know Binary Helix is working with Saren, so by doing this we might be able to slow down whatever they're doing for him, plus I'm sure it will be an annoyance to that son of a bitch too. Ashley nodded. Yet. We might not know where he is, but we can mess with him this way until we catch him. Shepard nodded. Yeah, that sounds good, let's help Malene and mess with Saren a bit. With that decided, Harry let time flow once again. Shepard nodded to Malene. Interesting plans, I'm in. Malene nodded and gave Shepard a smile. Excellent, here is the cracking device. She handed him the device and continued to explain. You will know when it's done when it beeps. I have assembled a dossier on Vargas. If you would like, I could brief you on his behavioral patterns. Harry shook his head. I can handle it, all I have to do is stay close to him for the device to do its job right. Malene nodded and raised an eyebrow. Shepard handed the device to Harry, and the dragon god nodded and then walked over to Vargas. When he was close to him, he went through a quick series of hand signs. Vargas then suddenly slumped a bit and had a glassy look in his eyes. Harry just leaned against the wall nearby him and waited for the device to do its job. Meanwhile, Malene was gaping while Shepard rubbed the back of his head. Well, he makes it seem so easy. Hey. Ashley nodded. Yeah, I wonder what he did though. Kunu smiled and began to explain. He used genjutsu or illusionary arts. What he did is trap Vargas in his mind, while he waits for the device to finish whatever is doing. Lyra looked intrigued. Illusionary arts? What is that and is it safe? Kunu smiled at Lyra and answered her question. Illusionary arts does what the name implies, they deal with illusions. However, these illusions aren't simple things like images or fake sounds. When someone who knows how to use genjutsu uses it on someone, what they really do is use their energy to invade a person's brainwaves, senses, and even mind. Right now Vargas is trapped inside his mind and not even aware that time is passing by. Right now he's just standing there as if nothing has changed. Lyra gaped a bit. That sounds amazing and incredibly hard to do. Kunu nodded. Yup. You need perfect control of your energy or the illusion could be dispelled easily. Harry is good at them, but he's never been too interested in the art. But as you can see, he's very well capable of casting some very powerful illusions despite the fact that he's not as good at them as he is with his other techniques. The group was very impressed at what Harry was doing. Suddenly Harry stepped off the wall and walked back toward everyone. He snapped his fingers and everyone could see how Vargas suddenly shook his head but went back to drinking as if nothing happened. Harry then walked over to Malene and handed her the device. Though she was still out of it. Here, it's done. Malene stared at the device for a few seconds but nodded. Excellent, I will transfer 500 credits to Commander Shepard's account. Harry raised an eyebrow. Only 500, is that really all you can give? Especially when you couldn't do it by yourself. Malene nervously sweated. Did I say 500? I meant 750. Harry stared at Malene while humming, which made the poor Asari rather nervous right now until Harry nodded. All right, I guess that's good enough. The Asari sighed in relief and then nodded to Shepard. Good, then good day Spectre. Malene then quickly left. Kunu giggled. Wow, she left so fast. Ashley nodded with a grin on her face while Harry did practically grab her by the ankles and shook her for all her credits. Lyra nervously fidgeted. Wasn't that a bit too much? Harry shook his head and smiled at Lyra. Nah, she did act all cocky and tried to use us at the beginning, plus I did all her job easily, I don't come cheap you know. Lyra lightly laughed and inwardly agreed with Harry. Shepard then spoke. All right, thank you for handling that Harry, now let's go and deal with Lorik's problem. The group then walked out of the club and boarded the elevator down. Once back on the first floor they immediately went to look for Lorik's office. Along the way, while climbing a set of stairs to the second floor, they were stopped by a Turian Spectre. Right? Shepard nodded. Yeah, that's me. The Turian nodded and then introduced himself. My name is Lali Irax, I used to be a military tech, except for Mako's people, everyone's too corporate here, they just sit around sipping expensive water. Shepard nodded in agreement. The kind of people who are here on Novaria wasn't the kind he's used to dealing with. If it wasn't because Benazia is here, he would have already left. Yet, this place isn't for me either. Laliirax sighed and nodded. The group then left after saying goodbye to the Turian, who went back to sulking about the kind of place Novaria is. They continued going up the stairs until they found an elevator and an guard. Knowing that without a pass they couldn't use the elevator, they opted to leave for now, since at least they now knew where the elevator to the garage is located. With that done, the group then headed down the stairs and went to look for Lorik's office again. They found another elevator nearby the stairs and boarded to see where it led. After the elevator stopped, everyone stepped out of it and walked inside the new area. However, as soon as they all made it outside the elevator, they were all stopped by an guard freeze. Hand security, this office is sealed. It seems that they finally found Lorik's office. Shepard immediately began to speak. Lorik Kian gave me a pass in. The guard frowned. Kian? Are you working for him? He's under investigation. Shepard however narrowed his eyes. Anolis is paying you to shake this place down. Does Captain Matsuo know you're here? That made the guard visibly nervous. Hey, I'm not the one who wants Kian. Anolis had a Varan up his ass about this guy. How about this? You pretend you didn't see us, we'll pretend we didn't see you. The guard waved at the ones nearby and all of them then left. However, not all of them did so. Some were blinded by the money promised by Anolis to care about Captain Matsuo. So the group immediately got ready for an attack and began to move deeper into the office. This place had plenty of walls and furniture for the enemy to take cover and sneak up on them. So everyone was being careful, though Harry wouldn't let any sneak attack actually work. Suddenly an guard jumped out of a wall, but Kunu knew he was back there and reacted right away. She quickly summoned her keyblade and threw it at the Ig. Her keyblade was suddenly engulfed in ice as it flew through the air like a saw. The guard didn't see it coming and was hit on the chest and sent flying back from the force behind the keyblade. His body froze solid in midair and shattered when it crashed against a wall nearby. With their initial ambush stopped, the rest of the guards came out of hiding and attacked the group. Both Shepard and Ashley took point and lead Lyra into battle while keeping her behind them. Their armor blocked all the shots while they shot back at the guards with their Harry-made pistols. The guards panicked the moment they saw the group's shields hold strong against their weapons. It was something they haven't seen before, and it was made worse when Shepard and Ashley's shots shattered their shields in a single shot, but they couldn't even move or try to take cover, because they were immediately gunned down by Shepard and Ashley. Unable to harm the group and taking a lot of damage instead, the rest of the guards tried to run, but Harry just waved his hand and blasted them with a small key blast. Soon after, the room was cleared and Lyra went to look for Lorik's office to get the evidence. Both Shepard and Ashley went with her to cover her back, while Harry and Kunu restored everything that was damaged in the small firefight that took place here. After destroying the bodies and making sure everything was left the way it was before they came in, the group got together again. Harry smiled and then asked, "Did you get it?" Lyra nodded. "Yes, everything went smoothly." Shepard looked around. "Looks like you guys are done too." Kunu nodded and gave Shepard a smirk. "It was easy to repair the office and get rid of the bodies." Ashley then sighed. "That was kind of fast though, but there were quite a bit of guards here. Anolis must have really wanted to get that evidence." Harry nodded. "It's a good thing Shepard let some of them leave, we just had to deal with the real corrupt ones." Shepard agreed with what Harry said. "We were lucky they were smart enough to listen. In any case, we should go back to Lorik and give him the evidence." Everyone nodded and together, they all walked back to the elevator. However, someone was already waiting for them, and as soon as they got close she walked up to Shepard. "I don't think you're supposed to be in here, Shepard." Everyone recognized this woman as the female and blonde short-haired guard that was with Captain Matsuo when they arrived, Officer Sterling. They remember her well, because of how rude she was to them, so Shepard wasn't going to be polite with her. "Do you plan on making me leave?" The woman grinned. "Leave? You think I'm going to let you walk out? Anolis would throw you off-world for what you did here. I won't. You know what we did to cop killers in my world." Ashley frowned. "Please, your men are dirty, Sergeant. You're here off-duty, breaking the law for bribe money." Shepard nodded. "I gave them a chance to leave, but some didn't take it. I have a mission to complete and I did what I had to." The woman narrowed her eyes and everyone knew this was going to become another fight. However, Harry wasn't going to let anyone get in their way. Chapter 159. Sterling frowned and shook her head while pointing her firearm at Shepard. "I don't care." She immediately took a shot at Shepard, but Harry just slapped it away with his bare hand. Sterling didn't come alone though, and the trio of officers that were standing behind her, immediately aimed at the group. Sterling grinned, not really caring how Harry had slapped her shot with his bare hand, and began to order everyone to shoot at the group. Harry just narrowed his eyes and waved his hand towards Sterling and her group of guards. A wave of darkness shot outwards from Harry's arms and almost instantly engulfed Sterling and her group. They didn't even have time to scream as their bodies were consumed by darkness. Their bodies, souls, and minds just ceased to exist, and then they knew no more. Everyone looked surprised by Harry's reaction, but all he did is scoff and shake his head. What a bitch, she's been nothing but a jerk since we got here. Shepard nodded. Yet, she was hostile from the get-go. Ashley shrugged. Well, she had it coming, really shouldn't have attacked us too. I know she must have known we just killed a bunch of her guys, so why would she think she would do better? Lyra just shook her head. Arrogance and ignorance. Everyone agreed with Lyra's words but was still feeling rather annoyed at the whole thing. Kunu then spoke up. Well, we're done here, so we should go meet with Lorik, we need that pass. The group nodded to Kunu and soon walked over to the elevator. They boarded it and then rode it down to the first floor. They soon arrived and walked out of the elevator, only to stop when they found Gianna standing nearby. She immediately noticed Shepard and spoke to him. Commander, there have been reports of noise from the Synthetic Insights office, would you know anything about it? Shepard just shrugged. Of course not, why would I? Gianna frowned at Shepard. Don't play me, Shepard, meet me at the hotel for a drink, before you talk to Kian, I'll be waiting. Gianna walked away and left as soon as she said her piece. Shepard raised an eyebrow and seemed very perplexed by her change in attitude. What was that all about? Harry shook his head. Who knows? But I bet she wants something. She's been acting kinda shady since we got here, and she was the one who told us about Lorik. Kunu nodded. Well, might as well go and see what she wants, right? Shepard sighed but nodded. After that small conversation, the group quickly left the area to head to the hotel bar and meet with Gianna. It didn't take long for the group to arrive. Music once again filled the elevator as it opened and the group walked out of it. Together they all walked into the bar and looked around for Gianna. They found her on the other side of the hotel bar, far away from Lorik. The group immediately walked over to her. Gianna saw Shepard approach her. As soon as he got in front of her, she began to speak. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Parasini, Novaria Internal Affairs. Harry hummed for a second and then said, well, shit on a stick. Shepard could have not agreed more with Harry right now. Still, now he needed to know what she was doing here. Why is an internal affair agent here? Gianna sighed a bit and then answered Shepard's question. The executive board knows about Anolyse's corruption. I've been undercover for 6 months. I want you to convince Kian to testify before the board. With this evidence, this planet can run profitable again. Harry frowned and turned his head towards Kunu. Why is it that we always have to do other people's jobs? This is becoming an odd habit now. Kunu laughed a little and then shrugged with a small shake of her head. She didn't know why this sort of thing was happening to them often. Perhaps it's a quirk of this universe, or maybe it was Shepard's luck, but she did have to admit that this was happening oddly often now. Shepard inwardly agreed with Harry, but was more focused on Gianna right now. You work for Anolyse, can't you just take his records? Gianna scoffed at the idea. He's a crook, not a moron. He doesn't keep logs on his computer saying this month I stole 3 million credits. Kian's testimony and records are everything I need to prove Anolyse's guilt in one package. Well, everyone had to give it to Gianna. She was completely right, though that didn't mean they had to like her attitude, especially because she's supposed to be asking for a favor. Harry huffed. Then why don't you ask Kian directly? Gianna frowned. I'm Anolyse's secretary, you think he'd believe me? That he'd meet in some dark alley with his evidence? Harry frowned. That sounds like a you problem. I still don't see why we should help you, and what's with this planet, why is almost everyone here an asshole? Gianna flinched because Harry did have a point. Shepard and his crew also agreed with Harry as well. Most of the people they met here were either very sarcastic, passive-aggressive, or plain rude to them. It really was starting to get on everyone's nerves. Shepard then decided to comment on something. I thought corruption was the rule on Novaria. Gianna sighed and shook her head. The rule is don't rock the boat. Self-interest is tolerated if it doesn't interfere with business. Anolyse is driving customers away. Harry shrugged again. That sounds like a you problem. Why should we care what happens to the businesses here and your investigation? Gianna frowned but didn't have a response to Harry's words. He made a good amount of sense and she knew it. Shepard then piped in. Besides, I need Kian's garage pass to complete my mission. Gianna, seeing an opportunity in this, immediately responded with, you help my investigation, and I'll provide whatever you need, favor for a favor. Ashley sighed. Harry has a point, but Anolyse is dirty, it might be best to help her. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. The dragon god just shrugged, letting the commander know that he would follow what he decided to do. Gianna, seeing the interaction, decided to speak up. Look, Shepard, I don't like this either. You specters play fast and loose with the law, that's bad for business. Shepard scoffed. All right, I'll talk to Kian and see if I can convince him. Gianna nodded. Thank you, you know where I work, come talk to me once you know if he'll play ball. With that said, Gianna quickly left, leaving Shepard and the crew alone. Shepard just rubbed his eyes and sighed. I'm getting tired of this planet already. Harry nodded and clapped his back. Come on, let's speak to Lorik. Shepard nodded and the group then walked over towards where Lorik was sitting and drinking. As soon as they arrived at his table, the Turian immediately spoke to Shepard. Always a pleasure, Spectre. Any news on the matter I asked you to look into? Shepard nodded. I finished the job, but an internal affairs investigator contacted me. She wants you to testify against Anolis. Lorik frowned. Now that you have my property, you want to dictate how I use it? I have no interest in a public spectacle. Shepard sighed. He knew he had to convince Lorik to help, so he decided to play with his ego. Look, everyone in this station is chafing under Anolis' criminal actives. You might end up a hero. Lorik scoffed at the idea of being seen as a hero. My employers rely on the goodwill of the executive board to work here. Lyra suddenly piped in. The board is investigating Anolis. They'll be angrier at him than you. Lorik deeply sighed. All right. It is obvious that I cannot dissuade you. Very well, I will testify. Make what arrangements you need with your contact. I will wait here. Shepard nodded. Harry then spoke. Oh. Your office is squeaky clean, no blood anywhere, so how about a tip? Lorik raised an eyebrow but then grinned. All right, fair is fair. Lorik used his Omni tool to send some extra credits to Shepard. The commander just amusingly laughed and then walked away from Lorik's table to go meet with Gianna. The group quickly left the hotel bar and boarded the elevator down. Once it reached the first floor, they quickly made their way toward Gianna, who was no doubt waiting for them. Soon enough, they arrived at her office and walked over to her desk. Once in front of them, she spoke with Shepard. Spectre, have you talked to Kian? Shepard nodded. It took some persuasion, but Kian has agreed to testify. Gianna sighed and nodded. That's a world of stress off my back. I'll take the evidence for safe transport. Humph. I didn't think you'd help me, being a spectre and all. I guess some of you can be all right. Kunu frowned and tilted her head. Doesn't this help you? That's not how you thank someone after they gave you a hand, you know. Shepard nodded. Yet, you don't seem particularly happy. Gianna just grinned and shrugged. I'm ecstatic, but right now, I just feel like a long day of work ended. While you were working on Kian, I got you a garage pass. Be careful up there, and thank you. Now, I have an arrest to make. Wish I had the time to change into something easy to move in. I hate skirts. Harry chuckled and snapped his fingers. Gianna's dress turned into a whole officer suit, the same one he had seen the IC officers wear. Gianna raised an eyebrow, but then smiled and nodded in thanks to Harry. She then immediately left to arrest Anolis. Soon enough the group could hear Anolis complain out loud about his predicament. This is an outrage. I'll see that you never work in this sector again. Gianna came out dragging Anolis through the ground. She scoffed at him, not really caring about his threat, and then said, Yet, get a move on. The group just watched this happen with small smiles on their faces. They were certainly glad that Anolis got what he deserved. Anolis suddenly noticed Shepard and yelled at him. You! Shepard! I demand you place this bitch under arrest. Gianna then frowned. You have the right to remain silent. I wish to God you'd exercise it. Gianna then began to pull Anolis away again, but as she left she said one last thing to Shepard. See you around the galaxy, Commander, I owe you a beer. Harry laughed a bit and shook his head in amusement. Now she seems happy. With the garage pass in hand, Shepard and the group were now ready to get on with their mission, so they quickly went to the door that would take them to the garage. Once there, an IC guard stopped them. Access to the garage is restricted. Shepard took out his pass and showed it to the IC guard. I have authorization, excuse me. The IC guard checked the pass and nodded. Yes, that's genuine. Drive safely, the weather's supposed to be pretty bad out in the Alutsk Valley. Shepard nodded and everyone then walked through the door. However, as soon as they went inside, Harry stopped everyone. Wait. I'm sensing a few digital energy signatures. There's Geth in here. As soon as Harry said that the Geth attacked, Shepard and Ashley's armors easily blocked the Geth's shots, while Harry and Kunu covered Lyra. Ashley frowned as she saw the Geth. I guess, now we know what Benazia was transporting in those crates. Shepard and Ashley began to return fire. Lyra used her biotic lift to trap a few of the Geth. that were walking on the walls and the ceiling, while Harry and Kunu blasted them with light elemental spells. Suddenly, the door to the garage opened and Matsuo came inside, only to duck to avoid getting her head blown off by a geth. She stayed down for a second and looked around. What are those things? More guards rushed into the garage. Matsuo then stood up and began to yell orders, fan out and secure the area. No one gets in or out. Chaos descended on the area as a big firefight broke out in the garage. There were a lot of geth around, and Shepard and his crew were too busy fighting back to cover Matsuo and her men. Harry looked around for a bit and then called out to Kunu. You support Lyra, I'll keep an eye on the guards. Kunu nodded. Got it. Harry took off running towards Matsuo and jumped into the air. He then kicked a geth that was crawling on the wall behind Matsuo, trying to sneak up on her. Matsuo noticed the geth get sent flying and crashing against a wall to her side. Harry then landed beside her and raised his hand towards the geth that had tried to attack her. Harry let out a loud ha, and fired a ki blast at the geth. The ki blast hit the geth and exploded, destroying it. Harry quickly turned his head towards Matsuo. Watch the walls and the ceiling. These things can attack you from anywhere. Matsuo nodded along with the rest of the guards. They immediately began to check the walls and ceiling, while fighting back against the geth. Harry protected them all and blocked any attacks coming their way. Soon enough the geth were all destroyed, and once everyone checked that the garage was clear, they were able to relax. Shepard and the group put away their weapon and then walked over to Matsuo, who was standing beside Harry. As he got closer, he could hear Matsuo speaking with Harry. What did you guys do? Harry shook his head at Matsuo. This wasn't us, the geth were already here. Shepard walked up to Harry's side and spoke. The geth ambushed us, we fought back, that's it. Matsuo sighed. Geth? You expect me to? Matsuo frowned as she remembered the creatures she just fought. Where did they even come from? Ashley shrugged. If I were to guess, the matriarch packed them in the shipping containers she arrived with. Matsuo shook her head. I do not believe that. We did thorough scans of those. There were no power sources, no element, zero masses. If Benazia-sama's containers were packed with these things, then there are many more out there. Harry frowned. Well, that's great. Shepard sighed and nodded to Harry in complete agreement. This mission just became more tedious with the presence of the geth. Still, Shepard needed to know just what number of geth they were dealing with. I need numbers, Captain. A dozen? 100. Matsuo looked down. A few dozen at least. They are machines, you could pack them tightly. Matsuo then shook her head and sighed. I must report to the executive board. If word gets out about loose geth, there may be an investor panic. With that said, Matsuo and her men quickly left, leaving the group by themselves. Shepard sighed and turned around to address the group. All right, now we know we're dealing with a lot of geth here, so keep an eye on the walls and ceiling and cover Lyra as much as possible. She doesn't have armor like mine and Ashley's yet. Everyone nodded, and with that said the group decided to keep going. Soon they reached the garage's gate, and they opened it in order to get out, only to be slapped in the face by snow. Shepard, Ashley, and Lyra stepped away from the gate and looked outside a door distance away from it. Lyra frowned and shook her head at the amount of snow that was falling. The harsh winds were making it even harder for anyone to proceed. We're not going to be able to walk out there like this. Ashley nodded. Even with Harry's armor we won't be able to move quickly through the snowstorm either. Shepard crossed his arms as he looked outside and pondered what to do. The Normandy was docked right now, and he doubts they would let it drop the Mako in their location just like that. He then realized something. Hey Harry. Harry, who was looking at the snowstorm raging outside, turned his head towards Shepard. Yet Shepard walked up to his side and decided to ask Harry something. Can you teleport the Mako to our location? Harry smiled and gave Shepard a nod. No problem, just give me a second. With that said, Harry teleported back to the Normandy. Meanwhile, Shepard made sure to let Joker know that Harry was taking the Mako out. That way the Normandy's crew won't panic if they notice the vehicle missing. Harry returned with Mako soon enough, and everyone immediately boarded it. Shepard, Ashley, and Lyra inside, while Kunu and Harry hopped on top of the Mako and sat there. Shepard soon took off driving out of the garage towards their destination. Luckily for the group the route was pretty much straightforward. However, like they thought, they soon enough found geth in their way. Geth shock troopers and geth rocket troopers immediately shot at the Mako the moment it came into their scanners. Shepard had to maneuver around the rockets sent their way, while Ashley and Lyra shot back. Harry and Kunu targeted the geth rocket troopers. They were by far the most dangerous enemies to the Mako right now. Both raised their keyblades and shot furigas at the geth rocket troopers. The highly condensed balls of fire magic flew through the air so fast that the geth rocket troopers were unable to even move to try and dodge. Instead, they were hit by the fireballs, which exploded on impact. the fiery blasts not only destroyed the Geth rocket troopers but also made the Geth shock troopers lose their balance or get sent flying. Lyra and Ashley immediately fired at the downed Geth and destroyed them, allowing Shepard to drive forward without the worry of being shot at. Soon they made it to a bridge and had to fight off more Geth troopers. But, they were no match for the group's teamwork and were just as easily destroyed. Soon they made it off the bridge and made it to the other side, only to be attacked by a massive ball of plasma. Harry saw it coming and quickly jumped towards it. As soon as he came close to the plasma ball, Harry kicked upwards and away from the Mako. Kunu immediately rushed forward flying towards the massive Geth that shot the plasma ball at them. She disappeared in a flash of golden light midway to the massive Geth and reappeared above it. She came down towards the Geth while slashing down. The Geth was instantly cut in half and exploded soon after. Meanwhile, Shepard drove the Mako towards Kunu, while everyone else shot and destroyed the Geth shock troopers running around. Kunu hopped on top of the Mako as soon as it arrived and smiled at Harry, who gave her a thumbs up. Shepard then continued onward, and soon enough they made it to another bridge. They quickly destroyed the Geth shock troopers that attacked them the moment they got close, but there were some Geth heavy turrets at the end of the bridge that opened fire at the Mako. Kunu raised her keyblade up and yelled "Reflect!" A barrier made out of white light shimmered into existence around the Mako, while Harry went through some hand signs at high speed. The moment he finished he yelled the name of his attack: Demonic Ice Release, God of Rain and Snow. A massive serpentine dragon materialized around the Mako. Harry then waved his hand forward and the serpentine dragon immediately shot itself forward. It flew through the air, and with a roar, it collided with one of the Geth heavy turrets destroying it. The ice-made serpentine dragon didn't stop there, it switched directions and flew right through another Geth heavy turret destroying it as well. Meanwhile, Shepard continued to drive forward as the serpentine dragon flew in the air and roared before dissipating in the air. The group continued driving forward and fighting Geth along the way until they finally arrived at their destination. Shepard stopped the Mako and then got out. Meanwhile Harry and Kunu hopped off the top of the vehicle. Ashley and Lyra soon got out of the Mako as well and got ready. Shepard nodded at everyone and the group then walked up to the entrance of the building they arrived in front of. Shepard opened the door and everyone walked inside with everyone following him close behind him in formation. The building turned out to be another garage, and once fully inside they were attacked by even more Geth. This time, Geth Juggernaut and Geth drones. Not even the Geth Juggernauts were tough enough to handle the group's Harry-made pistols and were taken down immediately by Shepard, Lyra and Ashley. Harry and Kunu rushed forward and attacked the Geth drones since they had the speed and agility to be able to attack them with ease. However, a Krogan appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Shepard. Shepard immediately rolled to the side to avoid the rushing Krogan. Lyra hit him with a biotic lift while Ashley shot him once, shattering its shields. Shepard quickly took aim at the end of his roll on the ground and shot the Krogan in the head, blasting it off its shoulders. The group quickly followed after Harry and Kunu, who had moved forward, and then everyone climbed some stairs into a metal platform. They followed it to reach a door only for an announcement to loudly play user alert. All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage. Biohazard exposure detected. The group stopped before they reached the door. Ashley frowned and shook her head. Biohazard? That's not good. Shepard and Lyra nodded in agreement with Ashley. Kunu then suddenly piped in, Shepard, Ashley, your armor can protect you from environmental conditions, you don't have to worry about biohazards. Shepard and Ashley nodded. They both felt rather thankful that, however, the commander was now curious about something. What about Lyra? She doesn't have new armor. Harry then piped in, don't worry, I'll cast a ward around her, she'll be unaffected by environmental issues for a few hours. Shepard nodded. Soon after, Harry cast the ward around Lyra and the group then walked towards the door. It opened automatically and the group walked inside. However, on the other side, they found some turrets, but Lyra noticed something odd about them. Why are these turrets facing the wrong way? Ashley looked around him. Maybe they want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out. It made sense to Harry. No one gets in or out until this whole thing gets resolved. Sounds harsh and heartless, but you really can't expect much from the people of Novaria. They tend to only care about money after all. Ignoring the turrets, the group walked towards the door on the other side, and they found some weapons and stuff on the floor, but nothing better than what they had, so Harry took it instead. Once that was done, they continued onwards. They followed the platform and tunnel-like passageway until they found an elevator. Everyone got inside and rode it up. Once the elevator stopped, everyone quickly got out. Harry looked around and noticed that the windows of the building they found themselves in had been broken. This allowed the snowstorm outside to fill the building with snow and ice. He then sensed something inside the building. I sense digital energy, there's Geth in here, so be careful everyone. Everyone nodded to Harry and then walked deeper into the building from the elevator that took them there. 2 doors later they walked into a big room and were immediately attacked by Geth. Thanks to Harry's warning, the squad was able to react fast enough and shoot back at the attacking Geth. Both Shepard and Ashley stood in front of Lyra and shot back with their Harry-made pistols, while Lyra attacked from behind them with her biotics. Harry and Kunu went after the Geth that were moving on the walls, hoping to attack Shepard and the squad from an odd angle. Since both Harry and Kunu were capable of surface walking, they were able to reach the Geth rather easily and destroy them. Soon the room was cleared and everyone gathered in the middle. However, there were some odd sounds that alerted everyone. Ashley narrowed her eyes. Animals? Wind? This place is a mess. Everyone agreed, everything inside this building was a mess. However, before they could further ponder the state of the building, a loud high-pitched screech echoed through the room. Everyone turned their heads towards where that screech came from and stared at some weird greenish bug-like creatures that began to rush out of a door of the second floor. Soon after, a few more creatures appeared as well. Ashley gasped as she looked at the creatures that began to rush towards them. The hell are those? Lyra stared at the creatures with wide eyes filled with surprise. I don't know. Xenobiology is not my field. Harry frowned as she stared at the creature. What the hell? I can't sense a consciousness in these things, it's like they don't have a mind of their own. Kunu jumped up and pointed her keyblade toward the creature's Ragnarok. Light gathered on the tip of her keyblade and then coalesced into an orb of light. The orb suddenly spun and then shot forward. As it traveled in the air, it broke apart into a multitude of smaller orbs of light and bombarded the creatures. Most died as the orbs of light exploded, but some of the creatures just flew through the air from the blast of light caused by the explosions of the orbs of light. Shepard, Lyra, and Ashley immediately shot them while they were on the ground. The creatures weren't even given a chance to try and get up. They were killed almost instantly by the firing squad. Some even exploded upon death, splattering green blood everywhere. As soon as the room was cleared, Shepard walked over to one of the dead creatures and stared at it. What is this thing? I've never seen anything like it before. Harry walked up to Shepard's side and bent down to take a closer look at the creature. Let's see. Chitinous exoskeleton, 4 limbs, and they bleed a green fluid. They also have multiple numbers of eyes, arms, and tentacle claws. This is an insectoid-type creature, but then that raises even more questions. Shepard looked over to Harry like, what? Harry stood up like, what kind of insectoid we're dealing with? Hive-minded? Predator-like? Hunter? Or even a stalker? Insects are a very varied species and this thing is a big one. I don't even know how smart it is. Shepard frowned. We'll have to be extra cautious now. We not only have to deal with the Geth but these creatures as well. Just what were they trying to do in this place? It was a good question, one that, in the minds of everyone, was making this whole situation even more troublesome and complicated by the second. Soon after, the group decided to move on. They walked up to the second floor and then headed towards the door the insectoid creatures came from. It opened for them and everyone walked out of the room. A small hallway after, they found an elevator and they quickly boarded it. The elevator then took them even higher up in the building. A few minutes later, the elevator stopped and everyone got off. They followed the hall outside the elevator and found themselves in another room. Ashley looked around. A backup power system, Commander, it must be for the station's mainframe. Lyra nodded. The damage is not extensive, it could be repaired. Shepard nodded and the group walked inside. 3 more of those insectoid creatures dropped from the ceiling and rushed towards the group. Lyra waved her arm forward and used a biotic push to send the insectoid creatures flying back. Harry took off running while summoning both Oblivion and Oathkeeper in his hand. He reached the insectoid creatures in a blur and immediately attacked them with his keyblades. Oblivion was engulfed in lightning as Harry struck down one of the creatures. The moment Oblivion struck, it exploded in a blast of lightning so powerful it disintegrated the insectoid creatures in less than a second. Harry immediately twirled on his toes and swiped with Oathkeeper. As the light elemental keyblade was engulfed with wind, it began to glow green. It then sliced through the downed creature with ease. The wind around the Oathkeeper burst out from the keyblade, slicing the insectoid creature into many small pieces. The last creature stood up and launched itself toward Harry. But Harry just jumped back and dodged it. The creature was about to attack again, but Shepard shot it in the back, killing it instantly. Harry stared as the insectoid creature dropped dead in front of him. With the creatures dead, everyone was now free to look around. Like Lyra said, it seemed like this room didn't take too much damage. However, no one knew what to do. Shepard found some sort of room with all sorts of terminals in it, but it was powered down. We might need to get some sort of power source. Harry walked up to him. Can we find it around here? Shepard wasn't sure, but he had to hope maybe there's a chance that the people left tools and parts to fix this somewhere nearby. Made sense to Harry, this was very expensive and delicate equipment, and the people in charge of it had to keep anything necessary to fix it in case of an emergency nearby. Everyone looked around for tools and parts. Soon enough they found a few things that would be useful, and with Lyra having an idea of what to do, she, with everyone's help, began to try and fix the terminal room. So the group spent some time fixing everything they could. After a while, they were able to restore power and everyone cheered for a job well done. They even thanked Lyra, which only served to embarrass her a bit. But with the power restored, Shepard was able to ride the elevator down the core room. Once down there he arrived at the lower core room and activated the 6 and functions of the power system. The elevator suddenly took him up, where the 6 was already waiting for him. As soon as he arrived at the upper core room, Harry, Kunu, Lyra, and Ashley were already there and staring at the hologram representation of the 6. The 6 spoke to Shepard the moment he arrived in front of her. It looks like you're trying to restore this facility, would you like help? Shepard raised an eyebrow. Oh? Are you the virtual intelligence that runs this place? The 6 nodded. This system is monitored to respond to the name of Myra. May I ask your name? Shepard didn't hesitate to introduce himself to Myra, thinking it would help get her help. Commander Shepard, I work for the Citadel's Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Myra shimmered and then said, one moment, please. Council authority confirmed, you are entitled to secure access of all systems. Please note that queries relating to corporation secrets require privileged access. Privileged access is only available to Binary Helix executives. This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15. This was good news. Perhaps now they could get some information about what is going on here. Harry walked up to Shepard's side. Well, may as well get some answers. Shepard nodded and decided to ask Myra the number 1 question he had. I need to find Matriarch Benezia. Myra immediately answered Shepard. Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. User alert. The tramway system is currently inoperable. Harry frowned. Shit, that's not good. If I have to I can take us there in my dragon form, but that would let Benezia. We're coming for her right away. Ashley grinned. She might even run away screaming at the sight of Harry's scaly butt coming her way. Lyra sweat dropped imagining her mother's expression and reaction to seeing Harry's massive gold and silver dragon god form. There was no doubt in her mind her mother would have a panic attack. She didn't know whether she would laugh or feel worried for her. Chapter 160. Lyra's odd thought about her mother's reaction to Harry's dragon form aside, Shepard still needed to know the whole scope of the situation with the tram system. What's the situation here? Myra immediately responded. One moment, please. Diagnostic in progress. Critical failure. The main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure. Landlines connections are disabled. Passenger tram systems offline. Report complete. Do you have additional system status query? Lyra frowned and looked down. So the main reactor is shut down. Not a big problem since we can manually restart it, but the landline connections could be a problem. I doubt any of us know how to fix them. Everyone shared a look and then turned towards Harry. The dragon god shrugged. Well, I can always just use magic or my powers over reality if necessary. Everyone nodded and then Shepard continued to ask questions. Do you know why the reactor was shut down? Myra once again wasted no time to answer Shepard's question. I'm sorry, I was offline at the time. A shutdown could occur if a reactor breach seems likely, or in the case of catastrophic laboratory containment failure. Emergency guidelines suggest the frigid environment will kill biological contagions. It may also damage mechanical ones. Lyra nodded. Turn off the heat, and hope the cold puts whatever you have unleashed to sleep. Kunu tilted her head. Those creatures that attacked us, they're the ones they turned off the heat for, though the cold didn't seem to affect them. Ashley nodded. Yet, whatever those things are, they were rather active in the cold. Shepard agreed with both Ashley and Kunu about those creatures, but right now he had to get some answers, so he asked Myra for more information. What do I need to do to get the power on? Myra, as always, answered Shepard's question right away. The valve to the helium-3 fuel line must be opened. This can be done at the controls in the reactor assembly proper. That seemed easy enough, like Lyra said, so he next asked about the landlines. What are the landlines, and why are they disabled? Myra responded right away. The landlines connect my mainframe here at Central Station to the various sub-facilities of Peak 15. This allows the crew to remotely access my databases from the comfort and security of their labs. When emergency protocols were implemented within the hot labs, the cabling was automatically ejected. Harry hummed. I see, without those landlines, Myra is disconnected from the rest of the labs and such. Shepard nodded and then asked Myra another question. How do I reconnect the landlines? Myra paused for about a second but then answered Shepard's question. The landlines are designed for easy reconnection. The router for the landlines is on the roof of the operations. Simply activate the controls, and the hardware will reconnect and reboot automatically. Ashley sighed. Oh, thank God it's that easy to reconnect the landlines. I was dreading having to do something overcomplicated to fix the problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. The group certainly felt at ease that the landline problem wasn't as difficult as they thought. Shepard then continued asking for more information. Tell me what happened here. Now that was the real question, just what happened here, to leave Peak 15 in such dire condition. However, Myra paused again and then said, I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query. Shepard frowned. I guess that was too much of a broad question. All right, then tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down. Myra immediately answered the question. This time Stage 1 alert issued at Hot Labs, contaminants released from laboratory pod Gamma, emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at Hot Labs, isolation tube breached, trams shut down, landline to Hot Labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally, contaminants in tram tunnels, station shut down and evacuation initiated, code Omega sent. Shepard immediately realized that the contaminants were the strange creatures that attacked the group a while ago, but he needed confirmation to be sure. The creatures we've encountered here, did they come from the labs? Myra, however, couldn't answer that question. I'm sorry, Commander, inquiries related to our research require privileged access, only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance. Ashley frowned. Damn, that sucks, but that's pretty much a confirmation. Shepard nodded. If Myra couldn't speak about it, then more than likely those creatures were created here, and they must have escaped, causing this whole mess. But that still left more questions, and all that Shepard could do is shake his head. Just what the hell is Saren doing here? Harry sighed. Nothing good, Shepard, nothing good. Shepard knew Harry was right, but he wasn't happy about it. He still had questions, so he went back to asking Myra, why were you taken offline? Myra answered the question immediately. In the event Peak 15 must be sterilized for security purposes, my program and data must be purged. Harry frowned at that. They kill you if something goes wrong? Myra paused for a bit and then said, my systems are permanently disabled. To be killed I would need to be alive. I am merely a database program. Harry stared at Myra in silence for a few seconds. So you're not fully awake then? A shame. Everyone looked at Harry in surprise, but he just shook his head, letting them know that it wasn't important. Shepard trusted Harry, so he decided to get a move on. That will be all for now. Myra's holographic image nodded. Very well, Commander, logging you out. Shepard stepped out of the main core and then nodded to the group. All right, we should get going, we have quite a lot to do. The group gave Shepard a nod and then they moved back to the prior room. There they found that one of the doors to the side had been unlocked. Shepard, knowing that this was Myra's way of letting them know where to go, immediately walked up to one of the doors. It automatically opened for him and revealed a long tube-like hallway. Everyone quickly moved down the long hallway, turned at the corner at the end of it, and walked through another automatic door. They quickly moved down the hallway past the automatic door and then found another elevator. They quickly got on and rode it down to the floor below the one with the main core. A short hallway was waiting for the group and they quickly walked over to the door at the end of it. Once inside, they found themselves in a room with some kind of terminal in the middle and 2 rooms on each side, though it seemed like both doors led to the same place. Shepard quickly chose one and everyone else followed him. A very long tube metal-like platform awaited them on the other side of the door Shepard chose to use, along with a big and high room. However, a Geth destroyer appeared on the other end of the long tube-like tunnel. Shepard, Ashley, and Lyra turned it into scrap in a second with their Harry-made pistols. They didn't even stop and kept going. Suddenly 2 Geth stalkers dropped from somewhere above. Harry noticed them right away despite being camouflaged and jumped to intercept them. He kicked one to pieces and quickly blasted the other one with a small key wave. The Geth stalker was sent flying back and crashing against a wall very hard. It exploded on contact with the wall. A Geth sniper suddenly shot Shepard in the head with its Geth sniper rifle. Usually, a hit like that would not only shatter his shields instantly but would have caused him a concussion. Luckily for Shepard, his armor's shield took the hit and stayed strong, though it did cause Shepard to freeze out of reflex. The Geth sniper tried to shoot Shepard in the head again, but Kunu appeared beside it in a flash of golden light, and cut it into pieces in a blur of movement. Lyra and Ashley were worried for Shepard, but the commander shook his head. I'm fine. Watch the walls and anything they can use to stand on. Cover Lyra from any snipers. Both Lyra and Ashley immediately obey Shepard's orders and began to pay attention to the walls. more Gethstalkers began to jump from wall to wall like frogs, making it hard to hit them. Shepard frowned and then suddenly yelled, "Ammo swap! Lighting rounds!" Shepard's pistol made a whirring sound and shifted a bit. It suddenly began to glow purple and give off a few sparks of electricity. Shepard aimed his pistol and shot. The lighting rounds are pure energy-based ammunition. They don't have friction and spin at high velocity before being shot. This makes for rapid shots, and Shepard was going to take advantage of that. A Gethstalker was hit before it could jump off the wall and was fried by thousands of volts of electricity. A second later it disintegrated as it fell. Lyra and Ashley saw this and immediately swapped ammo as well. Shepard grinned as he continued to take advantage of the high-velocity lighting rounds. With all the data Harry and the girls had collected from his use of his pistol, they were able to add the ammo swap enchantment and the charge shot enchantment together in all the pistols and even made them work together as well. Which Shepard was going to try right now. He pulled on the trigger and held it as his pistol began to make a loud humming sound. He took aim towards a group of Gethstalkers that bunched up together to gun him down. He smiled and then released the trigger. A ball of purple plasma fired from his pistol and traveled through the air at high speed. The Gethstalkers didn't even have time to twitch, before the ball of plasma crashed against one and then exploded into a lighting storm. The Gethstalkers were fried by the lighting storm and disintegrated a second later. Ashley and Lyra, who had seen Shepard use the charge shot function, gaped at the sheer destruction it caused. The wall where the Gethstalkers were hanging on, now had a big melted hole on it. Ashley shook her head. "Damn! Commander, that was amazing." Shepard nodded. "Yet I can't wait to try that with all of the types of ammo in the pistols." Lyra lifted her pistol and stared at it. She suddenly said, "Ammo swap, flame rounds." The pistol suddenly shifted and glowed red. It then released a little bit of steam. Having read the instructions Harry gave everyone, Lyra knew what function did what, but now she was curious as well, so she pulled on the trigger and held it as the pistol charged a shot. She noticed Harry and Kunu jumping from wall to wall and destroying Gethstalkers, but then she saw another Geth sniper on a very high platform and she immediately took aim. She then let go of the trigger and watched as a small red orb of energy shot from the barrel of the pistol and flew through the air in high speed, not the same as the lighting ammunition but still fast enough. The Geth saw the red ball energy come his way and tried to move out of the way, but then the energy ball still hit it on its shoulders and exploded into a big ball of flames. The group then watched as the Geth sniper melted on the spot until it became a hot red and black sludge. Lyra watched that happen with rapt attention for a few seconds and then said, "Oh my! I enjoyed that." Harry landed behind everyone and chuckled, "Well, welcome to the club, Lyra." Lyra blushed and looked down, while everyone shared a laugh at her expense, but putting aside Lyra's new pyromaniac tendencies, Shepard was really happy right now. "I think I'm in love with my pistol." Harry grinned at Shepard. "Am I good or what?" Everyone nodded to Harry. Shepard then decided to keep going now that the place was cleared, so the commander then walked towards the fuel line system in the room. He quickly fixed it by simply pulling a few levers. With that done, everyone then went back to the previous room and then back to the elevator and rode it back up. It didn't take long for the elevator to go up and for the group to walk back to the main core room. As soon as they stepped inside, another one of those strange creatures suddenly popped out from the vent on the floor and attacked the group. Shepard quickly shot it with his pistol. The lighting ammunition paralyzed the creature on impact, making it screech in pain. Lyra then shot it in the head with her pistol. The flame ammunition hit it and then turned its head into ash on impact. The group watched the creature drop on the ground dead. Harry walked up to its body and then looked towards the vent. It used to get to the main core room. That vent is a pretty tight place. These things are like cockroaches, it seems. Shepard raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Harry pointed to the dead creature. "It can actually use a tight vent to move around. Cockroaches can do that and are hard to kill as well. We're going to watch out for any vents or openings. These things might try to sneak up on us like that." Everyone nodded to Harry. Kunu then suddenly piped in, "It's kinda hard to detect them too. It's like their energy and life force is muted. Small? I'm not sure how to describe it really." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I noticed that too. I can sense them when they're close enough, but their whole presence is off. It's like, it's not really all there, if it makes any sense." Shepard frowned. "What do you think that is?" Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I know for a fact that we will eventually find out, and something tells me I'm not going to like what we find." Shepard stared at Harry. In hindsight, it was a big probability that Saren and Benazia had been working on something big that resulted in these creatures, and that also gave him a bad feeling, it seems, which he shared with Harry. But for now, they had to keep moving, so Shepard told the group to keep going. Everyone did so and moved back to the main core, once they found the door in front of Myra's console unlocked. This told them, that Myra was telling them that this door was next, so Shepard walked up to it, the door automatically opened for them and everyone stepped through. A set of stairs and a small hallway awaited everyone on the other side of the door. At the end of the hallway was an elevator. Everyone got inside and Shepard activated it. The elevator took everyone up. Once it stopped, everyone got off the elevator and followed the small hallway outside, to another automatic door. Behind the door, they found themselves on the rooftop of the facility. However, once on the rooftop, a horde of those strange creatures immediately attacked the group. There were different sizes of the creatures now, small ones, the size of a foot, and the big ones that the group had fought before. Shepard used his lighting ammunition and killed the small ones. While Lyra fought the big one with her flame ammunition, Ashley just stood in front of her to shield her while she fired back. Kunu and Harry spread out to the sides and made sure none of the creatures reached the group's side. There were quite a lot of creatures this time, but thanks to everyone's effort and battle positions they were able to defeat the wave of enemies quickly enough. Suddenly a very big one appeared and jumped at the group. Shepard, Lyra, and Ashley rolled away to the side to avoid being trampled. Harry then appeared in a flash of light and darkness at its side. The dragon god attacked the large creature with a keyblade combo that ended with a spin attack. His keyblades infused with mana, struck the large creature and sent it flying through the air and away from the group. The creature landed on the ground dead and then burst into a puddle of green liquid. Once the creature was dead, the room was cleared and everyone was able to relax. Shepard, knowing that Myra guided them to this location for a reason, decided to look around. He found some kind of terminal that was off, so he quickly switched it on. With that done, the group then decided to walk back to the main core room. It didn't take them long to arrive. They then walked around Myra's console and then headed to the other room. Once there, they saw that another door had become unlocked, letting the group know that their next destination is behind that door. But before they could walk over, they heard some noises coming from the vents. Knowing what it was, the group got ready and soon enough, another one of those creatures popped out of the vents. Only to be met with a barrage of bullets and get turned into green sludge. With that one creature dead, the group then walked over to the newly unlocked door and opened it. On the other side of the room, they found another long tube-like hallway and at the end another elevator. The group didn't wait for a second to get inside and ride it up. Turns out the elevator took them to the tram station. However, it seems that the tramway was infested by a bunch of creatures of all sizes, making it dangerous to use the tram. The group paused to assess the situation. Shepard hummed as he looked around. Looks like the doors to the tramway are locked because of the creatures. Kunu suddenly walked over to a door and this one opened for her. This one is open. Everyone walked over and took a look inside. Ashley smiled as she saw a terminal inside the room that looks like a plasma purge system. We can use that to clear the tracks. Everyone nodded and Shepard walked over to the terminal. It seems like it was locked and so he quickly used the terminal to unlock it and use it. Once Shepard activated the terminal, the tramway was immediately cleared with fire, killing all the creatures that had made their way in there. This allowed the group to finally reach the tram and use it. Everyone smiled and were ready to get moving, but as they turned around to leave they noticed a dead Solarian in the room. It surprised everyone to find it there, since they didn't even notice it until now. Shepard walked over to inspect the body and found a computer on close by. He quickly went over to check it out for any useful information and found an audio log. Looking for clues and answers, Shepard played the audio log. It was from the dead Solarian, but it was badly damaged and hard to understand, but the group got the gist of the audio log. The Solarian felt guilty for what he and the other scientists did in these labs and killed himself after the creatures escaped and began to overrun Peak 15. The group could only shake their head at the loss of life. Suddenly, Myra's hologram appeared from a console in the room. Connections restored, processing new data, user alert. Unable to connect to hot lab facilities. Shepard nodded to Myra. Thank you for letting me know, that will be all for now. Myra immediately responded to Shepard. Very well, Commander, logging you out. Myra's hologram soon vanished and the group then got a move on. They left the room and then headed to the other side. The previously locked door was now open and everyone immediately walked up to it. The door opened for them. A small hallway awaited them on the other side of the room, and at the end, another door. The group walked over and Shepard opened the door. A small creature pounced at Shepard the moment the door opened. The small creature bounced off Shepard's shields and he immediately stomped on it, killing the creature. A few more of the small kind of creatures launched themselves at the group. Harry waved his hand and released a small wave of flames. The creatures were incinerated on the spot and the group walked over their charred bodies to keep going. The group walked over a very long tube-like hallway and at the end, they finally reached the tram station. Everyone sighed and then quickly boarded the tram. The tram automatically took off as soon as everyone was inside, while Myra's voice echoed through the tram departing Central Station, destination, Rift Station. Harry huffed. Did that feel tedious to anyone else? Everyone nodded, and Shepherd crossed his arms. I must admit, getting the tram ready, had us running around all over the place. Luckily we were still able to use the tram. Ashley shrugged. It's too bad, I kinda wanted to see Benezia's face when she saw Harry's dragon form. Lyra's sweat dropped. I think Mother would have had a heart attack at that. Everyone shared a small laugh. A few minutes later, the tram finally arrived, and Myra's voice once again echoed through the tram. Now arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility. Shepherd immediately spoke to everyone. All right, let's proceed with caution, there's a big chance that there might be more of those creatures in here. Everyone agreed with Shepherd, and the group then moved on and left the tram station. Eventually, they reached an elevator and they quickly got on. The elevator then took them up a few floors, until it stopped. The elevator then opened its door and the group walked out, only to find someone in the middle of the room they arrived in, along with a few people aiming firearms at them. The person in the middle raised a hand and then said to everyone aiming at the group, stand down. His people nodded and lowered their weapons. The group then walked over to the person. It turned out to be a human, and as soon as the group got close he spoke to them. I'm Captain Ventralis, I'm sorry, but we couldn't be sure what was in the tram. Shepherd nodded. I'd only be upset if they had fired. Ventralis huffed. Even hoped up on stims, my people know the rule, 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. Look, you're human, and that's enough that I won't shoot, but I'd like to know who you are. Shepherd nodded and immediately introduced himself. My name's Shepherd, I'm a spectre. Ventralis raised an eyebrow. Hey, well, I won't look a heavily armed horse in the mouth. The aliens overran the hot labs last week, only Han Ola got out, and he ain't all there anymore. The first thing we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then. Shepherd sighed and nodded. You were taken by surprise and had civilians to protect. You did a good job, Captain. Ventralis just shook his head. Yet? Sure as hell doesn't feel like it. The board sent an emissary to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday, and we haven't heard from her since. Harry shared a look with Shepherd that had to be Benezia. Shepherd nodded and then turned his head towards Ventralis. I'm not going to let any of your people die. Ventralis looked down. All I can do is hold here and protect the civilians. There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. It can take you down to the hot labs. Oh, if you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay. Shepherd nodded and took the card Ventralis handed to him. He then decided to ask a few questions. Tell me about Rift Station. Ventralis tilted his head. I can't talk about everything. What do you need to know? Shepherd actually had a few questions and he started with, tell me about the defenses here. Ventralis laughed a bit. Secure enough that you shouldn't poke in corners. Shepherd just shrugged. I was just impressed with your operation. Being able to weather a week of assaults is no mean feat. Ventralis nodded and seemed to appreciate the praise. Only the best get assigned to high security facilities like this. What impressed me most is the turrets, alarms, and cameras. They're all routed through a central location, out by the quarantine labs. One guy can lock down the whole facility. The security hubs are the last logical fallback, and we'd have cover from the turrets all the way. Ventralis ended up giving the group plenty of information, and things to watch for, and all because Shepherd stroked his ego a bit. Shepherd then decided to ask about the research done here. What kind of research is done here? Ventralis just shrugged. Beats me, I'm not supposed to know. So long as people don't start dying, it's not my problem. Harry frowned at that answer. These people certainly seemed so uncaring of everything going on in these labs. He really started to dislike Novaria and the people who live on this planet. Shepherd felt the same way, but for now, he just huffed. All right, then what can you tell me about the aliens? Ventralis shook his head. Ask Dr. Ola, he's the only one who made it out of the hot labs, he's the only Valis left in here. Shepherd made a note to try and speak with Dr. Ola. He then decided to ask about the labs. I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs. This time Ventralis answered the question right away. The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator. I won't send my people to their death. Everyone in the group agreed with Ventralis about his decision. At least he cares enough about his men. Shepherd then asked, did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from outside? Ventralis looked away from Shepherd for about 3 seconds. He seemed to be pondering something, but then turned his head back to Shepherd and then said, you want my personal opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed. Everyone understood what Ventralis was trying to tell them. Between the lines, the strange creatures definitely came from the labs, more than likely they were a product of some kind of research that went out of control. Shepard then asked more about the hot labs. Since the group will be heading down there, what can you tell me about the structure of the hot labs? Ventralis answered this question immediately. It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain, a real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong? They heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally the crew gets to the labs using the tram from the central station. We've got an elevator that connects directly, but it's for emergency use only. Ventralis suddenly looked around and then leaned forward to whisper to Shepard, listen, I'm not sending my people down there, it's too dangerous, I hope you understand. Shepard nodded. He certainly wouldn't want to risk anyone's life down there, besides, he and his group can handle anything down there. Still, Shepard decided to ask about Benazia. Are you certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs? Ventralis nodded. She hasn't come back here, you came through Central Station, so she ain't there. Shepard nodded. Harry suddenly decided to ask a question. How is everyone holding up? Ventralis turned his head towards Harry and answered the question. We weren't expecting the initial wave, they made it inside, we lost some good people, those of us left are short-handed, we've kept order by long shifts and stims, I don't like it but I don't see an alternative. Harry looked down and seemed to be deciding something, but before he could say anything, a gunshot, and screeches began to echo around the area. Ventralis jumped and immediately yelled at his men, "Hell! Man the perimeter!" Everyone, including the group, immediately got ready, while Ventralis took off running towards where the sounds of fighting were coming from. The group quickly tried to follow him into battle. However, before they could follow Ventralis out of the room, creatures began to pop out of the vents in high numbers and attack. Lyra quickly used a biotic stasis and froze the creatures mid-pounce. Shepard and Ashley then shot them down, and Harry and Kunu immediately began to zip around the room, killing any small creature that began to crawl into the room through the vents. In a few seconds they killed every creature that made it into the room. Harry and Kunu then used ice magic to seal the vents to prevent more creatures from coming inside. With the room now cleared, they were about to go help Ventralis, but he then came back inside. He saw the group and the green blood all over the walls of the room. Knowing what had happened, he smiled and nodded to the group. Thanks for the help. Every few hours, a group comes up the tram tunnel, it's actually better since we locked the elevator. Ventralis seemed a bit out of breath, but he looked fine. It seems that he and his men were successfully able to kill the few creatures that made it into whatever area he went to. Shepard smiled and nodded. Happy to help any way I can. Ventralis nodded and then exhaled as he recovered from being out of breath. I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses, even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts. That was a good point and one that made the group think about the creatures. It seems that Harry was right about them not being all there, their behavior just doesn't make sense. But, they didn't have time to ponder about the creatures, they still had a mission to finish, so the group then decided to make their way behind Ventralis. They found a door, which opened automatically for them. After walking through some tube-like hallways and another door, they made it to a big room, and in that room, they found the survivors and civilians. They all seemed stressed and tired but physically okay. As the group walked into the room, they noticed an Asari standing by herself and just staring into a wall. She seemed so out of place that Shepard decided to approach her. The Asari noticed Shepard and frowned at him. What? Shepard ignored her attitude and asked her a question. You're a member of the science teams? The Asari nodded. Recently transferred, yes. Shepard nodded. Then what do you do here? The Asari sighed and answered Shepard's question. Molecular genetics, I specialize in biotic enhanced allele-specific hybridization. Shepard and Ashley sweat drop at everything the Asari just said. That's a bit technical for me. The Asari rolled her eyes and tried to explain again, this time as simply as she could. I'm very good at tracking inherited variations in genetic sequences, I am sure you would find it quite dull. Shepard sighed. He had to admit that he walked right into that backhanded comment, so he chose to ignore it for now. Instead, he decided to make a comment. You seem less upset at this situation than the others. The Asari just narrowed her eyes at Shepard. That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted. Harry suddenly piped in. Sorry, we didn't know that was what you were doing. I was wondering why you were staring at the wall. Seemed intentional, you were staring at it like it insulted your mother or something. The Asari frowned at Harry, but didn't say anything. Shepard sighed and then he decided to apologize as well. Look, I'm sorry about interrupting you while you're meditating, but I wanted to get a feel about the situation here. The Asari sighed but nodded. Fine, ask your questions. Shepard smiled and then decided to ask about something else. How about you tell me a bit about yourself? The Asari blinked a bit and looked a bit perplexed. She then began to wonder if she should really say anything to this strange human in front of her. Chapter 161. After thinking about it for a few seconds, the Asari didn't see any harm in telling the human in front of her a little bit about herself. I am Alascha Eolis, from the University of Aureus. Is there anything, in particular, you want to know, or should I just spout random facts? Shepard raised an eyebrow and Alascha flinched a bit. Look, like I said, I was just meditating and you interrupted me halfway, so my nerves are a bit high-strung. I suppose that's why I've been snippy with you. Shepard sighed but nodded in understanding. Harry, knowing that interrupting the meditation of someone was a very rude thing to do, sighed. Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt you. I should have known what you were doing, but not everyone could see and understand you were meditation. Alascha nodded. I know, it's fine, I shouldn't be this rude to anyone. Shepard nodded. We were at fault here. Deciding to change the subject, Shepard decided to ask about something else. Do you know Matriarch Benazia? Alascha raised an eyebrow and seemed genuinely perplexed. Why ask me and not your friend? Lyra, knowing Alascha was referring to her, spoke up. Because I do not know anything about the Matriarch. Alascha then frowned and shrugged. Then why would I? Everyone nervously laughed. Alascha made a good point and it made everyone feel rather silly, but Alascha just stared at everyone. She really didn't know what to think of the humans in front of her. Shepard, thinking she told him enough, decided to get going. Well, we got to get moving. Alascha nodded. All right, then I will return to my meditation. With that done, the group walked away from Alascha and walked over to an Elcor that was standing by himself in the middle of the chamber, not too far from Alascha. The Elcor immediately spoke to Shepard the moment he got close. I welcome you, cautiously. I am curious to know what you are doing here. Shepard nodded to the Elcor and then responded with, I heard there were some problems up here. The Elcor nodded furtively. I am concerned about the state of our guards. Many have been awake for days. For now, with forced cheer, I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell. Shepard smiled. Let's have a look. The Elcor nodded but then began to explain something regretfully. Most of my stock has been appropriated by Captain Ventralis. Shepard understood but still checked the Elcor's stock. He didn't have anything new or better than they had, but Harry still bought a few of each thing in the shop, to both help the Elcor and for research. After that the group bid farewell to the Elcor and continued investigating the shelter. Eventually, they reached the medical bay and decided to go speak with the doctor. As soon as they arrived they noticed that something was happening, so they approached the doctor who was talking to someone on a bed in his medical bay just hand on. Shepard walked over to the doctor. He immediately noticed the commander and said, What? What do you want? Shepard just shook his head. I didn't mean to bother you. The doctor sighed and shook his head. No, you didn't do anything wrong, I'm just distracted. I'm sorry for being rude. Shepard nodded and then looked around. She then looked as the medical bay had quite a few people groaning in pain on the beds. Wanting some answers, he decided to ask the doctor about them. What happened to these people? The doctor looked over at his patients for a little bit, but then explained the situation to Shepard. They're actually suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company. Shepard crossed his arms as he pondered the situation for a bit. He understood the doctor's predicament, but if he wanted to help, he needed to know what was going on. But you're going to, because I might be able to help. The doctor nodded. I'd like to think the company finds our lives more valuable than their secrets. You know Myra? The 6 for Peak 15? She handles the safety protocols for our experiments here. Shepard nodded. We reactivated her on our way through the central station. The doctor suddenly smiled and seemed very thankful. That was you? I'm grateful. Until she came online, the automatic equipment wouldn't work. We lost the connection to Myra in the middle of an experiment, and the quarantine failed. These 3 were exposed to a toxin, something we were working on. Harry noticed the doctor was holding back some information. He understood why, but they needed to know all the details before they could help. I understand your caution, but we need details. We promise, nothing you say will go beyond these walls. Shepard nodded. You can trust us, we just want to help. The doctor sighed but nodded. It's a bioweapon, based on an exotic life form discovered on the frontier. They wanted something that could kill the creature. But there was no profit in something that kills one species on the frontier. We kept working on it, and adapted it to affect more species. Thursby is highly infectious, but can't pass from one person to another, like a bioweapons attack without a pandemic spread. That sounded all kinds of bad. Shepard and Ashley certainly didn't like what they were hearing. Lyra was visually disturbed, and Harry and Kunu just seemed disappointed. To them, it was sad that human still wastes their talents to create something to cause death, but it is something that they're already used to. Ashley frowned and then said, it doesn't matter how safe you make it, biological weapons are illegal. The doctor nodded and he himself seemed sad. Militaries, governments, they'll get this kind of weapon one way or another. We're trying to limit the damage. I know you can't see that. Shepard shook his head. There's a reason the Citadel conventions forbid bioweapons, Doctor. The doctor frowned. I didn't expect you'd understand. Our notes and equipment are locked in the quarantine labs. Captain Ventralis doesn't want to risk more contamination. Shepard sighed but then said, I'll talk to him, maybe I can convince him to let me try. The doctor nodded. I can't ask you to do this officially, but if you can do anything, I'd appreciate it. Shepard nodded, though inwardly he already had another plan in mind. Kunu looked at the people groaning in pain and then decided to ask, how are your people doing? The doctor tiredly sighed. Better than Ventralis's guards, they've been on alert since the first attack. I've been administering stims at their request, but every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational. Kunu frowned. That's not good, they might start hallucinating and passing out soon. They won't be able to function properly after that and might just stay out of commission for weeks. The doctor nodded, confirming Kunu's words, which only added to the group's worries. Lyra looked down for a second and then asked something she had been curious about. You're not a medical doctor, are you? The doctor shook his head. I'm a doctor, but not the doctor. My specialty is microbiology, not first aid. We had a medic, Dr. Saleh, he's DEA. We lost him. The automatics handle the basic treatment, Myra runs them. Harry huffed. Great, this situation is worse than we thought. Everyone agreed with Harry, this whole thing was becoming a whole new ordeal to deal with. Shepard nodded and then said, we have to go. The doctor nodded. I hope you can do something. Shepard and the group quickly left the medical bay. Once outside, the commander made a sign to Harry that he wanted to talk to him, knowing that it would be something important. Harry then stopped time and allowed everyone to move. Shepard nodded in thanks to Harry and then began to speak. All right, Harry, can you do me a favor? Harry blinked but then nodded. Sure, you know you only have to ask. Shepard smiled. Thank you, I want you to cure those afflicted by the bioweapon, then we are going to destroy all the research they have on it. Harry grinned, liking the idea, and quickly walked back to the medical bay to cure and heal those afflicted by the toxins. Meanwhile, Shepard turned his head towards everyone else. We have to convince Ventralis to let us into those labs. Kunu then piped up, if necessary, we can use magic to make him let us in. Shepard nodded. We'll leave that as a last resort, I want to try and talk to him first. Everyone nodded, and the group waited for a few minutes until Harry came back. He nodded to Shepard, letting him know that he had cured everyone. Shepard thanked Harry, then he and the group got going, and they quickly made their way back to Captain Ventralis. The captain noticed the group walking over to him, so he quickly spoke to Shepard. Anything you need? Shepard nodded. I've heard about the problems in the quarantine lab, I'd like to recover the toxic cure. Ventralis shook his head and looked down. God, I wish I could help those guys, I really do, but we can't risk contamination now. Shepard understood the issues and concerns of Ventralis, but he needs to get to those quarantine labs, so he decided to say, we're not part of your defense plans, we're consuming extra rations, extra medigel. Ventralis nodded. Yeah, but you also have extra guns. Ventralis suddenly sighed. All right, you want to gamble with your life, you're not under my command, I'll have the guard let you in, but he'll lock the door behind you, he'll run a full scan before he'll let you out. If there are any anomalies, you stay in there. Shepard nodded. Those are reasonable precautions. Ventralis frowned but then nodded, suddenly reaching his hand over to Shepard for a handshake. Shepard reached over and shook his hand while Ventralis said, I'll radio ahead and let the guard know, good luck. Shepard and the group then quickly left. After waving goodbye to Ventralis, they immediately made their way towards the quarantine labs, and upon reaching the elevator they quickly boarded it and rode it down to the labs. They quickly made it down and walked out of the elevator. After walking through a few hallways and automatic doors, they made it to a big room, and in the middle stood a Sol Valis. Around the room there were a few other people resting or just standing there as well. The group was a bit surprised and worried about the Valis and wondered what he was doing there, so Shepard walked over to him. The Valis quickly noticed Shepard walking up to him and spoke as soon as the commander got close to him. You came to find out about them, didn't you? Shepard quickly realized what the Valis was referring to. You mean those things out there? The Valis nodded. Yes, I'm the only survivor from the hot labs, you know. Shepard nodded and decided to ask some questions. I need to know more about those things out there. The Valis looked into Shepard's eyes and then said, about the Rachni. Lyra's eyes widened in shock. Rachni? That's preposterous. This news was shocking to Ashley, Shepard, and obviously Lyra. they knew about the Rachni, but the fact is that the Rachni were supposed to be extinct. Shepard then asked where did they come from. The Valis immediately began to explain they found it in a derelict ship, an egg, waiting since the last battles, they brought it here. Suddenly, one of the other people in the room yelled at the Valis, shut up. God, you want to get us killed. The Valis turned around towards the guy who just yelled at him, I don't have any control over who lives or dies, do you? Another guy, a Turian, shook his head, if you're going to be crazy, be the quiet kind. The Valis sighed, crazy? I'm sane, God, am I sane? Shepard decided to ignore that whole thing, right now he needed information about the Rachni. I need to know everything about the Rachni. The Valis shook his head, I told you all I can, we brought the Rachni back from the dead, in retrospect, a bad decision. Shepard sighed but decided not to push, instead, he then asked, okay, then how did you make it out of the hot labs alive? The Valis looked to his side and then said, I killed her. Everyone jumped a bit. Lyra, worried about Benazia, asked who? The Valis quickly answered the questions, Doctors Hanmua, we were going to lunch when the alarms went off, I ran into the tram and closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces, and her head came apart like a melon. I closed the door, I killed her. Everyone frowned, they weren't happy with what they just heard, but they understood that the Valis was just a scientist and he must have been terrified about the situation, at least he seems plenty guilty about what he did. Shepard frowned and then said, tell me what you know, I'll make your survival mean something. The Valis shook his head, you think I want absolution? There is none. Everyone felt bad for the Valis, but Shepard needed to get more information. Could Matriarch Benazia survive in the hot labs? The Valis looked to the side and seemed to be pondering Shepard's question. It's possible, the specimens were sensitive to biotics. Harry nodded, looks like there's a good chance Benazia is still alive in the middle of this whole mess. Everyone nodded and was glad about this news. They needed Benazia to find out about Saren and what he was doing, maybe even his location, so they needed her alive. Shepard then turned his head towards the Valis. I'll be leaving now, thank you for the information. The Valis nodded yet. With their goodbyes said, the group then continued going to the quarantine labs. Soon enough they arrived at the doors leading to the labs, but a Turian ERCS guard stopped them. You're not part of the crew. Shepard then introduced himself, Commander Shepard, Systems Alliance Navy. The Turian ERCS guard just scoffed, great, another human wandering around where they're not wanted. Look, the plague doesn't care who you are, this lab is under quarantined. Shepard narrowed his eyes, I have Ventralis's permission to go in there. The Turian scowled, yet, he radioed, he also said you have to prove you're not contaminated to get out, you got a death wish, you should stand watch on the barricade. Harry had finally had enough of this guy's attitude, so he used his telekinesis, choked him out, and then threw him to the side. The Turian ERCS guard bounced off the floor once, rolled a couple of times, and finally stopped right against a wall. He lay there unconscious and unmoving, which made everyone else in this room stare at Harry in shock and confusion. On his part, Harry then huffed, I'm getting really tired of people giving us attitude on this planet. No one in the group said anything. For one, they agreed with Harry 100%, they were just trying to help here, there was no need for people to give them attitude and to make things more difficult for them. Harry shook his head and then turned to look at everyone. All right, let's just go. Shepard, Ashley, you don't have to worry about the toxins, your suits will protect you. Lyra, the ward I cast on you will protect you still. Kunu and I are immune to things like toxins, so we don't have to worry about anything, let's just go and do this already. Everyone nodded. Harry walked over to the door, and summoned Oathkeeper. He then tapped his light-based keyblade on the door and it opened for them. Everyone quickly stepped inside and the door soon closed after they did so. Once inside the lab, Lyra immediately began to work the machines to start making a cure. Harry helped her while everyone looked around this lab for information. Soon enough, the cure was finished. However, the door suddenly opened and Alicia stepped inside followed by Geth. She frowned as she stared at Shepard. Your mission ends here, Shepard. Harry frowned in ambush. To think you would be a spy, you must be working with Benazia, so you must be an Asari commando, it's too bad, didn't want to have to kill you but oh well. Shepard stared at Alicia with narrowed eyes, he then called out to everyone, who was very surprised at Alicia's ambush. She's surrounded by Geth and pointing a gun at us, shoot her. Alicia grinned, you're not as stupid as you Luarg. Harry didn't even let her finish, he disappeared in a blur and appeared right in front of her, with a spiraling orb of energy in hand, which he trusted into Alicia's chest. The Asari grunted and then screamed in pain as the spiraling orb of energy dug into her chest. Harry glared at Alicia and then made the spiraling orb of energy detonate Ray's Nan. Alicia was suddenly engulfed in an orb of spiraling energy and sent flying back. The energy pulled the Geth at her side inside it and destroyed them too. The orb crashed into a wall and popped. Alicia was then revealed to the group, her body spread eagle against the wall and dead, her chest suddenly exploded open splattering blood everywhere, and she dropped to the ground a second later dead. Harry stood up straight and shook his head. He then took out his smartphone and called out to a Digimon from his screen Megadramon. A red and white dragon's face appeared on Harry's smartphone, it growled as highly toxic drool dripped from his jaws. Harry smiled at the highly dangerous virus, evil dragon, and Mega Digimon. Hello Megadramon, sorry to bother you, but I need a favor. Megadramon growled and then nodded, letting Harry know he was listening and willing to help. Harry wasted no time in explaining what he wanted Megadramon to do. This building has been working on a biological weapon. I need you to go into its digital plane and destroy everything that you can find about it. Do not harm the six inside this place, just seal her away from where you are so you aren't detected. Megadramon nodded. A bright red-orange light of digital energy suddenly shot out of Harry's smartphone and hit a computer nearby, where it disappeared. Harry then put his smartphone away, knowing he can trust Megadramon to return when he was done. Harry then turned his head towards the group. Let's go, let's keep the cure, those afflicted don't need it since I cured them. But we do need to let Ventralis know what happened here. I doubt he knew we were ambushed. Everyone nodded. Now that Megadramon will be destroying all data related to the biological weapon, they can rest easy knowing it will never be put to use. Harry will keep the cure and analyze it later. Who knows the sort of things he can learn from it, plus he was sure Tsunade, Asia and Ophaneman would be interested in it as well. With that done, everyone stepped outside the lab. They quickly looked for the guard, only to find him where Harry had left him, only he had a bullet hole in his head now. Ashley frowned. Shit, looks like that Asari doctor killed him in cold blood. Now I'm glad Harry killed her with that Rasen thing. Kunu laughed a bit. Raise Nan Ashley. Ashley nodded. Yeah that. Harry just smiled, and Shepard just stared at the dead guard. Better report this, now Ventralis has one fewer man. The group then left the area. As they walked towards the exit, the Valis they spoke to a little bit ago, suddenly spoke to them as they walked nearby. They came out of there. The Valis pointed at a door, it was locked, of course. Shepard stopped and walked over to the Valis. You mean the GE, the inorganic the Asari had with her? The Valis nodded. Benazia brought them with her. Lyra looked over the door, and noticed a sign at its side. That's the maintenance area. Shepard nodded and then asked the Valis, how can I get into the maintenance area? The Valis looked down and seemed to be thinking for a bit. He then looked up towards Shepard and said, a team lead would have access, like Dr. Cohen, he's in the medical bay. Shepard nodded. Thank you, I'll be going now. The Valis nodded, and the group then left. Soon they arrived back at the elevator, and as they boarded it and it began to go up, Harry then said, I can open the door with my keyblade. Given how the doctor was acting, he might not help us, especially now that everyone is cured of the toxins. We don't need him though. Shepard nodded. Sounds like a plan. The group went back to speak with Ventralis, and told him what happened. The captain was surprised and worried about the fact that he had one less man to count for. Everyone believed him when he said he didn't have anything to do with all of that, and even told them how no one knew anything about Alicia since she arrived 1 month ago. Apparently, one of the shareholders pulled strings to get her inside Peak 15, everyone realized then, that it had to be Saren. The clever bastard had a mole in here, just in case someone needed to be silenced. Looks like things were getting more troublesome, especially with how they just don't know who could be a mole for Saren or not. With that in mind, everyone left Ventralis and went back to the quarantine labs. It was time to investigate the maintenance area. After walking a bit and riding the elevator back down, the group arrived back in the room with the Valis inside. Everyone then walked over to the maintenance area door. Harry quickly summoned Oathkeeper and tapped it on the door. The door unlocked and opened, and the group quickly walked inside. The door closed after everyone stepped inside, and to their surprise, behind the door they found themselves outside and into a long ice cavern. They all followed the cavern cautiously. A few seconds later, they found Arachne walking around at the end of the cavern, but Shepard shot it in the head and killed it in one shot, without even stopping. Behind the now dead Arachne, they found a door. Harry quickly opened it with Oathkeeper and the group walked through it. They found themselves back inside Peak 15, they followed the new hallway, and went through a door that opened for them automatically. It seems that the doors beyond this point were unlocked, so Harry didn't need to open them for now. After a few more doors and hallways, the group finally made it into the hot labs. However, someone was waiting for them. and as soon as Shepard and the group walked inside the hot labs, this person spoke up. You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation, to shape a life, turn it towards happiness or despair. Everyone stared at the person speaking, an Asari, wearing a black long dress and some sort of black hood-like hat. Staring at this Asari made everyone realize that she was Benazia. Except for Lyra, she had immediately recognized her mother's voice, but now she was staring at her in confusion. There was something odd about the way she was acting and speaking, she just couldn't figure out what it is. The matriarch, however, just continued speaking as she turned to stare at a giant Rachni, that was sealed inside some sort of chamber/cage. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. Benazia shook her head and then turned around to face the group. She frowned as she noticed Lyra within the group. I won't be moved by sympathy, no matter who you bring into this confrontation. Shepard narrowed his eyes at the matriarch. Lyra's here because she wants to be, not because I asked her to. Lyra nodded and stared back at Benazia. The matriarch stared at her daughter for a second, but then said, indeed? What have you told him about me, Lyra? Lyra sighed. What could I say, mother? That you're insane? Evil? Should I explain how to kill you? What could I say? Benazia looked at her daughter's face, but then ignored her and walked forward. Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have. Kunu looked sadly toward Benazia. I can't believe you'd kill your own daughter, a mother would never do that. Benazia just frowned. I now realize I should have been stricter with her. Suddenly a few doors around the room opened and a multitude of Asari commandos ran inside. Meanwhile, Benazia suddenly began to glow with the energy of her biotics and launched a blast of biotic push. Harry jumped ahead of the group, and slapped the energy away. This shocked Benazia and made her frown as the Asari commandos began to shoot at the group. Harry turned his head to the side and gazed at the group. Leave Benazia to me. You guys take care of the Asari commandos. Kunu, cover Lyra. The group nodded and began to fight back against the Asari commandos. Harry jumped toward Benazia, but she engulfed her body with biotic energy and pushed herself away from Harry. Lyra suddenly called out to the dragon god Harry. Harry turned his head to the side and gazed at Lyra. He noticed her worried and sad look, so he sent her a smile and a nod. This made Lyra smile a little and nod back at him. She then turned her attention back to fighting the Asari commandos. Harry took off running toward Benazia. He already noticed that something was off about her and he intended to find out what. That's why he decided to confront Benazia by himself. He can perfectly hold himself back while he looks into what's going on with the matriarch. Shepard and the rest of the squad immediately went on the offensive. Ashley and Shepard shot at the Asari commandos, shattering their shields in one shot. This caused the commandos to scramble to take cover right away. They quickly recovered from their panic and surprise. They quickly began to attack while staying behind cover, either with their firearms or biotics. Kunu blocked all shots coming Lyra's way, while she pulled Asari commandos from their cover with biotic pulls and pushes. Shepard and Ashley were quick to finish them off while they were on the floor. Two Asari commandos suddenly used biotic push together, and a blast of energy flew towards the group. Kunu suddenly slammed a tail on the floor in front of her, and the shockwave created by such a hard slam dissipated the combo biotic push. Shepard and Ashley immediately shot the two Asari commandos dead. Suddenly Shepard was pulled away from the group with a surprise biotic pull. He slammed on the ground, but thanks to his armor he didn't take any damage from his crashing or the sudden pull, though a trio of Asari commandos shot at him while he was down. His shields held strong and he didn't receive any damage either. The Asari commandos were starting to get very nervous, but Ashley's voice suddenly called out loud, ammo swap. Sticky bomb. Ashley's Harry-made pistol shifted and morphed, the muzzle expanded and became wider. Ashley quickly shot at the Asari commandos, and flat and big objects shot out of Ashley's pistol. They flew through the air and then landed on the Asari commandos. One got on one of the arms of an Asari commando, the other on another's leg, and lastly, one on the last Asari commando's head. The Asari were surprised and immediately began to try to pull them out. Meanwhile, Shepard rolled out of the way. The flat object beeped twice and then exploded hard enough to shake the room. Shepard was just glad he had his armor on, otherwise, those explosions would have caused some damage to him. Meanwhile, Ashley was grinning from ear to ear. I love this gun. Suddenly the doors around the room opened and along more Asari commandos ran inside to join in the fight. Lyra immediately used biotic stasis and stopped some of the Geth and Asari commandos from moving. Kunu took off running and jumped up into the air. Her body began to glow with golden light, and soon enough she came down and slammed her keyblade on the ground in between the Geth and Asari in stasis. The moment her keyblade crashed against the floor and released an explosion of light, the blast destroyed the Gith and sent the Asari commandos flying everywhere dead. Shepard quickly stood up and quickly called out to his pistol ammo swap. Cryo rounds. His pistol immediately shifted and began to glow blue. He quickly pulled the trigger and began to charge up a shot. A group of Gith saw this and quickly ran towards Shepard while shooting to try to stop him from whatever he was planning of doing. But no matter how many times they shot at Shepard, his shields never shattered. Instead, Shepard took aim and then let go of the trigger, and a big ball of pale blue energy shot forward. It crashed against a Gith and aggressively exploded on contact. A blast of pale blue energy hit the group of Gith and flash froze them in seconds, along with the walls and floors around them. Ashley quickly shot a sticky bomb at the group. It landed on the floor right in the middle of them, beeped twice, and then exploded, shattering and destroying the frozen Gith. More Gith and Asari commandos ran into the room. Kunu frowned and then disappeared in a blur sonic blade. Kunu appeared in front of each enemy nearby and ran them through with her keyblade blade. This sent them flying up. After a few times of this, she reappeared in the middle and then raised her keyblade up wholly. A pillar of spiraling golden light exploded from her body and spread out, destroying and killing the Gith and Asari commandos in the air. All of this happened within a second. Lyra looked a bit surprised at everything going on. Growing up in Asari, she was told of how powerful and talented Asari commandos are. Never in her life would she have thought that she would ever fight against them and win. Not so easily, that is, but here she was fighting and completely decimating them like they were nothing. It made her realize how crazy and absurd her life had become since she joined Shepard's crew and met the dragon god known as Harry Potter. Benazia stared in disbelief at everything going on around her. Like her daughter, she came to realize that the people her daughter had joined weren't normal, not if they can fight off Asari commandos and Gith so easily. Just how is it possible for them to fight so many enemies at once? Highly trained and powerful ones at that. The matriarch was even more startled by the blonde-haired girl with the animal tails and ears. She had never seen a human like that before, and as far as she knows, there weren't any records of any new alien life forms being found, so who was she and how was she using those abilities? It seemed like she was somehow manipulating light, and that made no sense to her at all. She was utterly perplexed at what was going on, and then there was the human standing before her. At first glance, she would have thought he was nothing but an arrogant young man thinking too highly of himself. But now that she can look at him up close, she can see power and wisdom behind those glowing green eyes. As a matriarch, she has lived for a very long time, so she had learned how to read a person's power and potential through their eyes. But this unknown young man had her feeling weak and small. It was something that unnerved her to no end. Who are you? The young man just smiled at her and summoned two strange key-like weapons, one black and the other white. The young man before her then just calmly announced his name to her. I'm Harry Potter. Chapter 162. Matriarch Benazia stared at Harry. She remembered that name. Saren had warned her about Harry Potter, something about him being some kind of giant reptilian of unknown powers, but everything Saren had told her just seemed too far-fetched, too fantastical. So she didn't worry too much. After all, she had been alive for a long while now and she had never seen anything like what Saren had described Harry Potter to be able to do. So she didn't believe it for a second, until now that she had Harry Potter before her, now that she was staring into his eyes, she couldn't help but feel afraid. She wanted to run away, to get away from Harry Potter, but she couldn't. She had to stay and fight. Saren wanted him gone, and Benazia was more than willing to do so for Saren. So, Matriarch Benazia ignited her biotics, engulfing her body in her power, and attacked Harry Potter with a powerful biotic push, but Harry just stood there and let the biotic waves wash over his body. He didn't even move an inch. Harry smiled and then summoned his keyblades. Usually I would kill you, but Lyra is a friend. I'll make sure you answer for the stress your actions brought her. After saying his piece, Harry took off running and lowered his power so as to not accidentally kill Benazia. Still, even when holding back so much, he was still too fast for Benazia to even see. She ended up getting smacked around left and right by Harry's keyblades a couple of times, before pushing herself away from Harry. She was lucky she was using her biotic shields, otherwise, she would have been defeated by that quick combo Harry delivered. But she had paused for a second. The moment she stopped herself, Harry was already on her. Benazia frantically used a biotic stasis to stop Harry, but it only slowed him down for less than a second. Benazia ended up getting Oblivion jabbed into her chest and sent flying back through the air. Before she could crash against the wall behind her, she used her biotic energy to stop herself, but had to quickly push herself with her biotics away from the wall. Harry crashed against the wall. She was standing in front of a second ago, and Benazia widened her eyes as she saw the thick and reinforced wall, crater, and crack under Harry's strength. Benazia snarled at Harry, "What are you? No human should be able to move that fast or be that powerful." Harry ignored her and took off running towards Benazia while using surface walking to run on the wall. The matriarch gaped when she saw Harry do that and got her face punted for her trouble. Benazia grunted as her biotic shield cracked and shattered. Harry didn't let her rest and swung both Oathkeeper and Oblivion in a cross slash. The strike hit Benazia in the abdomen and sent her flying again. This time she screamed in pain. Harry jumped off the wall and stood on the ground. He then walked over towards where Benazia was sent flying. The matriarch crashed against a handrail, flipped over it, and then crashed on the ground of the metal platform the handrail belongs to. She gagged and held her abdomen in pain. That one strike hurt her a lot. She heard Harry's steps coming towards her, so she quickly stood up, albeit a bit shaky. Harry saw her stand up and saw her reeling from the pain she was feeling. Harry smiled. "I see that hurt you, but you can relax. My keyblades have a very handy function. Instead of causing physical damage, they can instead damage the spirit and stamina of my enemies. They won't even cut if I don't want them to. It's perfect when you don't want to kill someone and instead make them feel some pain." Benazia widened her eyes and warily stared at Harry's keyblades, but then she turned her gaze towards Harry and glared at him. The matriarch then once again ignited her biotics. Her body was engulfed in her power and her biotics grabbed hold of anything she could around her, crates, terminals, even pieces of the walls. Anything close to her was picked up. The matriarch then spread her arm and suddenly yelled, "I will not be talked down by a human child." Benazia glared and then waved both arms forwards toward Harry. The dragon god just smirked. "Child. I'm older than you, woman." Benazia roared as her biotics flared and everything she picked up was sent flying toward Harry at high speed, but the dragon god took off running and began to cut, slap, and dodge everything sent his way with ease. Meanwhile, Benazia used her powers to push herself away from Harry, while still throwing everything she could at him, but no matter how hard she tried, no matter how many things she threw at him, Harry did not stop nor slowed down. Benazia snarled as she began to sweat, but Harry eventually caught up with her. The matriarch was then struck on the shoulder by Oathkeeper. The force behind the strike made her knees buckle despite her biotic shield not breaking. But before she could do anything, Oblivion stuck her on the chest with an upper slash. Benazia was then sent high into the air, and the matriarch could only grunt in pain, but Harry wasn't done yet. He quickly jumped after Benazia and hit her with a 5-hit air combo. Benazia saw stars as the last hit shattered her biotics shield, but then Harry spun like a buzzsaw and hit her multiple times with his keyblades. The matriarch's eye blurred in pain as she was struck repeatedly by Harry's attack. Until she was sent flying away from him, Benazia's sight blacked out until she smashed against the wall at the end of the platform she was standing on a second ago. The pain stopped her from passing out, and she crashed against the floor. She could only whimper in pain for a few seconds. She tried to get up, to continue fighting, but her body didn't respond to her commands. She couldn't even call forth her biotics, nothing. All she could do is lay there and listen as Harry Potter walked over to her. Soon enough she heard him step close to her. Harry looked down at the defeated matriarch. Her energy and stamina were completely drained, so she wasn't going anywhere. Despite his keyblades not causing physical damage to her body, her getting sent flying and crashing into a thick metal wall must have caused her plenty of pain and injuries. But at the moment, Harry didn't really care about how hurt Benazia is. No, right now the mission is to find out what Saren is doing and his location. So Harry grabbed Benazia by the nape of her clothes and began to drag her to the others. She had the information they needed and she was going to tell them everything. While Harry dragged Benazia through the ground, her mind suddenly became clearer and despite being in quite a lot of pain, she could clearly think now, something she was going to take advantage of. Shepard, Ashley, Lyra and Kunu had cleared the area of all enemies. Kunu quickly sealed all the doors the Asari commandos and Geth were using to get into the room, with her keyblade. This made sure no one will come in and attack them, so with that precaution set up, the group then decided to gather in front of the massive cage containing the big Rachni and wait for Harry. It didn't take long for him to arrive, though Lyra was a bit surprised and worried that he was dragging her mother on the ground, but Harry just smiled at her, letting her know that Benazia was fine. Shepard's sweat dropped as Harry suddenly threw the matriarch in front of him, without a care in the world. Though he ignored that and turned to look at Harry. "You okay?" Harry smiled at Shepard and gave him a nod. "Yeah, I had to hold back so I wouldn't kill her, but other than that, it wasn't a particularly hard fight." Ashley looked at the matriarch and scoffed. "This is you holding back?" "Shit, Harry, look at her, she looks like she went a few rounds with a Krogan." Harry just shrugged. Benazia suddenly spoke. "You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind, I can fight his compulsions, briefly, but the indoctrination is strong. That caught everyone's attention right away. Shepard stared at Benazia as she lay on the ground in front of him and then said, are you saying he brainwashed you? Benazia weakly nodded. People are not themselves around Saren. You come to idolize him, worship him, you would do anything for him. The key is Sovereign, his flagship. It is a dreadnought of incredible size and its power is extraordinary. Harry frowned. Mental compulsions and psychic manipulation? This is serious, guys. Those sorts of abilities are extremely dangerous, and if Saren has access to them, then he can do whatever he wants and get anyone he wants on his side. Kunu then piped in, it also sounds like the ship is the source of those abilities, Sovereign. Shepard nodded. So Sovereign's not like any other ship then? Shepard then turned his head towards Benazia. Where did it come from? Benazia frowned and shook her head. I cannot say, the Geth did not build it. Its technology is far more advanced than that of any known species. The longer you stay aboard, the more Saren's will seems correct. You sit at his feet and smile as his words pour into you. It is subtle at first. I thought I was strong enough to resist. Instead, I became willing to, eager to serve. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago. Shepard frowned. How does something that big go missing? Benazia winced in pain and squirmed a bit on the ground, but still answered the question. 4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but it did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation. Shepard sighed. This was a lot of information to digest, but he needed to know more, so he asked, someone on Novaria found it? Benazia huffed a bit. It seems she was still hurt and tired from her fight with Harry, but she quickly regained her breath and answered Shepard's question. 2,000 years ago, the Rachni inhabited that region of our galaxy. They discovered the relay. The Rachni can share memories across generations. Queens inherit the knowledge of their mothers. I took the location of the relay from the Queen's mind. I was not gentle. Harry crossed his arms. I see, so that's why Saren wanted the Rachni back. He needed the knowledge they have, though he got greedy and tried to make them work for him. Ashley nodded. Looks like his plans backfired on his face. Serves him right. Everyone agreed with Ashley. Shepard then continued on with his questions. How did the Rachni find it? Benazia struggled to sit up. Seeing this and knowing that her mother was just being controlled, Lyra quickly went to her mother's side and helped her sit up. Benazia gave Lyra a small smile and thanks and then answered Shepard's questions. They searched, patiently. They are territorial creatures, driven to close any possible way into their systems. Shepard nodded and then asked his next question. Why does Saren need the Mu relay? Benazia quickly answered that question. He believes it will lead him to the conduit. I would tell you more if I could, but Saren did not share his counsel with me. I was merely a servant to his cause. Shepard nodded and shared a look with Lyra. He then moved his gaze back to Benazia. You can make things right, give me the information. Benazia sighed and then nodded. I was not myself, but I should have been stronger. Benazia suddenly reached into her dress and took something out. She then handed it to Lyra. I transcribed the data to an OSD, take it, please. Lyra nodded and put the OSD away. She then turned her head back to her mother and said, the relay's coordinates are not enough. Do you know where Saren planned to go from there? Benazia shook her head. Saren wouldn't tell me his destination, but you must find it quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. Benazia suddenly grimaced and began to breathe heavily. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear, fingers on my spine. You should. The matriarch looked like she was struggling with something. Lyra stared worriedly at her mother. Mother, I don't leave. Fight him. Benazia, even though she looked to be in pain, smiled at Lyra and then said, you've always made me proud, Lyra. Harry quickly moved and grabbed Benazia's head. He immediately cut off the connection Saren had on her mind, which allowed Benazia to relax and stay in control. She looked over to Shepard and gave him a tired smile. I cannot go on, you will have to stop him, Shepard. Harry smiled at Benazia. Rest, I will help you and restore your mind to what it was, but for now, sleep. Benazia stared into Harry's eyes, his green eyes. Your eyes, when I was under the control of Saren, they terrified me. Now I can only feel hope that I will be able to be myself again. Lyra hugged her mother. Mother. Benazia smiled and blinked as sleep began to overtake her. Good night, little wing. I hope to see you then next time I'm awake. The matriarch slowly closed her eyes and then fell asleep in her daughter's arms. Lyra cried for her and just how much she must have suffered because of Saren. Suddenly, she felt someone grabbing her shoulder. She turned her head towards who had grabbed her and stared as Harry smiled at her. She's going to be okay, Lyra. I didn't harm her physically, she's just out of stamina and energy. She's a tough lady, so she'll survive and I'll make sure her mind is free as well, so don't cry, everything will be okay. Lyra nodded and smiled at Harry. She then went back to hugging her mother, and Ashley sighed. I hate to be that guy, but the council isn't going to just forgive her, she did betray the Citadel. Chances are, they won't believe she was brainwashed and will try to make her the scapegoat of this whole thing. Ashley made a good point, everyone knew that the council would do that just to save face and stop thinking about this whole thing. Shepard frowned. Damn, we can't let them get a hold of Benezia, who knows what they'll put her through. Harry nodded. Don't worry, we'll tell them Matriarch Benezia died here today fighting us. Benezia, mother of Lyra, will be moving to our world, I'm sure we can offer her a good and peaceful home. Lyra smiled and thankfully nodded to Harry. Thank you, Harry, for both helping and giving my mother a second chance. Harry nodded. No problem, we have to help her, she fought her brainwashing as hard as she could to help us, it's only right to help her now. Everyone nodded to Lyra and gave her a smile. Harry turned his head towards Kuno-chan. Mind taking Benezia to my workshop? We should let her rest, and I will be helping her along with Talitha. Kuno smiled and walked over to Lyra. She then gently took Benezia off of Lyra's arms and picked her up. All right. I'll drop her off and come back soon. The group nodded and Kuno then teleported back to the Normandy and Harry's workshop. With that taken care of, Shepard looked over the cage that held the Rani Queen. Then, that just leaves that thing. Everyone nodded and then the whole group walked over to the cage. Shepard reached the cage and looked down toward the Rani Queen. The creature just stood still. But then, one of the dead Asari commandos suddenly stood up and began to walk over the group. Harry immediately sensed something behind them and immediately turned around. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the dead Asari commando wobble her way towards the cage. Though he hates undead, something told him that this was something else, so he called out to everyone, guys, move out of the way. Everyone turned around and noticed the dead Asari commando walking over to the cage. Heeding Harry's words, they all moved out of her way until she was in front of the cage. She stopped and then turned around to face everyone. To the group's shock except Harry's of course, the dead Asari commando suddenly spoke. This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing, not in these low spaces, your musics are colorless. Shepard looked completely perplexed. What is going on here? Harry crossed his arms and frowned. It's the Rani Queen, she's using the Asari commando as a medium to speak to us. I'm sure it's actually smart enough to communicate. Shepard nodded in understanding. I see, but what's this about musics? Harry shrugged. I'm not sure. The Asari commando suddenly spoke. Your way of communicating is strange, flat, it does not color the air, when we speak, one moves all. We are the mother, we sing for those left behind, the children you thought silenced, we are Rani. Shepard walked past the Asari commando and stared at the Rani Queen. Harry hummed a bit and then said, I see, they must be communicating through telepathy, one functioning under a higher frequency, that's what she must mean by music and colors. Shepard nodded, he understood the gist of what Harry explained, then asked, how are you speaking through her? The Rani Queen made the Asari commando answer the question. Our kind sing through touching of thought, we pluck the strings, and the other understands, she is weak to urging. She has colors we have no name for, but she is ending, her music is bittersweet, it is beautiful, the children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing, they are lost to silence. End their suffering, they cannot be saved, they will only cause harm as they are. Harry frowned. So that's why they felt off, sort of muted, they were taken away from the Queen before they could learn to think from her, at this point they're just feral beasts. The Queen made the Asari commando nod. Yes, these needle men, they stole our eggs from us, they sought to turn our children into beasts of war, claws with no song of their own. Our elders are comfortable with silence, children know only fear if no one sings to them, fear had shattered their minds. Lyra frowned and looked down. I understand, a child left alone in a closet until she is 16 would not be sane. Harry sighed. Saren, what a wanker. Shepard understood, and felt bad for the Rani, despite not having a good reputation because of the war they were involved in, he couldn't help but feel bad at what was done to the Rani. We'll take them down, if you're sure they can't be saved. The Rani Queen made the Asari commando immediately speak. It is lamentable but necessary, do what you must. Before you deal with our children, we stand before you, what would you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more? Ashley frowned. Everyone knows about the Rachni Wars, they were a big threat to the galaxy, those tanks are filled with acid, if she gets out of hand, they dissolve her. Everyone looked around the cage and noticed all kinds of tanks above it, a cruel way to end a living creature for sure. Lyra shook her head. They made a mistake, they let the Krogan go too far, this is a chance to atone, she has done nothing to us. Harry sighed, this was a big conundrum, one that both Ashley and Lyra made good points on. The Rachni Queen then made the Asari Commando speak once again. Your companions hear the truth, you have the power to free us or return our people to the silence of memory. Shepard frowned, this was a very difficult decision, he could once again end the Rachni, this time for good, or give them a second chance, this isn't an easy issue that one could just make a choice for. But it seems like the decision was being left to him, so he needed more information before he could make a choice, and the only way to get that information is by asking questions. So, wanting to make the best possible decision, Shepard began to ask the Rachni Queen some questions, starting with, if I let you live, would you attack other races again? The Rachni Queen quickly made the Asari Commando answer the question. No, I do not know what happened in the war, we only heard discordance, songs the colors of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony, if they understand, perhaps we would return. Harry narrowed his eyes. That sounds like someone or something manipulated the Rachni. Ashley frowned. But who would do that? Why would they cause such a war to happen, and for what purpose? Harry shook his head. I don't know, it seems like the Rachni Queen doesn't know either. Shepard pondered about what he just learned, but he then asked another question. Are you a survivor of the war? A clone? The Rachni Queen made the Asari Commando shake her head. We do not know, we were only an egg, hearing mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after the another, it forced singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke, in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet, the sky is silent. Shepard sighed and crossed his arms, he had to make a big decision now. In the end, he decided to trust the Rachni Queen. I won't destroy your entire race, you'll go free. The Rachni Queen paused for a few seconds, but then made the Asari Commando speak again. You will give us the chance to compose anew? We well remember, we will sing of your forgiveness to our children. Harry smiled and then walked up to the cage. I have a proposition for you, Rachni Queen. The Queen turned to look at Harry, and then moved the Asari Commando to look at Harry. You have many colors, so bright and so strong, what is your proposition? Lyra raised an eyebrow. Colors? I thought the Queen said we looked colorless to her. Harry smiled at Lyra. I just connected my mind to her, so she's now able to see and hear me. I did it so she can trust me and know I don't mean her any harm. Lyra nodded in understanding, while Harry turned his head back to the Rachni Queen. I can create a whole pocket dimension for you and your future children, one specified for your kind. In exchange, you can join the yokai faction and the city known as Neo Kyoto in a completely different dimension from this one. You'll be able to start anew there, and more importantly, you'll be in peace. The Rachni Queen stayed silent, but then she made the Asari Commando ask a question. Could I look into your song? I need to see what you just told me. Harry nodded, and the Queen then used the connection Harry made with her, to see through some of his memories. Harry helped her by bringing the memories that had to do with the yokai faction and Neo Kyoto to the forefront of his mind. The Rachni Queen saw everything Harry did for the yokai faction, how they and their allies protect and support each other. She saw how he created a whole dimension for the dragons, and she quite liked what she saw. The fact that she would be away from anyone that would seek to use her and her children, really convinced her that it was a good idea to ally herself with Harry Potter. The Rachni Queen then made the Asari Commando nod. I accept your song, Harry Potter. Harry smiled and then teleported into the cage. He then placed a hand on the Rachni Queen. I'm going to put you to sleep for now. I'll take you to my workshop where you can tell me what's the best environment for your kind, so I can create your very own world. The Rachni Queen agreed with Harry via the connection. Harry nodded and then put the Rachni Queen to sleep. He then quickly made a shadow clone and ordered it to take the Rachni Queen back to his pocket dimension and hide her there. The shadow clone immediately did so, while Harry teleported back to everyone. At the same time, Kunu also teleported back to the group as well. Shepard smiled at Harry. Thanks, Harry, this way, I'm sure the Rachni will be able to live in peace. Harry nodded and smiled at Shepard. Kunu then spoke up. I put Benazia in stasis and Fei healed her, so she's fine now. Lyra sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Suddenly, an alarm went off, and everyone looked around in surprise, but then Shepard decided that it was time to go. All right everyone, let's get out of here now. Everyone nodded and then the group made their way towards a door that was highlighted to lead towards the tramway. They all immediately used the shortcut and quickly made it to the tramway. Then they took an elevator to the hot labs, the one place they still needed to investigate. Once they arrived, they unboarded the elevator and headed inside the hot labs. To their surprise, however, they found a man sitting by himself in the middle of the room they arrived in. Shepard quickly approached him. The man looked over to Shepard and as soon as he got close the man began to speak. "Are you here to secure the situation?" Shepard nodded and then asked the man, "How are you holding up?" The man sighed, "You must listen, if we do not contain our mistake, they will drop bombs from the battle stations, you understand?" Ashley groaned, "Great, just great." Shepard frowned and then asked, "You let these things out?" The man looked nervous now, and he seemed to hesitate for a bit but then said, "I am only following orders." Binary Helix found an egg. It was in a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was a Arachne ship, and they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension. Harry raised an eyebrow. 1,000-year-old egg hatched? Why do I feel that you guys did something else here? The man shook his head. "No, we didn't do anything, it was tough, but it's survived centuries. This is miraculous." Binary Helix planned to clone Arachne, and mass-produce them to create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not common Arachne, it is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient. Harry sighed. So the queen was right, these guys caused those Arachne to become feral. Shepard nodded, but then he wondered something. "Hold on, don't you need a male to get eggs?" The men quickly answered the question. "Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers, eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone. Queens can lay eggs in hours, and have a colony in days, this is how they spread so quickly." Harry scoffed. "Well, separating the queen from her children didn't work, in fact, that's the reason your little experiment failed." The man nodded. This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I'm thinking that without a queen, Arachne do not develop properly, her mind is shaping theirs, and these Arachne are uncontrollable. These Arachne are beyond saving, it is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I'm thinking that the neutron purge must be set off." Shepard raised an eyebrow. "I'm not familiar with the purge system." The man sighed and began to explain. "It creates a burst of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station, and things beyond get genetic damage of varying degrees." Harry widens his eyes. "Whoa! What the fuck? We're not going to use that. Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Everyone agreed with Harry. Everything the man just said sounded way too extreme and highly dangerous, and the fact that the area would get radiation damage for a long time was a big no-no for everyone present. Still, they still need to put down the Arachne, not only for the queen but to put those poor Arachne to peace, so Shepard had to ask, "Then what do we do?" Harry then frowned. "You know what? Fuck this place, I'm going to destroy it and the Arachne in one single shot." Suddenly, Harry raised a hand and shot a ki blast behind the man. The ki blast hit a Arachne that was sneaking behind the man, hoping to sneak attack him. The ki blast hit the Arachne and exploded, killing it in an instant. This, of course, scared the living daylights out of the man, but Harry ignored that. "All right, I'm done playing around on this planet. Shepard, you and the guys go back to the survivors and have Kuna teleport everyone back to Hashan. I'll take care of this place as soon as you guys and the survivors leave this place." Shepard nodded. "Okay, then we'll be going. Good luck, Harry." Harry smiled and nodded to Shepard. Kuna quickly teleported the man who was just speaking back to Hashan and then the group left. Now alone, Harry took his smartphone out and called out to his AI assistant, "Friday, I need you to buy Binary Helix, and Peak 15, please do so as quickly as possible." Friday quickly responded, "Right away, boss." Harry smiled and then watched Friday go do what he asked her to do. He then checked on Megadramon. The virus and highly destructive Digimon was back and already taking a nap. Harry chuckled as he found it amusing how lazy Megadramon can be, something he got from his days as a Gilman. With that done, he moved over to the next room and checked it out. He smiled when he found a terminal, exactly what he was looking for. He quickly approached it and Myra appeared, connecting. "I am sorry, but you don't have any access to the facility, how can I help you?" Harry shook his head. "Not really, I just came to take you out of here and perhaps give you a new life, one where you won't be limited." Myra's hologram paused for a second. "I do not understand, do you require help?" Harry just smiled and then raised his hand. He immediately began to absorb all the digital information and energy from Myra. Everything about her, all that made her who she is, was absorbed by Harry. The dragon god then made all the digital information and energy gather and coalesce on his palm, creating an orange orb of digital data. Harry smiled as he stared at the orb that is Myra's whole being. There we go, I wasn't going to leave you here to end up like this place and the Arachne, even when you're not awakened, you're still on your way to do so. You did guide us and helped us without any input, there's potential in you and I'm going to make sure you become fully aware and alive. Harry took out his smartphone and then downloaded Myra's digital data into it. After that, screeches began to echo throughout the area, alerting Harry that the Arachne were now going in for an attack, not that he was worried about them in any case. Chapter 163. Harry walked out of the room, where he got Myra's digital data, and watched as countless numbers of Arachne began to come into the room where he and Shepard spoke to the scientist. Though he couldn't help but frown as he stared at the Arachne, he felt bad and was feeling rather angry about what Saren had ordered done to them. Still, despite feeling bad for these Arachne, he still had to fulfill the Arachne Queen's request. He will put down the out-of-control Arachne here and then destroy this entire place. With that last thought in his mind, Harry summoned Oathkeeper and Oblivion and took off running towards the swarm of Arachne. He became a blur as he ran towards the Arachne. The Arachne froze and twitched once before being cut in half. Harry appeared behind the now dead Arachne and stood up straight while quietly whispering Zantetsuken. Some more Arachne appeared from the vents and whatnot, but Harry swung Oathkeeper towards the new swarm of Arachne and casted a spell Aeroga. An orb of wind magic flew towards the Arachne and crashed against one in the front. The orb of wind magic exploded and unleashed a massive tornado that dragged the Arachne into it and began to cut them up with its sharp wind. More and more Arachne began to emerge, but the tornado dragged them inside the sharp winds. Harry frowned as he saw this. The Arachne had no sense of self-awareness, they were just blinding, rushing to their deaths without a care. It made Harry feel even angrier about what the scientist in here did to them. Suddenly, he received a telepathic communication from Kunu. Harry. The labs are empty, we took everyone left alive in Peak 15 to Hashan. Shepard had everyone in the crew board the Normandy, we're waiting for you. Harry smiled and responded, tell Shepard to have Joker fly the Normandy off of this planet, I'm about to set off the fireworks. Kunu wasted no time in responding back, will do. See you in a bit. Harry then turned his head back to the Arachne as his wind spell dissipated. He watched the now dead Arachne fall to the ground dead and completely sliced to pieces. He stared at them for a good minute before closing his eyes and suddenly transforming into his dragon form. Harry's massive dragon form exploded from the building known as Peak 15, his roar echoed throughout the whole planet. It startled everyone in Hashan, causing them to take a look out from the massive windows of the port city of Novaria. No one could believe their eyes as they stared at the massive creature that suddenly flew high into the air and roared one more time. This time it made the whole planet shake, causing panic among the people of Hashan. The crew of the Normandy was watching this happen through the monitors on the Normandy. Everyone had seen Harry's dragon form before, but something was obviously different. Joker was the first one to say something about it. Is it me, or does Harry seem angry? Shepard nodded. I'm not surprised, we learned a lot of horrible things on Novaria. Kunu then piped in, and the people's attitude on this planet didn't help his mood either. Le Fay smiled. Well, it is a good opportunity for everyone here to see some of what Harry is capable of. Everyone was now giving this whole event their full attention. It was time for them to witness Harry's power and they weren't going to miss this chance. Harry stopped high above Peak 15 and opened his jaws wide open. Mana began to gather and coalesced in very high quantities. There was so much mana that it began to discharge bolts of lighting all around. Loud crackles and booms echoed through the whole planet until Harry suddenly roared and fired the massive mana orb towards Peak 15. The mana orb fell through the sky like a meteor until it crashed against its target. The mana orb destroyed Peak 15 on contact until it finally hit the ground and detonated. There was an all-consuming silence, then a bright flash of light, and finally, a thunderous bang that shook the area. The windows of Hashan all cracked and then shattered, sending everyone watching the whole event screaming and running away in all directions, while a massive dome of white mana spread from the site of impact. The massive explosion only lasted for a few seconds, before it dissipated, but it caused a massive amount of destruction. A big crater was the only thing left of Peak 15. Hashan took some damage from the explosion but nothing big, and the people in there were just scared out of their minds, but otherwise okay. Not that Harry cared. This planet gave him a bad impression from the get-go, and everything he learned that was done in Peak 15 just made things worse, so he had no regrets nor qualms about blasting those labs off the face of the planet. So with that done, he let out one more loud roar and took off into the sky and then into open space, where the Normandy was waiting for him. Some time after, Harry was already back on the Normandy, which was on its way out of the system. Now that the mission was over, Shepard gathered everyone for a meeting. It was time to decide what to do next. Ashley was the first one to speak. What's the next move, Commander? Head for the Mu relay. Shepard shook his head. The Mu relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's is going, we'd just be wasting our time. Lyra nodded in agreement. The commander is right, we cannot rush off blind, we still need to learn about Saren's plans. Ashley frowned but nodded. She would have liked to go after Saren right now, but Shepard and Lyra made a good point, one she agreed with. Harry then said, we need more information. Saren is one cunning bastard. He also has some very powerful tools at his disposal, things we have to prepare for. That compulsion and brainwashing of his is very concerning. Shepard nodded, though he had a frown on his face. He obviously wasn't happy about Saren being able to control people like that. Can you help with that? Harry nodded. Yes, I'll be making and enchanting some accessories, they'll help in preventing mental attacks and manipulations, plus a few other things as well. Shepard smiled and sighed in relief. Thank you, this is a tough mission as is, this whole brainwashing thing just has everyone on edge. Everyone agreed with Shepard. All the new things they learned about Saren just added more pressure on their shoulders. Thankfully, Harry was here to help, something they were very thankful for. Kaiden then spoke up. Harry, won't you get in trouble about blasting Peak 15 out of existence? I can't imagine many would be happy about that. Harry shrugged. I really don't care, but just in case I had Friday buy all of Binary Helix for me, Peak 15 belonged to me, so I had all the right to destroy it if I wanted to. Everyone's sweat dropped, except Rex. He just chuckled. I kinda wish I was as rich as you, Harry, that way, I don't have to worry about destroying anything. Valerie grinned and nodded. It is useful to have that much money, but even without it, Harry can repair anything, so it doesn't matter. Le Fay then spoke. The issue here was that Binary Helix belonged to Saren, and the research done in Peak 15 was not only unethical but also dangerous. With Harry buying Binary Helix, he pretty much took a big resource from Saren's board. He's going to be feeling this loss for a while. Destroying Peak 15 just added insult to injury. Shepard nodded and then turned his head towards Harry. Thank you, Harry, today we dealt a massive blow to Saren, I'm sure he's going to feel it for a while. Everyone smiled, happy that Saren was going to be feeling what was done in Novaria for a while, because of Harry's actions. Shepard then stood up. All right, everyone dismissed, go and have some well-deserved rest. Everyone nodded and began to stand up to leave and rest, especially those involved in the Novaria mission. Joker then called Shepard via intercom. Novaria report away, Commander, you want me to patch you through to the Council? Shepard sighed and then said, patch them through, Joker. Joker immediately responded, setting up the link now, Commander. Shepard walked over to the hologram station. Harry also walked up to his side and waited for the Council to patch through. Soon enough the Council's hologram appeared. Asari Council Tavos immediately asked, is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Novaria. Turian Council Spiritus then said, and then released the Queen. Do you have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy? Shepard shook his head. This Queen is different, she understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around. Spiritus frowned. I hope you're right, Shepard, or our children's children will pay the price if you're not. Harry sighed. Get off his back, the Rachni Queen will be taken to my universe, there I'll make her a home where she can live in peace. You don't have to worry about her, I'll handle everything on my end, just go if that's all you wanted to bitch around for, we have better things to do than to hear your complaints, Spiritus. That silenced any other concern the Council might have in this situation, so Spiritus nodded. Tavos then spoke up. I see, then we have nothing to worry about, we'll be waiting for the next report, Commander. The Council's hologram then dissipated, leaving Shepard and Harry by themselves. The Dragon God then huffed in annoyance. I'm really starting to hate Spiritus. He's always complaining or bitching about one thing or the other, if he keeps doing that, then I'm going to have to hurt him. Shepard nodded. Out of the 3 Council members, Spiritus was the one who was always making things difficult and questioning everything they do. It was very annoying. Shepard sighed and then shook his head. Let's forget about him and just go to rest, I think we deserve it after everything we went through. Harry nodded, and with that said both Commander and Dragon God left the meeting room to rest. Shepard had some lunch and then went to go to sleep. He woke up 8 hours later but feeling fully rested and ready to continue with their missions, thinking it was time to speak with the crew and see how they were doing. He decided to first go find Harry and speak with him since hours have passed, then weeks had passed in Harry's pocket dimension. Knowing this, Shepard knew that Harry must be working on something right now. Curious and even excited, Shepard got up from his bed and got ready to go look for Harry. It didn't take long for him to get ready and then he made his way to Harry's pocket dimension. The commander arrived quickly and went inside the pocket dimension. To his surprise, however, he was met, yet again, with a very odd sight. Rex was in front of the Arachne Queen and staring at her. Shepard got curious about this. The Krogan were the ones to kill off the Arachne during the war, so wondering what Rex was doing, he walked up to the weird couple. Soon enough walked up to Rex's side and said, "I hope you know, that if you hurt the Queen, Harry will be mighty upset." Rex scoffed, "I know, Kunu warned me about it, Bugsy here and I were just having a conversation." Shepard raised an eyebrow. "Bugsy?" Rex shrugged. "That's what Kunu, Faye and Valerie named the Queen, don't know why, but she doesn't seem to mind." Shepard didn't even know how to react to that or what to even say, so he just pushed it aside. Instead, he decided to ask Rex a question. "What were you talking with Air?" "Bugsy." Rex stared at the Arachne Queen. "How funny things ended up. Her kind and mine are on the brink of extinction now, but now we have the hope that our races will survive. Thanks, Harry. I regret that the Krogan got involved in that war, especially because what we did to the Arachne was done to us. In a way, we both understand each other through the same pain." Shepard looked down and pondered Rex's words. Life certainly had a funny way of teaching you lessons. Sometimes those lessons are horrible, and these two knew very well about the same pain of almost being destroyed. So Shepard nodded and patted Rex's back, while the Arachne Queen softly screeched. This whole thing sucked and all three knew it. Some time after, Shepard left the Arachne Queen and Rex by themselves. They both seemed to be okay with being in each other's presence, so he felt it was okay to let them be. Shepard then made his way toward Harry's workshop and headed to the medical bay. He knew Harry would be there working on Benazia and Talitha. He arrived a few minutes later and found Lyra there watching Harry work on Benazia. Like with Talitha, Harry was behind where Benazia was laying on a bed, with his hands on her head and his eyes closed. He looked around and noticed that Faye was the one working with Talitha right now, and to the side was Kunu keeping an eye on Kahaku, who was sleeping. The commander couldn't help but smile, seeing the people Harry had saved, while also giving them a second chance in life, gave him a good feeling. Lyra noticed Shepard, so she gave him a smile. "Commander, did you have a good rest?" Shepard nodded. "Yes, did you? Have you even rested?" Lyra nodded, but Kunu suddenly spoke up. "She's been sleeping here a few times, but she's been taking care of herself. She just worried about her mom, rightfully so of course, but she wants to stay here as much as possible." Lyra nodded. "Yes, but do not worry, Shepard, I will make sure to fulfill my duties." Shepard nodded. "I know Lyra, how is she?" Lyra smiled and then said, "Harry has been telling me, that there's been steady progress in healing Mother's mind, though there is a good amount of delicate work to be done." Shepard looked curious, but before he could even ask, Kunu decided to elaborate. "With compulsions and brainwashing, one has to first find and identify all the real memories, thoughts and emotions of the afflicted person. After that, they're set apart and isolated from the rest of the mind. At that point, it's all a matter of unraveling every false memory, emotion and compulsion." Shepard nodded. "I see, so like cleaning and rebooting the mind." Kunu smiled and nodded. "Yup. Right now, Harry is with Benazia inside her mind and undoing everything that was done to her." Lyra then piped in, "After everything is said and done, Mother will need some time to recuperate and recover from the strain her mind was put through. Apparently, she had been trying to fight the brainwashing and compulsions for a while now, and it has weakened her." Shepard sighed and then smiled. "That's good, everyone was worried about her and you, Lyra. I'm glad to know you're both okay." Lyra nodded and then stood up. She gave everyone a smile and then said, "I'm going back to my post. I'll come and visit Mother later, but there's some research I want to do." Kunu and Shepard nodded, but Kunu suddenly spoke up. "Ah. That's right, your armor is ready, Lyra, so give me a second to get it and you can take it with you." Lyra excitedly smiled. "That's good news, having to have someone always covering me was starting to make me feel guilty." Kunu just grinned and finished checking on Kahaku. She then quickly walked over to Lyra and together they walked towards Harry's workshop. Shepard watched them go for a few seconds and then began to look around at all the people Harry had saved. "I hope all these new people don't cause problems with Harry in his world." Suddenly Harry opened his eyes and smiled. "They won't, I'm more worried about whether they can adapt to Neo Kyoto." Shepard turned his head towards Harry and watched him pull his hands away from Benazia's head and walk over to him. "I'm sure they're going to be fine, all three of them are strong individuals." Harry nodded. "I know, but Neo Kyoto is quite different than anything they have seen. I'll help them of course, but they're still going to have to put on the effort." Shepard nodded in understanding. He then looked over to Benazia. "How is everyone doing?" Harry softly smiled and then proceeded to give Shepard a report of Talitha's, Benezia's, and Kahaku's conditions. Kahaku is fine, he was just stressed and tired, seems like Cerberus was already after him when I teleported him to the Normandy. He told me that they had already found him and they were about to attack him when he appeared here. Right now I put him in stasis since I don't know how long we'll be staying here. Talitha is doing much better, her mind has almost recovered and the knowledge I implanted in her mind is quickly being adapted. Her body is 100% okay too. Once she gets to Neo Kyoto, she'll be able to lead a normal life. I speak with her often in her mind and explain things or answer any questions she has. She seems excited about living away from this universe. I don't blame her though. She's also aware of everything that happened. I'm helping her go through it and slowly come to terms with it as well. She will be fine over time, but she has a long road ahead. Shepard nodded. He was definitely glad that both Kahaku and Talitha are going to be okay. Both were good people that were handed a bad lot in life, and they both deserve a second chance. The commander then decided to ask about the matriarch and Benezia. Harry frowned with her. It's going to take a while for her to recover from what was done to her. I've never seen mind manipulation like this before. The only things that seem a bit similar was when the Mind Infinity Stone was involved. Thankfully my power over the mind is making the whole process of recovery go smoothly, so she will be fine. It's just going to take some time. But this also showed me that I have to work and finish the accessories for the crew. You guys need protection from whatever was done to Benezia. Shepard nodded and wholeheartedly agreed with Harry. If Saren was able to do this to an Asari matriarch, then they couldn't take a risk, not when the galaxy was at stake. Harry suddenly crossed his arms and frowned. Just what is Saren trying to pull off? Now we know how is it that he seems so well connected, but for what purpose? Why need brainwashing and compulsions of this level? And what Benezia said about that ship of his, Sovereign, I think, that just gives me all sorts of bad feelings. Shepard frowned as well and then looked down. I don't know, but we have to stop him at all costs. Whatever he's planning, can't be good if he's willing to do all sorts of atrocities to accomplish them. Harry nodded. Yeah, I'll start working on the accessories and have them ready soon. For now, we should focus on the missions. Shepard nodded. Sound good. I'm going to go talk to the crew and see how everyone is doing. Want to come with me? Harry smiled and nodded. Sure, wait for me in the mess hall, I'll catch up to you in a minute, I just have to take care of something real quick. Shepard nodded and then waved goodbye as he left to go to the mess hall and wait for Harry there. When Shepard was gone, Harry turned around and walked over to a laptop nearby. Friday, how's Myra? Friday wasted no time in responding. She's sleeping like a baby, all her updates and data upgrades are being safely implemented, and she'll be ready by the time we go back to our world, boss. Harry smiled. Great. As a new AI I'll have her help with the moon base I'm planning to build when we go back home. It's going to be fun. A few minutes later, Harry met up with Shepard, and both immediately headed to Kaiden, who was close by. Kaiden, of course, noticed them right away, and greeted them as soon as they got close. Hey guys, how can I help you? Both Shepard and Harry smiled at Kaiden. Shepard then said, I'm just here to hear everyone's thoughts on what happened on Novaria. Kaiden nodded. I didn't figure you had time to talk with everything going on right now. I mean, there are reports to file, on the Rachni and on Anolis. Harry sighed. Paperwork, the bane of every being in existence. Shepard nodded to Harry in full agreement. Meanwhile, Kaiden found it amusing how they both didn't like paperwork. Then again, having to fill reports is never fun. Shepard then sighed and shook his head. Never mind that, the paperwork will keep. Something on your mind? Kaiden lightly sighed. I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems, they don't want to see what's coming. Harry hummed and then piped in with his own opinion. It's just how people react to problems. Supernatural beings can be like that as well. They don't do anything until a problem threatens them right in the face, and like you said, it's ridiculous. Shepard nodded, wanting to believe everything will be fine. Sounds like human nature to me. Kaiden looked down and nodded. Yeah, I guess some things carry across species well enough. I should remember that after what happened with Vernius. Harry tilted his head. Wasn't that the Turian mercenary that was teaching you and the other kids how to use your biotics? Kaiden nodded to Harry in order to confirm what he asked. Shepard then frowned and seemed perplexed. I'd think you'd carry a grudge over the crap you took from Vernius. Kaiden frowned and then began to tell his story about this. Before I met Vernius, I knew as any other civilian, aliens were weird, superior, and tried to tell us what to do. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. It was Vernius who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special, they're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore. Shepard seemed to be thinking for a bit, but then finally asked, I don't see you snapping very easily, what finally did it? Kaiden narrowed his eyes and then said he hurt Rana, broke her arm. She reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically, she just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up, didn't know what I was gonna do, just something, and Vernius lost it, beat the crap out of me, and kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. That's when the knife came up. A military issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose, full biotic kick right in the teeth, almost as strong as I can manage now, at 17, that's something. Harry shook his head. That's pretty good, but that Vernius guy, sure had a chip on his shoulder against human, hey? No wonder he was such an ass to you guys. Shepard nodded. You wanted to help a girl you cared for, that's a noble thing. Kaiden looked down and shook his head. Maybe my intentions were noble, but I lost control, I killed him. Shepard snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him, if they got him to an infirmary quick enough, but they didn't, caused a stir when they shipped him home, bait training was shut down, and Conadix folded a couple of years later. So yeah, maybe I hated the Turian, I mean, if one ass enough to judge a whole race, I'd hate humans too. Harry nodded. Yeah, I get you, I'm not a fan of fallen angels, I mean, I'm well known back home for killing them and then sending their bodies to their bosses, but I don't hate all of them, just the ones who want to start nonsense in my home. Shepard then put in his opinion. It's a reasonable stance really, keep that level head and we'll do fine. Kaiden nodded. Staying reasonable is about all we got left, everyone else in this galaxy seems to have gone out of their minds, except present company of course. Harry chuckled and then shrugged. All members of the Potter family are crazy, Kaiden, we all know it and embrace it. Both Kaiden and Shepard shared a laugh with Harry. Kaiden then said, but you're good guys Harry, you care, we all know this. Shepard nodded. Yes, you're always helping someone, always doing your best to make others' life better, so what if you're crazy? You're still better than almost everyone else in this galaxy. Harry sheepishly smiled, he then turned his head towards the Kaiden. Oh. That's right, I think I have a solution to your implant problem Kaiden, but it will require surgery to take the old ones out. What I will do, is make my own set of implants in the form of a sacred gear. The sacred gear will merge with the soul rather than the brain and nervous system. This will allow you to use your biotics without causing harm to you in any way, and I'll be able to even better empower your biotics with the sacred gear implants. Both Shepard and Kaiden widened their eyes in surprise. Kaiden then smiled and asked, when can I go through the surgery? Harry smiled and then answered the question, soon. I first want to have the sacred gear ready, I already started with it, so give me some time, soon you will never have the same problem you have been dealing with for years. Kaiden sighed and looked like a big weight got off his shoulders. Thank you, Harry, I really appreciate it. Harry smiled and nodded. No problem, I'll have Dr. Shakwa's help during the surgery, so she can also do it, and then I'll create more sacred gear implants so we can help anyone else who has the same problems. Both Shepard and Kaiden nodded. They definitely seems happy about the fact that those who have L2 implants will finally get help. Soon after, Harry and Shepard said their goodbyes and went to speak with someone else in the crew. Though Kaiden was left in a very good mood and was even humming a tune as Harry and Shepard left. Both Shepard and Harry took the elevator and headed down towards the lower part of the Normandy. Once down there they found Valerie and Rex talking about something. Harry and Shepard quickly made their way toward Rex and Valerie. Valerie sensed Harry and turned around to talk to him. Harry, look, we finished Rex's new shotgun. This one shoots energy pellets that can ignore any shields or protection, practically going through anything not wearing our armor and us. Rex grinned. A portable shredding machine in the hands of a Krogan, it's a good day to be me. Harry smiled. Glad you like it, I did the enchanting but the girls are the ones who design it and put it together, we even added a charge shot function that will add even more energy pellets. Practically, it will turn anything into a pile of flesh and gore in one shot, so do be careful with it and don't shoot it while in the ship, okay? Rex nodded and Valerie handed him the shotgun. Rex just began to maliciously chuckle as he rubbed his new weapon, it made everyone share a laugh. Harry then decided to ask a question. Hey Rex, do you really prefer being a mercenary rather than helping your people? Rex stopped chuckling and turned his gaze toward Harry, he looked down and then said, I'm a fighter, it's what I do. Harry crossed his arms and stared at Rex. I know you're worried about the Krogan, Rex, you can try to hide all you want but you care. Rex sighed. What the hell am I supposed to do about it, Harry? I'm tired of sticking my ass on the line and getting nothing for it. Harry stared at Rex. So that's it. You just go your own way and ignore it. Rex shrugged. Killing for credits is better than killing for a lost cause. I'm no hero, bottom line killing for credits simplifies things. Harry hummed while Rex stared at him. A few seconds later Harry then said, I can cure the genophage. I was able to modify one of my healing spells to work at a genetic level. Rex's eyes widened so wide, Shepard and Valerie thought his eyes would drop from his eye sockets. Harry, however, didn't let Rex say anything. Instead, he just continued on. I want to help the Krogan, but I don't want them to use this as an excuse to go around and start causing problems in this galaxy. So I thought of a good idea, one that would benefit some Krogan and save them from extinction, but I need your help, and it would mean having to give up being a mercenary. Rex frowned. He liked being a mercenary, it's what he's been doing for a very long time, but Harry can cure the genophage and he's asking for his help. Rex knows that he has trust issues a mile long, but with Harry it's different. He can trust him to do things to help, to make things better for the Krogan, and Rex wasn't about to not take this chance, just so he can keep being a mercenary. So Rex nodded to Harry and then said, what do you need? I'll help you with anything to save the Krogan. I'll rather trust you with this, than not give it a chance just because I like fighting and easy money. Harry smiled. That's what I wanted to hear. You told me that most Krogan don't care about their coming end, and instead just spend their time fighting and killing others and each other. Rex nodded. Right, we're just making our extinction coming that much faster. Harry nodded. I thought so, but there has to be some Krogan that agree with you, right? There has to be a few out there that want their race to continue on, to survive. Rex nodded. There is, but like with me, they're ignored and ostracized. Most leave our home world as I did and try to find a solution on their own, while others do what I do and kill for credits. Harry smiled. Okay, then I need you to get in contact with those Krogan. We'll do what I'm doing for the Arachne Queen. I'll build you guys your very own pocket dimension to live in my world. And if you guys join the yokai faction you will get access to the natural dungeon. You can go in there, fight to your heart's content and get lots of money. Rex widened his eyes and stared at Harry for a long 5 seconds. You would do that for us? Even though you know how we Krogan are? You would trust us? Harry smiled and nodded. Yes, you're not the only wild and battle-loving race we have in Neo-Kyoto. The dragon faction loves to battle, Oni, Tengu, and some other types of yokai love fighting, and we have lots of battle-oriented guilds the Krogan could join. Of course, it would mean having to leave this universe and start from scratch in my world, but I will help you guys with anything, this way the Krogan can live on. Rex looked down and pondered what Harry just offered. It was a good proposition. Sure, it would be tough to leave their home world forever and start anew, but it might be worth it to see the Krogan survive and thrive once again. Chapter 164. Harry let Rex patiently think about his offer. It was a big decision to make after all, one that can't be rushed, so Harry was more than happy to wait for Rex to come to his own decision. Rex took a few minutes thinking, but eventually, he nodded to himself and then began to speak. Harry, will the Krogan be free in your world? Will we be used for war? Harry shook his head. We don't need the Krogan to fight our battles, Rex. Even children in Neo-Kyoto can destroy planets if they want. We're more than capable of fighting our own wars. And yes, the Krogan will be free. We, in the yokai faction, believe and advocate free will above everything else, though I might just ask for some help and assistance with some plans I have, but you're more than welcome to tell me to fuck off if you want. Rex suddenly chuckled and then nodded. Then, I'll take you on your offer, Harry. I'll get in contact with as many Krogan as I can find and I'll let you know just how many we can bring with us. Harry smiled at Rex and then waved his hand over Rex. A wave of blue mana flowed from his hand and engulfed Rex. The spell immediately began to modify his very own DNA, changing and fixing it as much as possible. Harry then nodded. All right, you can have children now, Rex, though I must warn you, it won't be the same numbers as it was before. Rex grinned. That's fine. The fact that I can now have healthy children is enough, the number doesn't matter. I can have kids. Rex looked rather happy, which in turn made Valerie and Shepard happy for him. Rex then excitedly left to go to his room and get in contact with more Krogan. His being cured will be a big incentive for more Krogan to want to join the migration of Krogan to Harry's world. For the first time ever, Rex had hope glowing in his heart, and with that hope came excitement as well. Valerie turned her head towards Harry and then gave him a kiss on the lips. You did a good thing, Harry, you should feel proud. Harry smiled at Valerie and caressed her face. I am. It took a while, and I had to combine time, healing, and even some alchemy to create that spell, but I'm glad it worked. Shepard smiled. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Krogan so happy. Rex almost skipped his way to the elevator just now. Everyone shared a laugh. The image of a Krogan skipping anywhere was just too funny for them. Valerie then stretched well. I'm going back to the workshop. I think Le Fei should be done with Talithia and we were going to start working on some other weapons for the rest of the group. Everyone has a pistol, Rex has his shotgun, and Gurus his sniper rifle, so I'm thinking of working with an assault rifle next, see what we can design for it. Harry and Shepard nodded to Valerie, she then waved at them and suddenly turned into mist and disappeared from the area. Shepard suddenly chuckled. I don't think I'll ever get used to the way you guys travel. Harry smiled and shrugged. You're just jealous we can get anywhere that fast. Shepard grinned and then said yes. Harry just shook his head while laughing. At least Shepard was honest and that amused Harry to no end. After that, they both then made their way to Ashley who was close by. Ashley was just relaxing a bit while watching some vids, when she noticed Harry and Shepard walking towards them. Hello Commander, Harry, what are you guys up to? I would have thought you both would be too busy to make your rounds. Harry smiled. We always make time for everyone. Ash, why, were you feeling lonely? Ashley scoffed as if, but don't you have to deal with the whole I destroyed Peak 15 which belongs to Binary Helix situation? Harry shrugged. Not really, I brought out Binary Helix and Peak 15 before I destroyed that thing, remember? What are they going to do? Complain because I blew up my labs? Ashley's sweat dropped. You really bought Binary Helix? Harry nodded. Sure did. Though I didn't do it just so I wouldn't get in trouble, I also did it to take it away from Saren, the bastard will be hurting for a while now. Ashley laughed and shook her head. Damn, that's vindictive as hell. I approve. Shepard just smiled as he watched Ashley and Harry get along so well. It certainly seemed like they were having a lot of fun on their own like this. Suddenly Ashley said, anyways, are you guys interested in a quick drink? It's a special occasion. Shepard chuckled. With all we've been through lately? Hell yes. Harry nodded. Alcohol doesn't do shit to me, but I'll drink with you guys. Ashley smiled and nodded. I only have enough to toast the day, not the captain and a dragon though. It's Armistice Day when the First Contact War ended, my family always marks it, since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you. Shepard smiled and then said, it seems like an odd thing to celebrate, that was 26 years ago too. Ashley nodded. In our family, it's not really a celebration, more like an obligation. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out, it's not in my files or something. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did something happen? Ashley nodded. Yeah, it's rather odd that the commander doesn't know about it. Shepard looked up and began to think back when he read Ashley's files. A few seconds later he said, there's almost nothing in your files, technical scores and a list of crap assignments. Ashley seemed a bit perplexed. She suddenly frowned and sighed. There's a reason for the crap assignments. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shangzi garrison into the war, the only human ever to surrender to an alien race. Shepard sighed. I see, that's why you drive yourself so hard. Harry nodded. And why you're racist as hell. Ashley rolled her eyes at Harry. I'm trying to be better, okay? Harry chuckled but nodded. He had noticed that Ashley has been less hostile towards the aliens on the crew, in fact, she's more friendly and open with them now. Ashley scratched her head and then said to Shepard, Williams has to be better than the best if only to avoid suspicion, that's what my dad told me the night before he retired. It takes a special kind of thickhead to march into a job where your family's blacklisted. I did it anyways. I'm not going to let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that. Shepard nodded and was more than happy to help Ashley with her goals, but he was also curious about all of this as well. As usual, this prompted him to ask a question. What happened to your grandfather after the war? Ashley sighed and looked down. She didn't look particularly enticed to talk about this, but she still answered Shepard's question. He was relieved of command as soon as Shangzi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way, but nothing ever comes of them. Harry raised an eyebrow. But he had to have a reason to surrender. He had to. He doesn't sound like someone who would be intimidated. Something else was going on that forced him to make that decision. Shepard looked down and hummed as he thought about what he knew about Shangzi. A few moments later he said, as I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time. Ashley nodded. The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops, but when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command, so he surrendered the garrison. Harry sighed. Damn, what a horrible situation to be in. He was forced to make a very difficult decision to save lives and in the end, he paid for it. It wasn't fair at all. Shepard nodded. I should have figured this out myself, but I don't know how I can help you though. Ashley shrugged. Look at who I am, Shepard. Do you ever hear me ask for help? It's not that bad things don't happen to me. If you stay with me long enough, maybe I'll tell you about some of them, but I deal with them myself. I don't need a shoulder to cry on, a knight to rescue me, or a man to make me happy. This is who I am. I like her, and you better like her too. So, you still interested in me? Baggage and all. Shepard smiled and then said, everyone comes with baggage, Ash. The trick is finding a matched set. Ashley and Harry suddenly laughed. Ashley even shook her head. That's awful. Tell me you got that out of a fortune cookie. Harry nodded. Yet. What the hell was that? Ha ha ha. Shepard just smiled and watched as both Harry and Ashley laughed. He was being serious though, but he had to admit that his words sounded very cheesy. Ashley stopped laughing and then said, but hey, once we save the galaxy, maybe the Alliance will get its act together, and start acting like an actual government. Shepard nodded. Hopefully they will. The Alliance isn't perfect, but it's all we have at the moment. Ashley sighed. Yeah, I just wish things were different, you know. Shepard nodded, and Harry then spoke up. Balance is needed here. There's a lot of things wrong with the Human Alliance, the Council, and alien races. Things in this universe are like the Wild West. The more I look, the more things I find I don't like, but there are good people, people who want things to change, people who try to be good. It's those people we have to find and work with, and maybe this galaxy will be better in the future. Ashley smiled and nodded. That's a very optimistic way of thinking, Harry, not the sort of thing I would expect a god's mentality to be. Harry grinned and shrugged. I was born human, Ash. Before I even got an ounce of power, I was just a small, skinny, starved, and abused little kid. I've seen the bad things in life during those first 10 years of my life. Then, I saw even more during my adventures, but I also met and witnessed wonderful things. I've seen worlds on the verge of destruction only to be saved by determination, hope, and pure grit. So when I become a dragon god, I thought to myself, I have to do better, I have to be careful, I have to be a good person regardless of whether I was human or not. Ashley nodded. Hey. I guess I've never thought of things that way. Sometimes I forget you're way older than anyone here, Harry. It certainly adds weight to your words. I just wished my granddad didn't have to go through all of that. Harry nodded. Yeah, that was really unfair. Shepard agreed as well and then said, what happened to your grandfather shouldn't have been allowed to happen. Ashley sighed. Yeah, at least someone knows that you and he would have gotten along. He was a tough old bastard. I have a feeling things will come to a head soon, but don't worry, Shepard, I'll protect you. Shepard smiled, while Harry grinned. What about me? You're not going to protect me. Ashley rolled her eyes and then grinned at Harry. You're a big-ass dragon, Harry. Your scaly butt doesn't need protection. Harry laughed. It's the thought that counts, jerk. Ashley laughed and shook her head. Shepard smiled and then decided to ask Ashley another question. What's your opinion on the last mission? Ashley hummed as she thought about Shepard's question. You mean the Rachni, right? Well, all I can say is that they were dangerous, Skipper. They proved that 2,000 years ago. I wouldn't have personally let them go, but since Harry is making sure they're not part of this universe anymore, then they're really not our problem anymore. That should keep everyone happy too. I'm also glad that Lyra's mother was saved. With the way she has been acting since we got back, she would have been hit hard if the matriarch had died. Might want to talk to her and check on her, guys. Shepard nodded. All right, then we'll be speaking later, Ash. Ashley nodded, looking forward to it, Skipper. With that said, both Harry and Shepard left Ashley, and both then decided to go talk with Talai and see how she was doing. It didn't take them long to reach the engine room, and there they found Talai working on a terminal. She was typing pretty fast too, so both Harry and Shepard approached her carefully, so as to not startle her. She obviously heard them because she stopped what she was doing and turned around to speak with them. Shepard, Harry, I'm glad you're both here. Both Shepard and Harry smiled since Talai seemed to be in a good mood now, which was always good. Shepard nodded and then said, good to see you smiling again, so to speak. Talai nodded. I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is, but I don't want this to get in the way of our mission. Shepard, first, we stop Saren, then I'll worry about my own problems. Shepard nodded. Don't forget, Talai, you can ask for help from us at any time. Talai nodded and seemed very happy. Harry then spoke up. Oh. That's right. We just finished Lyra's armor, so we're ready to speak with you at any time. Taylai nodded sure. Just tell me when and I'll be there. Harry grinned great. Just come down after a few missions, we'll be ready for you then, well just have to watch your back until we get your armor ready. Taylai nodded sounds great. With that said, both Harry and Shepherd said their goodbye to Taylai and left the engine room. Taylai seemed busy anyways and they didn't want to take much of her time when she was working on the engine. With that done, Shepherd and Harry then went to speak with Lyra and check in on her. Both knew she's been worried about her mother and even though she was not in danger, what had happened to her was pretty serious. So she's been stressed lately, and thus both headed to the medical bay and then walked over to her room at the end of it. When they got inside her room, they found her working on her computer. But she stopped when she heard them come in and got up to talk to them. Harry, Shepherd, how can I help you? Shepherd smiled. We're just checking up on you Lyra, what happened in Peak 15 was pretty rough, especially for you. Lyra smiled. I'm okay, just a bit tired but Dr. Shockwell is making sure I rest. What happened to my mother is rather horrible and when I think about it, I can't help but feel worried about her. Thankfully Harry is helping her with that and she seems to be physically okay. I just worry how she's going to take everything she did while being under the control of Saren. Harry smiled. I'm happy to help and your mother is handling everything just fine. She is more disappointed in herself for being so easily corrupted by Sovereign. But other than that, she has accepted what she had done. We still have some more to fix within her mind, but she will be fine. Lyra softly smiled and nodded. That's good. Does she know about having to move to your world? Harry nodded yes, I explained to her what we talked about, the council, and how we reported her dead. She agreed that it was the best course of action and doesn't mind having to move to Neo Kyoto. In fact, she seems eager to move to our world and be away from this galaxy. Not that I blame her, what happened to her wasn't pleasant at all, but overall, she's okay with the move. Lyra nodded. Thank you, Harry, for helping her and for not killing her when you fought her, it really means a lot to me. Harry nodded and then gave Lyra a smile. You're welcome Lyra. Shepherd looked very happy. Lyra seemed okay despite looking a bit tired, but given the circumstances, it was normal for her to be in that condition, so he decided to continue the conversation they had a while ago. Maybe we could pick up where we left off. You were telling me about your interest in the proteins. Lyra tilted her head. Actually, I think I was talking about my interest in you, and making a fool of myself in the process. As I said, I'm not used to dealing with people, especially humans. I did not really know much about your species when we first met, Shepherd. I found it hard to take humanity seriously, your kind always seemed so rushed and high-strung. Harry chuckled. That's because they're short-lived Lyra, they don't have a lot of time, but most have a lot of dreams and hopes to fulfill. Lyra seemed to think about what Harry said for a few seconds, but nodded in understanding. Soon enough, Shepherd nodded. We don't have the luxury of time, an Asari can live for 1,000 years, we're lucky if we hit 150. Lyra nodded. You're both right, at first I thought that was a weakness of your species, but after spending time with you and your crew, I think, it may actually be an advantage. You, humans, are creatures of action, you pursue your goals with almost indomitable determination, it is an admirable trait, but also an intimidating one. Harry crossed his arms and nodded. Yet, humans can be scary as all hell, they're stubborn and very determined, but that's just how they are, it certainly is a bit scary, and trust me, I've seen humans pull off some crazy stuff. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. You're both scared of us. Harry chuckled. More like respect, I'm definitely never underestimating humans, that's a sure way to get a nasty surprise. Lyra nodded. Unfortunately, the rest of the galaxy sees humanity as something of a bully, you run over anyone in your path to get what you want, it's up to people like you to change their minds, Shepherd. Shepherd smiled. I'm doing the best I can, Lyra. Lyra smiled back at Shepherd. There's a reason why all of us follow you, Shepherd, we all believe in you and trust you. I looked into your history, and I know what happened on Echoes, the fact you survived shows remarkable strength. Shepherd smiled. You know, you could have just asked, I would have told you whatever you wanted to know. Lyra looked down for a bit. I apologize, but after our last conversation, I was afraid I would say something stupid again. I wanted to know more about you, to understand what made you into the man you are. There's something compelling about you, Shepherd. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're interested in me, or is it my visions of the proteins? Lyra sighed. I admit, your connection to the proteins had something to do with my initial interest, but it has grown beyond that. You intrigue me, Shepherd, but I was not sure if it was appropriate to act on my feelings. I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Chief Williams. Harry was starting to feel like a third wheel, but decided to just stay quiet and see what happens for now. Shepard stared at Lyra for a bit and then said, Williams and I are just friends, nothing more. Lyra nodded. My mistake then, I am not adept at understanding human relationships as I thought, but what about us, Shepard? Is there a mutual attraction? Or was I wrong about that, too? Shepard nodded. No, you were right, there is something between us. Lyra then smiled and seemed very happy. I knew it. And I knew you felt it too, but, does this not seem rather strange? Why do I feel so close to you? We have only known each other a short time, we are from two different species, and we have nothing in common, this makes no sense. Harry chuckled. Love just hits you like that, Lyra, take it from a guy who has many loved ones, species, time, and even common sense, don't matter when it comes to love. Shepard nodded. These things never make sense, they just happen, and we get swept up in the storm. Lyra looked down. You both make it sound so chaotic, so dangerous. Harry grinned. But so much fun. Shepard smiled. I'll keep you safe. Lyra smiled and then nodded. I'm not looking for a protector, this is all a bit overwhelming, I'm not used to this, I need some time. Shepard nodded. Take all the time you need, Lyra, I'll be here. Lyra sighed and then nodded. Thank you, Shepard. With all of that said, Shepard and Harry thought it was time to move on, so both said their goodbyes to Lyra and then left her to go back to her work. While both Shepard and Harry walked through the ship, Harry decided to ask Shepard a question. So Lyra, hey, like the nerdy types? Shepard shook his head. Well, I do like how kind and soft-spoken Lyra is, plus she's very cute as well. Harry nodded. That's true, but be careful, Shepard, Ash seems to be interested in you as well, this whole thing might actually blow up in your face. Shepard nodded. Will do. With that small conversation done, both Shepard and Harry went to speak with Joker. It didn't take them long to reach him and he immediately spoke to them. Boy, am I glad to be off Novaria, I don't know which was worse, the cold or the corporations. One will freeze your balls off, the other one will sell them out from under you, with all due respect, Commander. Harry chuckled. I rather take my chances with the cold, the people and their corporations were really starting to piss me off. Joker scoffed. Starting to piss you off? You blew up Peak 15, completely erased it from existence, and that was just starting to piss you off, Harry? That's crazy. Harry just shrugged. Well, if I was really angry I would have blown up the whole planet, the fact that it still exists should show you that I wasn't really angry yet. Joker deadpanned. That's fucking terrifying. Shepard nodded. Yeah, I have to agree with Joker, what you did with Peak 15 was scary enough, I can't even imagine you destroying a planet. Joker nodded. The fact that you can casually say that and mean it, it's what really hits you. Harry just grinned at his friends. I'm just being honest here. Joker sighed and shook his head. I think you should lie a little to me, just a bit, man, I'm just a normal mortal, Harry. Harry just grinned and slapped Joker's shoulder. You can take it, Joker. Joker just grunted but smiled, happy that he never has to worry about breaking a bone from rough housing like this. Shepard smiled and watched both Harry and Joker have some fun. Both Shepard and Harry stayed with Joker for a while and talked about all sorts of stuff, and joked around, but eventually, it was time to go on, so they said their goodbyes and then went on their way. Lastly, they went to talk to Garrus. They found him softly speaking with his sniper rifle, which made them both sweat dropped. Harry suddenly laughed, which alerted Garrus of their presence. He suddenly jumped and stared at them in surprise. It's not what it looks like. Shepard grinned. I don't know, Garrus, it seems like it was a very serious conversation. Harry nodded. Yeah, what sort of naughty things were you whispering to your new sniper rifle, Garrus? Garrus scoffed and shook his head. Very funny, guys, so funny I forgot to laugh. All three then began to laugh for a while. When they stopped, Garrus then decided to ask, so what can I do for you guys? Shepard smiled and then responded with, I'm just checking on everyone, that last mission was a tough one. Garrus nodded. I'm actually glad I stayed on the ship, I'm not very good with dealing with these corporate types, they tend to make me trigger happy. Harry nodded in agreement. You can say that again, I actually hit my patient limit on that planet, honestly, I'm glad to be off it already. Garrus certainly agree with Harry. I bet, then that whole Rachni thing, I wasn't there for the Rachni Wars, but Turian have passed down a lot of horror stories about those days. I bet the Krogan wouldn't have been happy about what Saren was doing up there either. I'm actually surprised Rex is actually friendly with the Rachni Queen. Shepard nodded. Yet I saw that, but it's understandable, both of them know what it feels to almost go extinct. Garrus frowned. Makes sense. I'm actually glad Harry is taking the Arachne Queen to his world, maybe there they will find the peace they're looking for. I'm also glad Benezia could be saved, but what she told us is very worrisome. Sovereign, I wonder where Saren got that ship and how is it capable of brainwashing people. Harry frowned and looked down. I wonder that too. The compulsions and brainwashing done to Benezia seemed to be subtle at first, but there's a bunch of psychic damage to her brain, luckily I'm able to fix it. Mostly because Benezia herself was able to fight it off for a long time, so the damage wasn't as severe. I don't know if I can do the same to anyone else though. Shepard crossed his arms and nodded. Well, Benezia is a matriarch, she has a lot of experience and she's powerful, she's a unique situation. Garrus sighed. This means we're going to have to fight brainwashed people as well, that's going to leave a nasty taste in my mouth for a long while. Harry nodded. Yet, but we can't afford to hesitate, whoever sides with Saren, brainwashing or not, will be trying to kill us and we cannot afford to try and save everyone. I know how you feel, Garrus, but this is why I would never call myself a hero. Sometimes, we have to make difficult decisions in order to save this galaxy. Garrus looked down and nodded. Yeah, I know, don't worry, I will always have your back, guys. Harry and Shepard nodded, and both stayed with Garrus for a while and joked around for a bit. All three had some fun, but then both Shepard and Harry decided to move on. They said their goodbyes and then left. Shepard decided that it was time to get back to their mission, so while Harry went to get ready, he went up to the galaxy map. A few minutes later, Shepard arrived at the galaxy map and began to think where to go next, but then Joker suddenly began to speak over the intercom. Commander, incoming Citadel transmission, it's under special secure channels. Shepard raised an eyebrow. He wasn't expecting a communication from the Citadel, so he was perplexed about it. Still, he decided to take it somewhere else and see what was going on. I'll take it in the comms room. Joker immediately responded. Roger, Commander. Shepard immediately walked over to the comms room and took the call. The hologram of Tavos the Asari counselor appeared. Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren. Shepard nodded. I'll take all the help I can get. Soon after, the Solarian counselor Valern's hologram appeared as well and began to explain. We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse. Shepard frowned. You mean spies? Tavos's hologram nodded. Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special Task Group is intended as a better option for monitoring developing situations. Valern's hologram then continued on. We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren. The commander became intrigued and curious about what such a unit could have found on Saren. What did they find? Valern's hologram shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communication. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this and find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer. Shepard nodded. I'll look into it. Tavos's hologram nodded and then said, the Council prefers not to become involved in the specific of Spectre's activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else. The communication then turned off and the holograms of Tavos and Valern dissipated. Shepard frowned, but then decided to leave for now. As soon as he got back to the galaxy map, he saw that Harry was already waiting for him. He immediately went to talk to him and tell him about what Tavos and Valern informed him of. Harry crossed his arms and then leaned back on the handrails of the galaxy map platform. So the Council does have a special unit of spies. I'm not surprised though. Shepard nodded. Yet, it was still a bit of a surprise to actually get confirmation. Harry nodded. I bet. I think they decided to let you know. Given the situation, they need someone to check out Vermeer. They can't afford to keep secrets now, since it seems like something big is happening. Shepard sighed. Should we investigate it right away? Harry hummed. I rather wait a bit, at the very least until we have Talai's armor ready, though I also would like everyone to have at least one main weapon modified by me as well. Shepard nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. We all have a pistol, but having a main weapon would be useful as well, plus Talai does really need to have her armor. Harry smiled. For now let's do some missions, while the girls and I finish Talai's armor at least. Shepard gave Harry a nod and then walked over to the galaxy map. Then let's choose a mission and get started. Harry nodded and pushed himself off the handrails he was leaning on and let Shepard get to work. Shepard was scanning some planet on some system when Joker suddenly spoke through the intercom again, message coming in, patching it through. Shepard looked up from the galaxy map, curious about the sudden message coming in, especially because it came in so suddenly. Harry was also curious and wondering what sort of mission they were about to get. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a weird one. Chapter 165. The transmission quickly began to echo through the room as both Shepard and Harry listened to it, though it seems the transmission was having problems reaching them. General distress call. Sacred Angel medical transport. Critical system failure. Losing power. Emergency landing, Horo, repeat Argos, communications failing, life support, emergency transponder, won't last, please hurry. Harry frowned as the transmission suddenly cut off. Damn, that sounds serious, can we go there right away? Shepard frowned and shook his head. We need to scan the transmission and see exactly where it came from, it might take a while. Harry nodded in understanding. Shepard then sighed and decided to do something else for now. All right, for now, we'll to the Hydra system and check out this SOS signal we got from the planet Metgos. Harry nodded. All right, then I'll wait for you by the Mako. Le Fay is coming with us for a while. Shepard nodded. Harry quickly left to go get Le Fay and then wait by the Mako while Shepard ordered the Normandy to take him to the planet Metgos. For this mission he took Garrus and Rex with him. The Normandy quickly dropped the Mako on Metgos. Le Fay and Harry flew down beside the Mako, and as soon as it landed, both sat on its roof. Le Fay immediately looked around him. Looks like this planet is a volcanic one. Harry nodded. Yeah, nothing interesting to see here, but that makes the SOS signal very suspicious. Le Fay sighed. Wanna bet is a trap? Harry chuckled and shook his head. No way, that's an easy bet for you. Le Fay smiled at Harry, and as Shepard began to drive away, she leaned her head on his shoulder, while Harry hugged her with one arm. Both stayed like that and enjoyed the ride as they looked around the desolate and highly dangerous volcanic planet. Some time passed as Shepard and the crew finally made it to the SOS signal. Garrus immediately pointed it out. There's the wreckage, the signal must be coming from there, careful though, this place looks suspicious. Shepard nodded. Suddenly as the Mako approached the wreckage, Rex suddenly yelled at loud, Geth. It's a trap. Shepard clicked his tongue in annoyance as he saw Geth suddenly drop from the sky and come out from behind rocks and hills. Damn, not another trap. Everyone, to your positions. Rex quickly jumped into the cannon seat, while Garrus went to the side weapon. Shepard quickly began to maneuver the Mako away from some rockets launched by the Geth. Harry summoned Oblivion and threw it toward the rockets. The dark keyblade flew through the air like a black buzzsaw and curved to hit most of the rockets coming their way, which caused them to explode in mid-air. Le Fay waved her hand at the leftover rockets and sent them back towards the Geth that were now landing all around them. A Geth armature landed nearby and began to shoot at the Mako with its plasma cannon. Harry summoned Oblivion back into his hand and jumped off the Mako. He quickly slapped the plasma shot coming towards the Mako and sent it crashing to the side. Meanwhile, Le Fay waved her hands towards the group of Geth troopers coming her way and unleashed a shockwave of mana towards them. The Geth were sent flying back and crashing into the ground from the force of the shockwave. Garrus wasted no time in gunning down the fallen Geth, destroying them before they could stand. Rex shot at the Geth armature with the Mako's cannon as Harry continues to slap away its attacks. This went on until the Geth armature exploded a few seconds later, but then two more landed nearby, causing Shepard to quickly begin to drive around them to avoid getting hit by their plasma cannons. Harry and Le Fay pointed their hands towards one each and then began to cast magic at the same time. Thundaja. A literal thunderstorm crashed on top of each Geth armature, disintegrating them in seconds and finally clearing the area of enemies. Shepard stopped the Mako and jumped out of it. He walked over to the wreckage and checked it out just in case, but as Rex said, this was all a trap, since the wreckage was completely hollow and empty. Looks like we got tricked again. Harry flew towards Shepard and landed by his side. Well, Saren and the Geth might be getting desperate to kill you now, so we might as well expect more traps like these. Shepard nodded with a frown on his face. Let's go back to the Normandy, I don't think we can find anything else here. Harry nodded. All right, Kunu and Valerie should be done looking for resources on this planet already, I don't think they found much though. Shepard sighed and then nodded to Harry. At least with those resources, this mission wasn't a complete waste of time. Both Harry and Shepard walked back to the Mako and Shepard immediately called Joker to pick them up. The squad waited a few minutes and Joker picked them up with the Normandy. After that, everyone decided to wait by the Mako while Shepard chose what mission to do next. Once in front of the galaxy map, Shepard began to ponder what mission should he do now. Deciding to check the Phoenix system, he then picked to land on the planet known as Tunta and quickly headed to the Mako. Joker quickly dropped the Mako on Tun-Ta, while Harry and Le Fei flew by its side. Once again, as soon as the Mako landed, both Le Fei and Harry landed on the Mako's rooftop and took a seat up there. Harry looked around, this time another dead planet, but this one at least seems to have breathable air, even the sky is blue. Le Fei nodded. Do you think it can support life then? Harry hummed for a second as he pondered Le Fei's question, but soon enough he answered her. In the long future, maybe, but who knows what could happen before that even has a chance of happening. The Mako took off as Shepard drove it to investigate this planet. Both Le Fei and Harry kept an eye on their surroundings, and along the way, they found some kind of pyramid-like structures with some Asari matriarch logs nearby. Harry jumped down the Mako and collected the matriarch logs and then jumped to the Mako's rooftop again. Shepard immediately took off to the next destination on this planet. After a long drive through really rough terrain, the crew finally arrived at their destination, a pirate stronghold. Shepard parked the Mako on top of a tall cliff and took a look. Pirates, and quite a big number too. Gurus frowned. I wonder what they're doing here. Rex grunted and then said, nothing good for sure, but this place seems familiar to me. Everyone agreed with Rex, even if it was common sense that the pirates were doing something illegal here, though they did wonder why the place seemed familiar to him. Le Fei then spoke up. Well, this is the perfect time for Gurus to try the new upgrade we gave his sniper rifle. Gurus nodded. Ah, that's right, you asked me to bring it to you guys right after the Novaria mission, something about giving it a sweeping kind of attack. Le Fei nodded and Harry then explained. Yup. All you have to do is charge up a shot and then say lock on mode on. Gurus nodded and immediately took out his Harry-made sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, letting a shot charge up. He then took aim and said lock on mode on. The sniper rifle's scope suddenly shifted into a wide screen and immediately began to cross and mark each and every pirate inside the screen. Gurus raised an eyebrow, while Harry grinned. Now let go of the trigger. Gurus did so, and a purple energy orb shot out of the sniper rifle and immediately split apart into beams of energy. Each beam instantly homed in on every pirate that was crossed and marked by the wide screen on the sniper rifle. The pirates were gunned down by the beams of energy in a matter of seconds. The attack came too fast and quietly that they didn't even notice and just dropped dead before they even knew they were dead. Gurus was left gaping in shock. Heck, even Rex and Shepard were gaping. Rex suddenly chuckled a few seconds later. Damn, that was cool. Gurus nodded and then quietly said, I think I'm in love with my sniper rifle. Shepard grinned. Well, why don't you marry it then? You're already whispering sweet nothings to it. Gurus laughed and shook his head. Don't tempt me, Shepard, this new upgrade is just amazing. Harry chuckled and then nodded to Gurus. Yup. We did a good job with this one, just let it cool down for every shot you take. This upgrade does overwhelm the enchantments on the sniper rifle a bit, so it might overheat if you get too trigger happy. Gurus nodded in understanding and made a mental note to be cautious. He didn't want anything to happen to his favorite sniper rifle. Shepard then said, all right, let's go check out that pirate stronghold now. The crew nodded and everyone walked back to the Mako. They all boarded it and Shepard then drove it to the pirate stronghold. A few minutes later, they arrived and immediately went inside the pirate stronghold. Once inside they got ready for a fight, but suddenly Rex grinned as he now remembered why this place looked familiar to him. This is the place, my family armor is here somewhere. Shepard raised an eyebrow. Really? How do you know? Rex shrugged and shook his head. I recognized this place from the places I wanted to investigate, besides that, I got this feeling telling me it's here somewhere. Shepard nodded. Harry then slapped Rex's back and grinned. Rex actually grunted a bit in pain from that but soon grinned. Then let's get it back. Harry then turned his head towards Gurus and Le Fei. Do you guys mind waiting back to the Normandy and letting us handle this one on our own? Gurus grinned and nodded. Sure, I have no problem with that, plus I want to try this new upgrade some more, test what really is it capable of while not in the middle of a mission. Le Fei smiled and walked up to Harry, then she gave him a kiss and said okay, have fun and be careful okay. Harry nodded and Le Fei then walked away with Gurus. Both fell into a conversation about the sniper rifle's new upgrade and such. Rex nodded and grinned. Shepard also looked a bit excited about this. Meanwhile, Harry smiled and fist pumped. All right. Let's show these pirates who's boss. Rex suddenly roared and ran towards the door. He then crashed into it, and the door was sent flying back and crashing onto the ground while Rex ran inside the pirate warehouse. The pirates weren't expecting a Krogan to suddenly burst inside their warehouse and were caught by surprise. Rex immediately shoulder-checked a pirate and sent the poor fool flying and crashing on top of some crates. Harry jumped inside the warehouse and landed on top of the pirate that landed on top of the crates. Harry stomped on his head and smashed it like a grape, killing him. The pirate only had time to scream before dying. Rex took out his Harry-made shotgun and took a shot at a couple of pirates in front of him. There was a loud bang and the next second the pirates were turned into a bloody mist, and gore. Rex immediately began to maniacally laugh, which only served to terrify the pirates. Some even began to try and run, but Shepard quickly shot them in the back of the head with his Harry-made pistol and stone bullets. His pistol had shifted and was now glowing brown. The stone bullets are high-impact ammunition, made to cause massive damage to targets. The end result? The stone bullets not only instantly shattered the pirates' shields, but also smashed their heads into a pulp from the impact. It was a mess, but Shepard didn't care right now. No, just this once he decided to cut loose with Harry and Rex. After all, this was just them having some fun killing some pirates and spending time with brothers, or so Harry had said back when they made the plan to do this for Rex. Harry grinned and suddenly took a big breath. He then breathed out a massive stream of red-hot flames inside the warehouse. The pirates screamed in agony, while Rex and Shepard, who were protected from the fire by their armor, finished them off. The battle went on for a few more seconds and it was complete chaos and destruction. The entire warehouse was completely destroyed, either burned or damaged by Rex's Harry-made shotgun. Shepard looked around at the destruction left from their attack and scratched his head. Well, we might have overdone it a bit. Rex laughed as he admired the aftermath. They had it coming. Harry grinned at Rex. Didn't this warehouse belong to a super-rich Turian collector, or something like that? Rex just shrugged with a smirk on his face. The guy's an asshole. I say he deserves this and more. Besides, he's made a lot of money stealing Krogan heirlooms. Harry nodded. All right, then fuck that guy. Shepard chuckled and then walked over to Harry and Rex. All right, let's go find Rex's armor. I just hope it didn't get burned or destroyed. Rex looked a bit panicked. He must have not thought that through. Harry just shrugged and smiled. I'll just fix it if that's the case. Rex let out a sigh of relief, while Shepard just laughed at him a bit. With that issue resolved, the trio went to look for Rex's family armor. A few minutes later, they found the armor in a room on the second floor, a good thing too, because that meant it was safe from the destruction and chaos they brought to this place. Rex walked up to it and grinned. This is it. He then chuckled and shook his head. I can believe my ancestors ever wore this piece of crap, but at least I've got it back. Shepard smiled and nodded to Rex. I'm glad we could help you get it back. Rex smirked at Shepard. You and Harry really are good friends, thank you. Harry just shrugged with an amused look on his face. It was fun, but you're welcome. Now how about I give you both a ride back to the Normandy? Both Rex and Shepard looked excited and immediately agreed to Harry's proposal. Harry just chuckled and was happy the three of them had a chance to have some bonding experience and fun together. Meanwhile, Rex walked up to his grandfather's armor. He thoughtfully stared at it, but then shook his amusement and nodded to Harry and Shepard. The dragon god put the armor in his inventory and together they walked out of this very barely standing and destroyed warehouse. Once outside, Harry took on his dragon form and let both Shepard and Rex jump onto his back. One powerful flap of his wings later, he took off and left the planet behind. The Normandy was soon looking at the curious sight of a massive gold and silver dragon with a human and a Krogan riding on his back. It shocked everyone with how peculiar that sight was, but soon enough, Shepard, Harry, and Rex were back inside the Normandy and laughing like maniacs with how much fun they had. Rex stopped laughing and then grinned at Shepard and Harry. Never a dull moment with you both. Shepard just chuckled. Come on Rex, I'm sure you've gone on missions like ours before. Rex shook his head. Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No, going into battle with guns blazing? Certainly. But yet, I've had my share of adventures. Harry suddenly grinned. Oh? Now this I have to hear, do you remember any that stick out? Rex nodded. A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Valis diplomat. What an ass. Harry laughed, already liking where this was going, while Shepard grinned. I guess even politicians have a need of mercs from time to time. Hey. Rex raised an eyebrow. Time to time? If it wasn't for politicians, I'd be out of work. They're always looking for ways to get ahead, and this one was no different. He wanted me to erase his past, get rid of an old friend who knew too much. Hey, his old friend turned out to be an Asari commando. I wish I had Harry's gear with me at that time. Shepard winced. I can see why that might give you pause. Harry just smiled, happy that his work was appreciated. Rex just shrugged. Well, Alina and I were old friends, sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get him first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking the Turian. Shepard raised an eyebrow and looked a bit perplexed. An Asari commando mercenary? That's unusual, isn't it? Rex just smiled. I wouldn't say it's unusual. Mercs come in all shapes, Anyways, when I told Alina about the diplomat contract, she and I had a good laugh about it. Shepard then asked, then what did you do? Rex just continued on, well, I wasn't going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers, that way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. Hey, she was always a bit of a softie. Harry was now very curious about the fight. What happened in the station? Rex grinned and then answered Harry's question. What didn't happen? For 2 days, I chased her through that station, used my entire store of ammunition, and had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the 3rd day, the station was barely holding together, the mercs were dead or gone, and life support was failing, but I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs, and she was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then, just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical, barely made it back to my ship in time. Shepard looked pensive for a second but then said, I assume the Asari commando didn't make it. Rex shrugged. I watched the station from a distance, I never saw her leave, and when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay, but before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message, better luck next time. Rex chuckled in amusement, while Harry laughed as well. She got you good. Rex nodded. Now, I'm not superstitious, or at least I wasn't until I met Harry and the girls, but if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live, at least for a bit longer. Shepard and Harry nodded in agreement. The commander then asked a question. What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead, right? Rex nodded but then smirked. I just told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. Rex then laughed in amusement and went on, I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him. Harry smirked. And the idiot believed you. Rex suddenly laughed. He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes, easiest job I ever had, a little boring, but credits are credits. Harry and Shepard shared a laugh with Rex. After a few moments of them laughing like idiots, Rex suddenly sighed. I'm going to miss being a merc. Harry just smiled. Don't worry, Rex, there's plenty of things to fight in Neo Kyoto, you'll never grow bored, I promise. Heck! You can even fight my sons and daughters too, though I wouldn't challenge Hope nor Eri, they might kill you. Rex smiled and then shrugged. Kinda want to fight them now. Harry shook his head in amusement, while Shepard smiled. Harry then said, never change, Rex, never change. After hanging out with Rex for a while longer, both Shepard and Harry then went back to the galaxy map to choose the next mission. As soon as he began to scan the Phoenix system, he suddenly found a space station named the Pinnacle Station. Curious about it, he had the Normandy take him there to check it out. It didn't take long for Joker to arrive and drop both Harry and Shepard in the station. Turned out the station was an Alliance military base of Turian design. So when Shepard and Harry walked inside, they heard a Turian station guard suddenly ask another Turian, isn't that Commander Shepard? The human Spectre? The other Turian shrugged. Whatever, Spectre or no, it's always fun to see humans get pummeled in the simulator. Shepard raised an eyebrow, while Harry frowned at the Turian's comment. Shepard decided to ignore them and walked past them and walked inside a door behind the Turian. He walked inside with Harry following him. Once inside they found a human. Shepard walked up to him and the human turned to speak to him right away and said, Commander Shepard, welcome to the Pinnacle Station, I'm Admiral Thaddeus Ahern. Shepard then remembered something he received among the many mission requests he gets from the Alliance, so he nodded to Admiral Thaddeus and said, I'm glad I got the invite, where do we begin? Harry raised an eyebrow at what Shepard said. It certainly sounded like Shepard was asked to be here, but he must have forgotten about it and came into the station thinking it was something else. Harry couldn't blame him though. Shepard gets a lot of reports and mission requests regularly, and he was bound to forget some stuff at times, but at least he remembered about this place and that was enough. Admiral Ahern then said, you'll be training in the combat simulator. After each round, you'll see how you fared against your competitors. Shepard nodded. How does the simulator work? Admiral Ahern shrugged and explained, talk to tech specialist Ahern, if you want the technical explanation. Basically, it creates combat scenarios that allow our operatives to build their skills in a safe, but realistic environment. Shepard nodded and got the gist of how the simulator works. He then asked another question, who will I be competing against? Admiral Ahern grinned. The best of the best. Alliance operatives travel here from all over to try their hands at the simulator. The scores are tallied, and the winner appears on these monitors for all to see. Get your name there, and the entire Alliance will know about it. Harry smiled and then nodded. Bragging rights it is then. Shepard smiled at Harry and then asked the Admiral another question. How do I try out a combat scenario? Admiral Ahern quickly responded, go talk to Akron over in the staging area, he'll set you up and let you choose a scenario. Shepard nodded in understanding. Sounds good. Admiral Ahern smiled. Fantastic, anything else you need? Shepard shook his head and then together with Harry walked over to where Ahern had told them to find Akron, a door and a mess hall. Later they found Tech Officer Akron sitting in front of multiple screens. Shepard walked up to him and Akron immediately spoke to Shepard. So you must be the famous Commander Shepard, I'm sure you heard already, but I'm Tech Specialist Alad Akron, lead programmer on the combat simulator. Do you need something? I'm sure I have a few minutes before someone forgets their password and comes crying to me for help. Shepard nodded. I want to try a simulation. Akron nodded. New competitors are restricted to low-impact missions till they learn the ropes. The infirmary is starting to complain. Which combat mode? Time trial, capture, survival, or hunt? Harry stayed back and let Shepard try this simulation in all of its many modes. It looked fun, but the Dragon God wasn't that interested, so Shepard tried survivor mode first and went into the simulator. Harry just went to the mess hall and sat on one of the tables to watch Shepard's match through one of the many screens around the mess hall. He smiled as he saw him go all out. Shepard is a talented warrior and soldier, but armed with his Harry-made gear, well, it wasn't fair to the simulation and Akron, who is the programmer. He was sure the poor Solarian was cursing his soul out as Shepard destroyed the simulation. Suddenly he received a call out from Friday through his smartphone. Boss, I found the planet inhabited by Batarians, Karshan. I'm sending coordinates along with locations of all major slave rings in the galaxy. Harry frowned but quickly took a look at how many places those assholes had. He was very angry to find out that they hundreds if not thousands of slave rings in the galaxy, some well known by the Citadel as well. But most were well hidden in desolate planets in all sorts of systems. It both made Harry feel angry and disgusted, but what really got him going was the Batarian world and this so-called hegemony of theirs. Having read enough, he stood up and quickly called Joker via communications. Joker, let Shepard know that I have something to do, but that I will meet him back here later. Joker immediately responded, all right. I'm sure the commander will be too busy breaking records to notice you gone, but I'll let him know. Harry smiled and then said, thank you, Joker. With that said, Harry teleported away from the Pinnacle station, though many of the Alliance Marines there were shocked at the fact that he just disappeared out of nowhere. A few hours later, many reports began to arrive at the Citadel and many home worlds about the sudden appearance of many missing people. There were some that have been missing for years and they had suddenly appeared right in the middle of the cities of their home worlds. Humans, Asari, Solarians, Turians, Valis, and many more home planets began to report the sudden appearance of these people and began to interrogate everyone. All of these people had the same thing to say. They were slaves that were kidnapped by Batarians and that someone had appeared out of nowhere and began to kill all the slavers. It was apparently a very gruesome sight. Many of the former slavers reported blood, gore, and body parts everywhere in a very loud and angry roar. The next thing they knew, they were in one of the many cities of each of their home world, confused but okay. They didn't know how it happened and what exactly was going on, but they were free and safe. Many were very confused though. None of these freed slaves were mentally scarred or injured in any way. When asked about it, no one knew how it happened. They all just reported a big flash of red light, and then everything was fine. It was as if someone had rewritten the past or reality, making it like nothing ever happened to them while they were captives. It was very confusing to the authorities on each home world. However, the Council of the Citadel had an idea of what was going on, and they all knew of someone capable of pulling this off. They just didn't know if they should be angry, happy, or even concerned. Spiratus sighed and shook his head. It has to be Harry Potter, no one else would be this callous to do this. Valern sighed and nodded yes, but why? Why attack the Batarians and rescue the slaves? Tavos frowned and looked down. I was afraid this would happen. Spiratus frowned and glared at Tavos. You knew this was a possibility and you didn't inform us? Do you have any idea what kind of chaos and panic is happening in the galaxy right now? Every homeworld in the galaxy is being used as a dump for these slaves. Where are we going to get the credits to pay for their food? What about shelter? Or how are we to get them home? Tavos frowned and glared at Spiratus. Do not raise your voice at me, Spiratus. I'm not one to try and intimidate with your theatrics. I for one am happy to have my sisters back and I'll be working to get them back to their families. Besides, what did you expect me to tell you? What would you have done to stop Harry Potter? Do you forget that you're nothing but an ant beneath his boot? He's not someone we can ever hope to control, Spiratus, and this proves just how powerful he is. Valern nodded. I agree, this is just further incentive to not get in his way. you read the reports, no? He's single-handedly killing all the slavers. Nothing but blood and pieces of their bodies are being reported to be found. I certainly do not want to mess with something capable of such destruction and death. Spiritus growled, he's a menace. Something or someone has to stop him. He's a threat to everything we know. Tavos frowned. Yes he is, but how do you plan to stop him? You saw what he is, what he's capable of, or did you forget that he can even bring the dead back to life? No, Spiritus, we cannot do anything to Harry Potter, lest he sets his sight on us, or do you want the Turian to end up like the slavers? Spiritus sneered and looked down. Tavos just rolled her eyes at him. Valerne sighed again and then began to speak. But what could have pushed Harry Potter to do this? What caused this reaction from him? Tavos looked pensive for about a minute, but then shook her head and said, I don't know, but I've watched Harry Potter's eyes every time we met. He's not someone who relishes in wanton destruction. No. He must have found something out, seen something, or even heard about what's going on with the hegemony, to react this way. To me, Harry Potter is a strong and reliable person, but one that cares too much and with a quiet, simmering rage that could consume the galaxy. He's not someone to do something like this out of a whim. Both Spiritus and Valerne frowned. Both sometimes forget how good Asari are at reading people, and Tavos is one of the most talented Asari that can do this. It's why she was chosen as the Citadel's Asari Council by her people, but that just added weight to her words. Tavos shook her head. There's nothing else we can do in this situation, but prepare to deal with the storm. But make no mistake, gentlemen, Harry Potter will be keeping an eye on those he saved. If we, the Council and the governments, do not do anything to help all these people, and I'm afraid we'll share the same fate as those slavers. Potter is a being that we cannot control. One we can't negotiate with. We can only follow his will or die and be forgotten, and I for one I'm not stupid enough to get in his way and get killed for that. So Spiritus, if you expect the Asari to side against Harry Potter, you can forget it. We'll go to war with the Turians on his behalf if it means surviving. Spiritus frowned but didn't say anything. Instead, he just tightened his fist and looked down. Valerne didn't say anything, but he agreed with Tavos. If the Turians wanted to anger a being capable of causing so much death, they can go ahead and do so by themselves. The Solarians won't be taking their side either. A couple of hours went by and Harry continued to go through each slave ring he could find. On each one he would ask Friday to hack and get even more locations for him to raid. That only caused him to find more and more slave rings. It was like an endless cycle that had no end in sight, so he began to have shadow clones help. Things progressed faster after that and many more slaves were healed, their minds restored via the reality stone and then teleport back to their home worlds. He didn't have time to find out where they lived or where their families were located. He had to continue to act fast before these assholes could report back and have them begin to try and hide away. So for now, he was leaving everyone he saved in the hands of their governments. That however didn't mean he wasn't going to keep an eye on everyone he rescued. He will be helping everyone freed from slavery later. For now, he was too busy. That's why, after hours of going through the galaxy and hitting as many slave rings as possible, he now found himself high above Karshan and looking down the home world of the Batarians. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.